Folks, Black Star Network is here.
Hold no punches.
I'm real revolutionary right now.
Support this man, Black
black media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
Thank you for being the voice of Black America, Roland.
Stay black. I love y'all.
All momentum we have now, we have to keep this going.
The video looks phenomenal.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and black-owned media and something like CNN.
You can't be black-owned media and be scared.
It's time to be smart.
Bring your eyeballs home.
You dig? Folks, today is Tuesday, March 4th, 2025. Coming up on the special edition of the Black Star Network, we're going to be, of course, covering the joint session of Congress speech by the twice impeached, criminally convicted felon-in-chief Donald Trump. He returns to the scene of the crime where he tried to overthrow the government 4 years ago in order to keep him in office. We're going to break down, of course, what has been happening in this country since the MAGA mayhem descended on the country. We have a number of folks to be talking with, including labor leaders, civil rights leaders, business leaders, talking to millennials, political activists, political consultants, CBC members, you name it, we'll be discussing it, talking about the state of our union, how African Americans are being impacted by the folks who are now leading this country. It is a lot we're going to cover over the next 5 hours. And of course, when Trump speaks, we don't cover the lies live on this show. Bishop Dr. William Barber will be giving the state of our union right here in our studios. It is time to bring the funk on the Black Star Network. Let's go.
He's got it. Whatever the miss, he's on it. Whatever it is, he's got the scoop, the fact, the find. And when it breaks, he's right on time and it's rolling. Best believe he's knowing. Putting it down from sports to news to politics. With entertainment just for kicks, he's rolling. It's on go, roll, y'all. It's rolling Martin, rolling with rolling now. He's funk, he's fresh, he's real, the best, you know he's rolling Martin now.
Folks, welcome to the Black Star Network, our live coverage of the joint session of Congress speech happening tonight in 2 hours. We are 2 blocks away from the White House that is now occupied by a twice impeached, criminally convicted felon who is consistently lying and shaming this country. Why are we covering the state of our union? Because when you look at what has happened since January 20th, it has been a vicious assault, not just on folks who do not align with MAGA, but specifically African Americans. Donald Trump, his co-president Elon Musk, and all of his minions came out of the gate attacking DEI as a reason for 67 people dying in a plane crash at DCA airport here. You've seen the attack on civil rights. You've seen them firing fellow workers. You've seen them specifically targeting anyone who talks about the issue of race and diversity and inclusion. You've seen a Fox News anchor become the Secretary of Defense, replacing a retired 4-star general in Lloyd Austin, come in and literally fire the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff because he's an African American. We have seen a vicious attack, lies being spread. We've seen folks who are being terrorized, federal workers taunted, individuals saying that they frankly don't deserve their jobs. And what this says is that we right now are a country that has serious, serious issues. Now, Republicans are excited and happy of what they're seeing, but they're so scared to death of constituents that they even are saying that, hey, don't have any more town halls because they don't want residents, they don't want constituents putting pressure on them, complaining about what is happening in the nation's capital. But this is not just an issue what's happening in Washington, D.C. Understand there are federal workers all across this country. The decisions made by Elon Musk and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance impact the world. We see cuts in USAID. where people are literally dying as a result of these decisions. And what do you hear from the so-called pro-life folks like Franklin Graham and Tony Perkins and others? You hear absolutely nothing. We're showing their hypocrisy. So for the next several hours, what we're going to be doing is focusing on the state of our union. We're going to be talking with folks in a variety of areas, speaking to the issues that are at play. What did I say last month? If MAGA wants to defund Black America, we see an all-out assault on civil rights, on economic rights. We are seeing an attack on DEI, on core supply diversity programs happening in corporate America. We're talking about tens of billions of dollars that are being impacted in Black communities. We're seeing HBCUs also under assault, programs that are being cut. We're seeing grant programs. I was talking to a nonprofit leader just last night telling me that their programming, their events are being decimated by these various cuts. One bank that was in as a sponsor of a gala pulled out a week ago simply saying, we're going to rescind our invite. And so what we wanted to do was really crystallize this and put folks in the same place to talk about what is going on, but also to offer a roadmap. There's so many people, and I've talked to y'all, I've seen y'all across the country as I've traveled this nation, stopping me in airports and stopping me on the streets of San Francisco, also in New York, also in Charlotte and Houston and other places, people saying, I don't know what to do, I don't know what to say, I'm scared what's going on. And so our goal is to be able to provide you a roadmap and some information that you need to be able to confront what is happening. The reality is Donald Trump won the election. He will be there for the next 4 years. Republicans control the White House, they control the House, they control the Senate. It is clear Republicans do not want to hold this man accountable. And so what you have are legal experts taking them to court, federal judges rendering rulings, but you have a lawless administration that has literally said they will ignore the orders of federal judges. And so what we are witnessing, and people say, well, we've never witnessed this. And yeah, this generation has never witnessed this. But the reality is, when you look at the history of this country, we've seen this before. We've seen the likes of Andrew Johnson and Woodrow Wilson, two of the most racist presidents ever to occupy the Oval Office. And so history shows us what is going on. There's no doubt when Bishop Barber delivers his State of Our Union address to us tonight, he's going to speak to those very issues, giving us a sense of what we can do. Because for too many people, I keep hearing that they're powerless. People are saying that, well, I don't know what I can do, that we actually have no power. But that's actually not true. About 30 minutes ago, my phone rang, and it was the Wisconsin State Democratic Party talking about the Supreme Court election that's taking place in that state on April 1st. If Democrats win that seat, they have a 5-2 majority on the state Supreme Court. You've got critical state house races. You've got gubernatorial races in Virginia, in Michigan, in New Jersey. You've got local races happening. So what I've been saying to folks, we cannot spend our time talking about 2028, who's going to run, who's going to be the candidate. We can't talk about 2026, will Democrats reclaim the House or the Senate? The key to how do you focus on what's happening right now, right in front of you, to be able to stop what is going on. And so what I want everyone watching over the next several hours to understand is that you have a role to play in this. You cannot be quiet. You cannot be passive. And this is also clear. Those of you who are watching, and you've got millennial and Gen Z and Gen Alpha sons and daughters and nieces and nephews and friends and cousins and fraternity brothers and sorority sisters, we must be challenging them not to check out of this process, because this is game on for everybody. We have seen the last 2 weeks the town halls take place where Republicans have been scared to death because their constituents have been fighting back. Donald Trump comes out and says these are paid protesters. These are people who are paid agitators. But no, these are regular, ordinary people who don't want to see Medicaid cut, who don't want to see these jobs cut. You've got veterans who are being laid off. You got people who actually voted for him who now realize that they are also being impacted by these cuts. This is a moment when regular, ordinary people must be willing to stand up and shout from the rooftops and put pressure on elected officials to let them know that whether they are Democrat or Republican, they are expected to do what we want them to do. And that may mean taking it to the streets. That may mean going to those town halls. That may mean calling and writing and emailing them. But it also means you doing your part to stand up and let them know that we're not going to be silent. And so our goal, very simple, is to empower you with information, to give you an understanding of what is happening, how significant what is happening, and for you to also then begin to move and take action. So many of you, and I've been getting text messages and emails, and I've been having folks saying, man, my grandmother sent me this saying to watch your show. Well, guess what? Just like we've been sending all of these text messages around, that's called mobilization and organization. And so we can use the exact same power to affect what is happening in this country. And let me remind somebody, every single one of you have 2 United States senators. And I don't care if, because I'm from Texas, and just like in my state, both are Republican, but it doesn't matter. Every single one of us, we're still constituents. And so we should be putting pressure on them, letting them know that we are not happy with what is going on. They don't serve one party, they serve all Americans. And so this is not the time nor the moment for us to be checking out of a process. This is a time for us to be checking into a process. We're going to begin our conversation tonight with labor leaders, folks who are under assault by Donald Trump, by MAGA, by Republicans, folks who claim they support the working class, but they're not actually advocating on behalf of the working class when you look at the actions they are taking. So we're going to go over here and start our panel right now. So let me introduce, first of all, April Verrett. She is, of course, the leader of the Service Employees SEIU. April is joining us. Do we have April? April, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm all good. Glad to have you on the show. Thank you so very much. Fred Redmond, Secretary Treasurer, AFL-CIO. Fred, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Roland.
Glad to see you, sir. In studio, Randy Irwin. He is the National President for the National Federation of Federal Employees. Randy, glad to have you here. And Becky Pringle, she is President of National Education Association. Becky, glad to have you here as well. April, I want to get it started with you first. When we look at what's been happening, when we look at these attacks on federal workers, how does it feel to literally have leaders, people saying these people don't deserve paychecks? These people should be scared to death. These people, how they are being condemned. What are you hearing from your members? Because what I'm hearing from people, that they were absolutely scared to death with what is happening right now in this country.
Absolutely. There is so much fear and uncertainty and chaos, which I think is the point of the actions that you're seeing come out of this administration. But folks are also ready for a fight. Folks have not worked for the federal government for 5, 10, sometimes 40 years, and that's after serving their country. We have to remember there's a large percentage of the federal workforce that are veterans that served our country in that way and wanted to continue to serve our country in this capacity. And we're talking about people who work at veterans hospitals and the folks who make sure your grandmama get her Social Security check on time. To hear them called, all out of their name, talked about crazy, it's simply not right. And so it's not just a time to hunker down and be afraid, but it is a time to stand up and fight and show all of the American people that this federal workforce is ready to stand up and defend not just their jobs, but the services that the American people depend on.
Brian, Randy, when you hear that, what I keep walking people through is that federal workers deliver services.
Right.
You have folks, whether they're Democrat, Republican, Independent, people say, oh, you know what, we can just get rid of those folks. Yeah, but when you need something, it's amazing, they want folks to be there. When natural disasters happen, they want FEMA to be there. When their planes are late, they're complaining what's going on. When you have too much air traffic, they're like, okay, what's going on with the FAA?
Sure.
We could go down the line. Right. And I keep saying that people are going to have to, and I hate to go there, they're going to have to experience pain to understand the role that federal workers play. And this is the moment to push back on the folk with the level of attacks that we are seeing, because those federal workers are public servants. They have families, they have kids who are in school, they're homeowners,
sure.
They're contributors to our economy, but also they are working on behalf of regular, ordinary people.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, federal employees are middle-class workers. Nobody in the federal government is paid excessively. And like you said, they perform so many essential tasks for the American people. I agree with you that, with this whole DOGE effort and what Trump's doing, they're so hostile to federal employees. They're really making everybody scared, forcing a lot to leave the federal government. But it won't take long. We're already seeing it. We've got about a little less than 10% of the federal workforce that has either been forced into resignation or fired. About 175,000 federal employees right now. People are really going to start feeling the pain with just that much. But DOJ's goal is 75% of the federal workforce. If they got anywhere near to that, this country would not resemble the country that we have today. And I'll just mention also, 30% of federal workers are veterans. And since we've lost 175,000 federal workers already, that means over 50,000 veterans, middle-class veterans, no longer have their jobs to feed their families. That's not right.
Fred, this has a direct impact on African Americans. 1 in 5 federal employees are African American. When you look at why is that important? Because for so many decades, we were frozen out of the corporate workforce. And so the corporate workforce is about 10%. So it's double on the federal level. So if you start talking about these massive cuts, and 1 in 5 federal workers are African American, if you take 1 million federal workers, that's going to be 100,000 African Americans. And we talk about the ability to be able to impact families, we're literally going to have an economic calamity in Black America. That is what we are confronting.
No, you're exactly right. And that number is staggering, but we must remember when we look back, it was federal government, it was service employees, workers, people that work for states and local governments, that really helped build the Black middle class in this country. And Black workers are being impacted in a way that is, we have never seen before in terms of using weapons as furloughs and layoffs and firing people in order to really, really do damage to Black people, to our communities. We are literally seeing the destruction of the attempt to destroy the Black middle class in this country. And when I say middle class, I'm talking about Black people who work hard every day, who have, been able to provide for their families, people who's been able to purchase a home in this country, middle-class Americans. And they achieve this through hard work, to going to work every day, to being dedicated public servants. And we're seeing that being destroyed by this unconscious effort, an erratic effort by, I call them President Musk and Donald Trump. So, we're in a moment here, Roland. We're in a moment that you and all your viewers know that we all must stand up, we must speak out, and we must do everything that we can in able to turn this around.
Becky, the attacks are not just happening in the federal government. We're seeing what's happening in states. Look, I'm born and raised in Texas. We see this massive voucher battle. Actually, it's a scam. Look, I created school choice as a Black choice, and I can call a scam a scam. And what we're seeing, constant attacks on teachers, on educators. We're seeing it on workers. And to listen to Republicans literally say that they want trauma inflicted. Lisa Murkowski literally said that when Russell Vought was going before, she literally said, we want to inflict trauma on workers. Yet when they start making cuts in Alaska, hold up, wait a minute, what are y'all doing? And then, of course, the senator in Alabama, when they start making cuts to the National Institutes of Health, hey, wait a minute, that's impacting Alabama research hospitals. And then we start seeing it in Republicans in other states. So I'm sitting trying to understand, did they not think that their folk were going to be impacted by this?
Apparently that's what they thought or didn't think. Roland, and we're at the National Education Association, of course, looking at thousands of jobs being lost, especially in those critical areas, making sure that our students who have been marginalized forever, historically marginalized, our students who are living in poverty, our students with disabilities, they are the ones at highest risk to be in larger class sizes so educators can give that one-on-one attention. We're talking about the people who have dedicated their lives to teaching and nurturing and nursing and counseling and driving and feeding the students of America who are not going to have the resources to do the jobs they love. But the question we have to ask is, who is going to suffer the most? and we know who they are. The children, the students of America. And by the way, when I say children, I'm talking about pre-K through higher education. Right now, we have a student teacher in Nebraska who wanted to become a teacher, but is at risk not being able to fulfill that dream because of the federal grants that have been cut. That's happening all over America. We did not fight so long to have an equitable, inclusive, caring community of learners and educators to allow this president to dismantle all of that. And what did Linda McMahon do on her first day? What did she do? Our department's final mission. And we know what that's about, to fulfill Project 2025 and dismantle not just the Department of Education, but to destroy public education in this country. Let's be very clear about what's happening.
So what do we do, Fred? What do we do? People, I get that everywhere. People say, I'm scared. I don't know what's going on. Where do we start? I'm depressed. I don't want to watch the news. I want to check out. And if people want to understand how serious this is, right now, I mean, I just checked, literally, there are about 65,000 folks who are watching us live. That's the largest live audience. We're actually up to 71,000 now. That's the largest we've ever had. That speaks, the most we ever had was 29,000 when the Tyree Nichols video came out of Memphis. And that speaks to people saying, I want a sense of direction. What do we do? And so, Fred, what is AFL-CIO doing? What do you want the people watching and listening to be doing and understanding?
Well, first of all, I think we're at a moment where, as people, the AFL-CIO is really rallying behind not just our workers, but we're rallying behind our communities throughout this country. And it's time for us to come together as a religious community, as a community of faith, a community of civil rights, a long history of fighting for rights and justice. And the labor movement must be part of that. We have been engaged in numerous efforts to try to fight this off, but it's not going to be won unless we come together as a people and understand that we're all at risk. We formed the Department of People That Work for a Living as our counter to DOGE, where we're telling people stories and giving people the opportunity to tell their stories. And we're also engaged in numerous lawsuits around this country. The AFL-CIO has filed 6 lawsuits. We're on briefs for 3 others, so we're a party to 9 different lawsuits in this country. But the key thing, Roland, to this is people must come together. This is a moment that we must coalesce our forces, and we must do whatever we have to do. If it means getting in the streets, if it means really confronting our members in Congress, we need people to go to these town hall meetings, and we need people to really make sure that their voices are being heard. But we must do it together in unity with those segments of our community that have always been the spokesman and the spokespeople for social and racial justice.
April, SEIU has never been afraid to unleash their folks on the streets. Y'all were very active in the election as well. As I said in my open, I need people to understand you can't do anything about 2028 and 2025 or even 2026. This is a day-by-day mission. And it's not everything that's based about D.C. It's what's happening in your state, in your city, in your county, where you are, because these cuts are impacting everywhere, not just federal workers, but also the services as well. And we need to be rallying people to understand this is not a moment where they can sit out. So yeah, lawsuits are being filed, labor's doing their part, but what do you say to that regular, ordinary brother or sister who's watching, the role that they can play in trying to change what is happening?
Yeah, Roland, now is not the time to do what we usually do between elections. We pay attention, starting the Labor Day before an election in November, and then we tune out, right, for another 2 years or another 4 years. Now is not the time to tune out. Now is the time to, as Kendrick Lamar said, to squabble up. We have to stand up and wage a fight for the cornerstones of our democracy. I believe that folks need to not, as Fred's talked about, staying in your congressperson's face, right? But now is also the time to talk about a vision for the America that we want, right? Not just what we are against. It's time to talk about what we're for. We are for that increase that we are still waiting for in the federal minimum wage. We are for the types of reforms that are necessary for people to be able to come together to form worker organizations like the PRO Act. It's time that we continue to press forward on jobs programs and programs that end poverty, and not just protecting Medicaid, but expanding the healthcare safety net, not just protecting what our children have in the Department of Education, but calling for an expansion of it. I think we have to talk to people's imaginations, right? Working people in this country voted for lower prices. They voted for more stability. And what they are getting is chaos. And so we have to remind people about what they said they wanted and invite them into a fight so that we can actually go out there and get it.
Becky, what are you hearing as you travel, and what are you saying to people?
First of all, I'm listening. We often forget that part of organizing. Organizing one-on-one is to listen. And what we're hearing from not only educators and parents, our natural allies, but the students themselves are rising up to, because they understand the impact that these cuts will have on them, not just the class sizes, but the after-school programs, the arts and sports and all of those things that help to make them those well-rounded humans that are prepared to be the leaders of a just society. So what we need folks to understand is their power. They are not powerless in this moment. They can take action right now all over this country, in thousands of places across this country today. Educators, parents, community members, students came together for Protect Our Kids actions, and we're not done yet. So we're inviting everyone to text action to 48744 so they know how they can get involved in actions that will continue to take place. We have to hold people accountable. And who was Shirley Chisholm, right? She said, if I'm not invited to be at the table, then I'll bring my folding chair, right? So we don't care if members of Congress will not meet with us in their offices. We'll be outside of their offices. We'll be at our schools. We will be calling them out for them making sure that Donald Trump's billionaire friends get more and our kids are getting less. All of us have a role to play. All of us need to know what our power is. All of us need to take action.
Control room, who's on FaceTime? Okay, so give me 1 second. Before I go over here, Randy, hold tight 1 second. I'm gonna get a final comment from Fred and April, because we need to pull up Congressman Troy Carter. We got a number of different CBC members who are going to be coming on. I'm going to start with you, April. Again, we are now at about 82,000 folks who are now watching live. And what all they're saying in the chat is, what do you want us to do? They're asking, what do you want us to do?
Yeah. Call your congressman and tell them, don't cut Medicaid. Call them and tell them, don't cut education. Reach out to your local CLC, the labor council in your area. Find out what you can go out to do, not just to support workers, but support community. And join mailing lists, sign up for text threads. I guarantee you we are going to see more ways for people to take action roll out over the coming weeks and months. And we just need people to stay present and stay vigilant, and most of all, stay hopeful. And as Becky said, we are not powerless, right? We have power, and that is exactly what they are afraid of. She asked the question, who stands to lose the most? Ask yourself the question, who stands to gain? And it is not everyday working people in America that stands to gain, right? It is the billionaires, the oligarchs that is trying to wrestle every bit of the resource of our country for themselves. And we have to put a stop to it.
April, Barrett, we still appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Fred? Fred, go ahead. Your final comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I lost my. I lost for a minute. But look, I want people to really utilize this moment to go back to what April said. This is an opportunity for us not to fight for a draw, to come out to the America that before Donald Trump. But this is an opportunity as we get into this fight together, all of us. Then we need to use this moment as an opportunity to fight for the America that we want to have, for an America that is equal to all of its citizens, for an America that respects people. We have to make sure that this moment is not lost with us not being able to take advantage, to unify, to come together as a people, to come together as workers, to come together as a community and make sure that we never go back here again. We have to fight for the America that the American people deserve. An America that's going to educate their children, that's going to offer opportunities to its citizens, and America that's going to deliver on the promises of democracy. We need to use this moment to make sure that we fight for a victory.
All right, Fred, we still appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. Folks, we're going to be pulling up Congressman Troy Carter in a moment, of course, from New Orleans. Let me also say, again, so we're up to 86,000. I told folks I wanted to hit 100,000, so we're on our way, so y'all spread the message. And while you're there, be sure to subscribe to our channel so you can be informed, because we do this every single day. We've been doing it for the last 6.5 years, and we're going to continue. Randy, I want to go with you. How are you talking to the family members? Because the workers are one thing. But to me, this is a moment where those wives, husbands, partners, children should also be letting folks know that when you, and I've seen some of those videos, that when you attack my dad, you attack my mom, you're actually impacting whether I can go to college. You're impacting my life as well. Yeah. And so, how are y'all communicating that to the families of workers?
Well, this Elon Musk and Trump, they're such hypocritical villains. They make it really easy to talk to children. It's really easy to say, here's the richest man in the world going after regular working people. And because of that, these critical services aren't being done that the American people rely on, that veterans are being hurt, and that regular middle class people don't have the jobs that they need to be able to provide for their families. And so what is that? And kids get that. They understand. That means they're not able to feed their families. They're not able to think about going on a vacation. They're not allowed to. They're not going to be able to go to summer camp this year. All those kinds of things. And I've been having those conversations with my kids, and I know all our members have been as well.
We're going to be. Is Congressman Troy Carter ready? All right, Congressman Troy Carter from New Orleans. Glad to have you here, Congressman. There are so many people who are scared to death about what's going on. But the thing is, we kept telling folks, Axiom did a story in 2021 about Project 2025. We spent lots of time explaining to people that this is real. And I was in San Francisco, the brother stopped me at the NBA All-Star game. He's like, well, he said, but we didn't think they were actually going to do it. And I literally said, what the hell are you talking about? They said they were going to do it. And so this is a wake-up call for a lot of people. And look, in your state, and I covered extensively, it was too many black folks who sat at home and did not vote in the last state election that elected Jeff Landry, that elected a MAGA attorney general, and now people are saying, I can't believe they're doing this, but this is what happens when too many of our people sit at home and do not participate in the electoral process. Congressman?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Roland, thank you very much. I appreciate it. You're absolutely spot on. Elections have consequences. And when people stay home, they don't participate in the process, you just voted for the worst person on the ballot. And now here we are in real time dealing with the work of Project 2025 that we traveled the country, throughout the state of Louisiana, all over the country, telling people that this was the plan. And for Trump to say during the campaign, he never heard of Project 2025. He doesn't know anything about it. He certainly has been a quick study, because now you see the execution and implementation of every part of Project 2025 unfolding itself right before our very eyes. This is the president who said, if elected, on day one, the price of eggs would go down. On day one, the price of groceries would go down. On day one, we would not have a war in Ukraine. Not only has the price of eggs increased, not only has grocery prices increased, the war in Ukraine has gotten worse. To watch a Democratic president nearly pledge his allegiance to a dictator, to Vladimir Putin, who has no use for America or Americans. We have to wake up. We are looking at the demise of our democracy happening to us in real time. We must push back. We must line up. We must be present. We must be vigilant. I'm telling you, as the first vice chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, that we are not going anywhere, that we're going to continue to fight. We're going to stand up to this president. We're going to stand up to this unelected billionaire, Elon Musk, who sees this as a $200 million toy that he's purchased. Well, guess what, Mr. Musk? We are not an etch-a-sketch game that you can just scribble around and shake up when you made a mistake. These are people's lives. This is our democracy. This is our economy. These are American people. And we are not going to sit back and let you unilaterally dismantle. In Louisiana, we have some 20,000 federal employees. The National Finance Center, which is in my district, is the housing, the location where some 700 federal employees' payroll is processed. Yet, we're finding Mr. Musk wanting to cut those very vital services, cutting them out. In fact, the person that is my guest, Ms. Shantae Powell, is a recently fired employee of the National Finance Center because she was a probationary employee. And they used that loophole to get rid of her. But when I tell you what her job task was, her task was to be an enforcer and an auditor to root out fraud, waste, and abuse. So the question that begs to be answered is, if your intent is to root out fraud, waste, and abuse, why would you fire the auditors who are in fact doing that? Her assignment prior to that was she worked with the Office of Inspector General, once again an agency that is tasked with rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse. They saved the taxpayers $100 billion last year. So why would you get rid of that office? So this notion that you're doing it for good government, that you're doing it because you want to rid us of fraud, waste, and abuse is a farce. It's a red herring. They're doing something else. Musk is lining his pockets and continue to get federal contracts worth billions of dollars.
Congressman, I got to ask you this here. We just saw an election where Vice President Kamala Harris, President Biden, numerous Democrats talked about that Donald Trump was a threat to democracy. You had J.D. Vance, who once said he was Hitler. And here's the issue that I have. So, for instance, when he speaks tonight, I'm not carrying him live. I don't call him president. I call him the twice impeached, criminally convicted felon commander-in-chief because he doesn't respect the office. And I can't use that title. But I just have a fundamental problem with, frankly, with a number of members of your party choosing to go to this speech, treating it like it's normal. And I understand folks who say we have a responsibility. But for me, if I'm going to sit in that chamber, I'm going to turn my back to him or I'm going to walk out. He should be talking to empty seats on one side. And so how, on one hand, can we normalize this individual, but then say what's happening is not normal? What do you say to the folks who are watching and listening who have a problem with that?
Well, let me tell you, and I got a different spin on that, and I respect and appreciate what you're saying. But here's the spin that I, as well as others who are going to sit in that chamber. The people of Louisiana gave me a seat in Congress to show up and to do my job. And I'm not going to let Trump or Elon Musk or anybody run me away. I'm not going to stand up for him. I'm not going to clap for him. But I'm not going to be run away by him or his ill-fated threat to American people. I am here to fight for justice, to fight for democracy, to fight for the people that sent me to Washington. And Trump or no one else is going to take the seat away in the United States House of Representatives that the people gave to me. And I'm going to go there with my righteous indignation to challenge this president and to challenge Mr. Musk and to challenge my Republican cohorts to do the right thing, and they will not cause me to run, to flee, or to give up the responsibility and the privilege that the American people, and more specifically the people of Louisiana, have given me to fight for them. Yes, I'm going to be on that floor, and I'm going to fight for the people, and I'm going to stand in front of this president and defy the lies that he intends to tell.
Well, I'll say this here. When Donald Trump came to the National Association of Black Journalists, I did MSNBC, and I said, if the people on that panel don't correct him when he's lying, y'all going to hear somebody from the audience saying you lying. And then when that actually happened, people were saying, who was that talking? And he was referring to, I said he was talking to me on the front row. So look, the Republicans stood up and said, you lied to Obama. We saw how they acted with Biden. And I hope, we know he gonna lie. So I hope when he starts lying, y'all are real audible and letting folks know he's lying.
Brother, you can count on us. You can count on us. Wait a minute. You can count on us doing the right thing.
All right, well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that sign. And whoever made the sign was smart, because I noticed that's a black and gold sign, right?
It's blue and gold, man.
No. That look black and gold.
But I noticed you are wearing red and white.
No, let me help you out here, Congressman. I know you're a Kappa, but these colors, these are my high school colors. Jack Yates High School in Houston, crimson and gold. That's the colors of my show, just so you know.
Crimson and cream, and I respect you for having the wisdom to choose good colors.
The only crimson and cream I go with is Delta Sigma Theta. All right, Congressman, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
God bless you, my brother. Keep doing great work, man. We're proud of you.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Randy over here, like, I don't know what in the hell I just walked in. If you know about Divine Nine? What's that? Yeah, he don't know. You don't know. Don't worry about it. Randy, we're going to give you a quick lesson a little bit later. Becky, Congress was talking about fight, and the thing there, that's what people want to see. And I'm telling you, they don't want to see the go along, get along. They want to see folks standing up, fighting, and demanding change. And I hear that everywhere I go.
That's exactly right. And that's exactly what we're saying to folks, too. It's not only, yes, we want to see that from our elected members of Congress and other elected officials, not just Congress. One of the things that we know from what this president has done and what he has said in implementing Project 2025 is that we have to, in this moment, we have to make sure that every elected official, from school boards to state legislatures to governor's offices, we need to use this moment to increase the rights of students and people from marginalized communities. We need to increase union rights. That's what we need to be doing right now. So everyone in an elected position has a role to play. And as people, we have to remember that power. But one thing I want to emphasize that April said earlier, this is so important, is hope. People have to believe they can do it. That plausibility of the possible, that it is possible, even in this environment where they have the president, they bought the presidency and the House and the Senate and the federal court, the highest court, that we still have that power as people to not only speak up, but to hold them accountable.
Before I go to Randy, get a final comment here. When I sent out a text message, I forgot who I sent it to. I really did, about our broadcast, and I had said that turn the networks off. I said let's hit 100,000. Last couple of days, I've had more people hit me, and I got to give it up for all the black grandmothers. I've had more people hit me saying my grandmother has been put in the group family chat. I've had, y'all, I am not lying. I've had 25, 30 people hit me saying, my grandmama sent me, said, we got to watch the show. I was chatting with actress Robin Lee, who now lives in Paris. She was like, you showed up at our family chat. And I literally said, you know, our goal, we want to hit 100,000. So everybody who's watching understand, we're now sitting at 103,000 folks who are watching live our broadcast. And again, they want to know, again, what to do. Randy, at that particular point, folks, this is a moment where you have to fight. They hold the power for 4 years. We know at least 2 years. Depending what happens in the midterms. And so the only way people can really step up is they have to express their outrage to what is going on.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I agree with the earlier point that you made, which is we have to be fighting for right now. It's not a midterm congressional thing. It's not next presidential. We have to put the brakes on them right now because they are collapsing pillars of our government, and we don't know what our country looks like if we don't stop things right now. And so I think we have to really use every opportunity to educate people on the facts. And the thing is, they've given us the facts. People just don't know them as well. They kind of have a sense of what side they're on,
right.
And I have a feeling that folks on the left are definitely waking up. Union people, minorities of all kinds are waking up and getting involved. But I think we also have to have a concurrent strategy, which is to really convince these folks in the middle, politicians, some Republicans in Congress that don't want to be associated with the things that Trump has, because we need them to kind of switch sides, at least with their voting, if not they're changing parties or something. Because if we don't have a check on this president who is violating the Constitution 6 ways a Sunday, we need folks in Congress to do something. And so we got to educate. We got to educate people. Change. The president's polling is in the going down like crazy. Thank God. But we need more of that, and we do need to have a centrist strategy so that we can bring some people on our side and vote against this president and hold him accountable for all the terrible things that he's doing to this country right now.
All right, then. Let's give it up, y'all, for Randy Irwin, National President, the National Federation of Federal Employees, Becky Pringle, President, National Education Association. I appreciate both of y'all being on the show. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Folks, we'll do a changeover. Y'all can go ahead. Y'all can go ahead and grab one of the mics. Go ahead. Don't worry about it, doctors. We do TV a little bit different. Y'all go ahead. I've been talking about the economic impact that MAGA wants to defund Black America. And what we're seeing, don't walk in front of the camera now. Now, if you're going to do this, you need to walk behind me. Don't walk in front of the camera. And so I've talked about MAGA wants to defund Black America. And what we are seeing those attempts. And so when we talk about what's happening economically in this country, that thing is real. I'm going to bring up several of our folks in just a second. Let me just remind folks, we want y'all to be sure to support us by clicking subscribe on our YouTube channel. Also, we want you to support us by joining our Bring the Funk fan club. Listen, our fan base, you have made this possible. Your contributions made this possible. More than 35,000 donors since we launched 6.5 years ago. Of course, if you want to contribute to our fan club, the goal is to get 20,000 of our fans on average contributing $50 each a year. That's $4.19 a month, 13 cents a day. If you want to contribute via Cash App, here's the Cash App right here. This is the QR code, the Stripe QR code, so you can just click that. If you're listening, go to blackstarnetwork.com, and that's for Cash App. You can see in checking money orders to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 20037 7-0196. PayPal is paypal.me/rmartinunfiltered. Venmo is venmo.com/rmunfiltered. Zelle, roland@rolandsmartin.com, roland@rolandmartinunfiltered.com. Of course, download the Black Star Network app, Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. And if y'all want to get the shirt I'm wearing, don't blame me. I voted for the black woman. And of course, our other shirt, which is hashtag, we tried to tell you, FAFO 2025. Go to rolandmartin.creator-spring.com, rolandmartin.creator-spring.com, go to the blackstarnetwork.com. All right, folks, let's talk about economics. This is a huge issue. You see the stock market has been tanking today because of Trump's announcement regarding tariffs against Canada and Mexico, and no shock, his folks are already walking back saying he may pull those back tomorrow. Well, that's how stupid you are when you do those things, because there's going to be a counter reaction. Not only that, we saw projections of a 3% increase in our GDP prior to when Biden-Harris was there. Well, because of the actions in the past month, now the Atlanta Federal Reserve is suggesting a negative 2.5% when it comes to the GDP. All of this, though, impacts us. We've got boycotts against Target, against other companies. Pastor Jamal Bryant's Target Fast begins tomorrow. They've already got more than 100,000 people signed up for that. All these things are happening. And so how do we confront what's happening among African Americans and the changes that are being made? And so we want to bring in our panel right now. Joining us right now virtually Always glad to have them. Is first and foremost, we've got Alfonso David, President, CEO of the Global Black Economic Forum. We have, of course, Morgan Harper. Morgan is the Director of Policy and Advocacy for the American Economic Liberties Project. Getting mic'd up in the studio is Ron Busby, Senior, President, CEO, U.S. Black Chambers, Inc. We also have Ryan Wilson, who's founder of The Gathering Spot. Glad to have all of y'all here. Of course, we also have Congressman Hank Johnson of Georgia. Congressman, I'm going to go to you first, and that is when we talk about, again, economics. And I said this early on, that when you look at what they are doing, they are trying to attack the civil rights and the economic rights infrastructure that will have a devastating impact among African Americans economically. If we start losing, last year, $10 billion in federal contracts, wasn't 2%, but it was the most ever. But when you look at federal contracts, state contracts, county contracts, city contracts, school district contracts, the attack on supply diversity in corporate America, we could very well be looking at the losses of several $billion to Black America as a result of Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and MAGA.
Well, thanks for having me on, Roland, and you're exactly right. The bipartisan infrastructure deal threw out $1.1 trillion into the economy. Black firms have always struggled to get a piece of that money. The Inflation Reduction Act pumped an additional billions of dollars into the economy. That money is being spent, is being allocated to businesses across the land, including those owned by Black Americans. And we may not have gotten our fair share, but we were getting something. But when Trump came into office, Roland, of course, the first thing he did was to impound monies that had already been authorized and appropriated by Congress. He just stopped the spending and left a lot of firms that had already expended money and were getting reimbursed with monies that he impounded. So it has been a real hardship for many businesses across America, particularly African-American owned businesses. And then on top of that, federal jobs have been something that Black Americans have gravitated to, and it has produced generations of economic viability. About 20% of the people who work for the federal government are Black. We are 13% of the population, but right at about 20% of the employees of the federal government. And so we're getting hurt there with the firings, with the mass firings that have taken place throughout the federal government. And, it's not just Black people who are suffering economically now. We're seeing the markets starting to react to what is happening out there with the deportations, with the tariffs, prices going up. The economy, the stock market is tanking because there's no predictability now in terms of what will be happening tomorrow. And so 2 successive quarters of negative GDP growth is what is a recession. And that is what we're headed to in this country based on Donald Trump's policies.
All right, Congressman Hank Johnson, certainly glad to have you join us for this conversation. And it's clear our people, want to hear what to do because we're now at 114,000. So, Congressman, we certainly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. I want to go to Alfonso David. Alfonso, I know you have a heart out. This is real. And I was warning people during the election, folks, don't play with this. This is why you can't stay at home. And we are already seeing it. They are going after everything civil and economic that has impacted Black people. And we need to understand that it's real. It's happening. Corporate America, they're buckling. And so we've got to put pressure on them to say, don't you dare fall back because you still want our money.
Roland, you're exactly right. And I think one of the things that we have to remember is that there are attacks on entrepreneurship. There are attacks on education. There are attacks on employment. And all of those attacks are coordinated. There is a coordinated strategy that's being designed to dismantle the pathways to economic mobility and self-determination for Black communities. These efforts are deeply interconnected. So if you lose your job, and you know the federal employees are now being laid off, if you lose your job, it makes it that much more difficult for you to get to that place of economic mobility. When we dismantle our education system, and we know that it's fractured as is, but when we dismantle our education system, guess who's going to suffer the most? Black and brown people. When we talk about entrepreneurship, we know that a small business, 20% of small businesses close after the first year. But if you're a Black business, 80% of those businesses close within the first year. We need to make sure that we are investing in Black businesses. We have to make sure that we're supporting Black media, such as what you're doing here, Roland, supporting Essence, supporting what Angela Rye is doing. We need to make sure that we hold elected officials accountable at the local and state level as well. This is just not a federal game. What's happening at the federal level is disproportionately impacting Black people, and we have to make sure that we are using our voices. We are picking up the phone to call the federal officials, but we're also doing the same thing for our local elected officials, because we have power. And we have to make sure that we use it. And if we are not supporting Black and brown businesses, if we're not supporting Black media, if we're not reaching out to our local, state, and federal officials, we will ultimately suffer the brunt of these actions. And as you know, Roland, I had the privilege of representing the Fairless Fund in federal court. This is two Black women started a venture capital firm to try to help other businesses. And they were sued for trying to provide grants to other Black women. They are directly coming for Black communities and our ability to engage in self-help. And this is a huge problem. You have trillions of dollars that are being invested in other companies, and Black people get less than 1% of those investments, less than 1%. And despite that disparity, they're still suing these companies. They're still suing these charitable organizations who are looking to address that disparity. So we have to engage. We have to support the Black infrastructure, as I call it, of organizations, of businesses, of media that are looking to actually push us forward in terms of economic mobility and self-determination.
In terms of Black Economic Forum, then what is happening? And I'm going to keep putting this to everybody, because what people want to know is, what do we do? What is Black leadership doing? They're looking, the troops are saying, we're looking for the plan from our generals. Where do we start?
Yeah, so as you know, I run the Global Black Economic Forum, and we are working with small businesses around the country. One of our partners is New Voices Foundation. They work with more than 30,000 businesses to make sure that they are scaling their businesses. We need you all to support those businesses. When we invest in those small businesses, we need to make sure the community is doing so as well, whether it be Mael or Honeypot. We need to make sure you are supporting those businesses to make sure that they grow when we are investing in them as well. Second, at the Global Black Economic Forum, we have a series of panels and interactive activations, I should say, at the Essence Festival of Culture. It's the largest festival in the country. We need folks to use that as an opportunity to mobilize. It's in July of this year. We need everyone to come out and mobilize. Why? We will have resources, we will have interactive panels, we will have information for the Black community so that we can mobilize for the fight going forward. Because we can't just simply sit back as we are being attacked. We have to make sure that we take action. We have to make sure that we're engaging. And again, it's not just simply supporting Black and brown businesses and media, it's also taking those individual steps to make sure that we are using our pocketbooks to make sure that we are communicating our values.
Alfonso David, I appreciate it, Alfonso. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Roland.
Morgan, I want to go to you. You're an economist. You look at these numbers, and all we heard were Republicans criticizing the Biden-Harris economy. For all of that whining and complaining, I understand inflation, price of eggs, things like that, but it was a damn good economy that recovered after the mess that Trump left. 1 month in, he's already destroying a damn good economy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the most critical things to be discussing right now is what is the state of the economy? How good is it? How do we know? And I mean, you're exactly right, Roland, that a lot of the numbers that are kind of like the top line numbers, and we discussed this throughout last year and certainly leading up to November, if we look at unemployment and overall economic growth, we're in the declining inflation rate, we're suggesting positive indicators. But I think something that, we've also talked about since November is that some of those numbers aren't fully capturing the economic picture of, the entire country and certainly not the entire Black community. And those are things like fuel prices and food prices like eggs that's getting so much attention right now. So when we talk about, what kind of plan we need going forward, I do think it's important that we're making sure we're getting the perspectives of everyone's experiences in the economy. And right now, you're right that, I mean, some of the indicators already since we've had the inauguration are not positive for us on the cost of living in particular, which was the main factor that a lot of people cited as to why they wanted to change. Whether or not that was a well-informed position or not, that was one of the reasons why people said they supported a change in administration. So, it's important right now, in my opinion, to be very direct and specific about what isn't working in our economic lives. We've already talked about eggs and food, but utilities is another area that is certainly something that I'm hearing a lot from folks in Columbus, to just increase the price of utilities and healthcare. I mean, if we're talking about, and I know the congressman was talking about DOGE and efforts to reduce government spending, the biggest source of government spending is healthcare. And we have not heard any plans about how to reduce the cost of healthcare from this administration. But that certainly are things that we could do. There are very clear policies that would do something about it. And we need to make sure that our leaders in Congress and at every level of government completely agree with that, are aware of what those levers are to try to make these moves and reduce the cost of living, and also call the bluff of an administration that said it, intended to be populist, that was going to try to address the cost of living, but we haven't seen any evidence of that to date.
From the flu, so I had to turn my microphone off. Ron, I want to go to you here. And one of the things that we're seeing, and I was telling somebody this just last night. We were having a conversation because a person said, hey, I'm not sure if, these boycotts are working. And I said, no, I disagree. Because what you're seeing in this moment where people understand the power of the collective. And you're seeing, I got a call today of someone talking about how they're putting together a website of all the Black businesses that have businesses in Target to have a one-stop shop. What's happening with targetfast.org, which starts tomorrow with Pastor Jamal Bryant. So what we are seeing Black folks say, no, we're going to be more deliberate in supporting Black-owned businesses. They recognize what's going on right now.
In our chance to go around the country and talk to Black-owned businesses and consumers, they say, we voted unsuccessfully, but we came out en masse. Policy. We have created policies that have moved our communities forward. One of the panelists before talked about the attack, but it's really the attack on the middle class. And when you start talking about education and housing and business, that are the safeguards for Black people to create that middle class for us. I have Republican friends, and they're saying, well, Ron, the last thing you guys have is your spend power. So the U.S. Black Chamber, after the murder of George Floyd, created the Buy Black platform, because at that point, we were all looking at the community saying, what should we do? What can we do? And it was, well, we'll do banking Black, or we'll spend Black. But we didn't really have a tool to be able to tell people, here's where you go. And so Jamal Bryant asked us to participate in the FAST Target, to be able to say, hey, we're going to fast from Target, but at the same time, we are going to be intentional about our spend. And the U.S. Black Chamber was that organization that created that platform for Black-owned businesses and Black consumers to come together. Now we have a tracker that will be able to tell you how much money you're actually spending day to day with Black firms. There are more than 100,000 people that have signed up to participate in the fast, but more than 115,000 people have saying we're going to commit to spending money with Black firms during this fast. It's not just about not spending. We can't spend our way out of this, but we can support each other through this. And that's why the byblack.us platform is there to be able to make sure that just like the Green Book back in the day, we can support each other as well as know where it is to be able to be safe and be able to find products that we know and love.
But one of the things I also want our people to understand, because I get this a whole lot. I had someone say, well, that's only 100,000. I said, well, first of all, 100,000 is better than 90, which is better than 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 10. And I said, you have to start somewhere. And I said, so imagine if you are starting this on tomorrow with 110, 115,000 people, and then now you build from there. That's what the whole point is. Ryan, you understand that when you talk about the gathering spot. It just drives me crazy when too many of our folk want to act, well, we should have more. And I'm like, listen, I don't talk about the folk who don't show up. I spend my time focusing on the people who do show up. This is a moment where us to use, as Dr. King said in his final sermon in April 3rd, 1968, the power of the Black collective.
Well, Roland, no, I absolutely agree with you. And I think one of the things that we have to remember is that the math is actually on our side, right? So some of the naysayers that put that argument forward simply aren't looking at the math. When we come together, businesses and communities feel that impact. So we cannot forget that. The tanning of America, as we've been talking about for now decades, that is actually occurring. And I think that one of the things that we need to make sure that we're doing is to get our pen and pencil out, because many of these organizations that have a position that feels counter to our community right now are going to be coming back to the table. They simply cannot get to the numbers that they need to without us, and we need to remember that at every single turn. Black folks' participation in this economy is mandatory at this point if you want to get to the place that you want to go to. So I'm uncomfortable, like a lot of folks, but at the end of the day, I know where the numbers are going to lead us.
Ron, go ahead.
Yeah, the other thing that you got to take into consideration is the other companies that are on that list that are walking away from the DE&I. They don't want that heat. They don't want that smoke from Jamal or other Black organizations that are coming out.
Which is why I need people to understand why you have to focus on one.
Yes.
Because if you all of a sudden, and I broke it down and I explained to people this, I kept showing it. Let me go ahead and pull it up again. And I do this all the time. And I heard Target where they announced that, oh, well, you know, our stock price has been down. They're blaming the cold weather in February. And I do this, I want everybody who's watching, because I want y'all to understand this, because I'm always trying to break this down. I have here 1 month. Go to my iPad, Henry. This right here is 1 month. All right. Now, if I go back 6 months, and if I show you on January 20, right here, on January 28th, so Target announced on January 24th, they were getting rid of DEI. On January 27th, the Target stock price was $142.50. Today, the Target stock price closed at $117.14. Y'all, that's a decline you see the number right there, okay? They're down 23%. Morgan, they can't just say that's all is cold, things are rough. They are being impacted because Black people are not showing up in their stores. They're not buying online. And again, we keep this up. We drive Target stock price down below $100. Trust me, there's gonna be a reassessment of their position on DEI. And then if you're Walmart, you're the other companies, then we say, y'all might want to be paying attention as well, because y'all gonna be next.
Yeah, I mean, I love looking at the stock price as an indicator of just where the company is and what kinds of tactics are having an impact. And I certainly support both you and Ryan and what you're saying about, and really all the panelists, about the power of the collective to come together and have that kind of impact on the economy. I do think it's important for us to note, though, is what would be an environment where we all just have to care a lot less about what these mega corporations are doing, like Target? What would be an environment where we already have 10 other Black-owned businesses that we would be able to shop from and buy Black-owned brands, and we don't ever have to step foot in a Target if we don't want to? It does require reducing the power of big businesses over our economy, and what we have seen so far in this administration and from prior administrations capturing our politics. And so, we heard from Congressman Hank Johnson. He sits on the antitrust subcommittee in the House Judiciary and the U.S. House of Representatives. That area is what is necessary to break up these giants so that we can have room for all the small businesses that we'd like to take our money to really grow and thrive. It's not possible if we continue to have big businesses that are dominating every sector of the economy. And so when we're looking for what our leaders should be doing in this moment, what we should be asking for our leaders to do, it should be on the side of supporting small businesses and breaking up these large companies that have way too much power over us.
Ryan, I'm gonna go back to you. What are your members saying about these attacks on Black economics, and what do they want Black leadership to do?
They want us to be very clear about what's going on. I think part of the strategy that we're seeing playing out in front of us is that there's a lot of distraction, right? So every single day, it's just hard to keep up with everything that's going on. They want us to be very, very clear in helping to prioritize what actually needs to be being paid attention to. Beyond that, this season from a small business perspective is not about start, it is about scale. So I think Morgan's last point is exactly where we have to stay focused. It is not enough to be continuing to just encourage folks to just start a company. We need to be doing everything possible to get to higher heights. I saw a stat the other day that the vast majority, I think it's 95% of Black-owned companies will not do even $5 million in revenue in a given year. That's a stat that absolutely has to change, because when you look at the number of businesses that are employer firms, many of our companies simply just aren't able to employ anybody in the community. So they're looking for strategies and tactics to be able to scale their businesses, knowing that the only way that we're going to be able to resist is to do it together, but to do it at a scale that folks are able to meaningfully get to another place when the dust settles here.
On the issue with scale, again, if you're going to have an attack on federal contracts, on state, city, county, school district, corporate, you're not going to be able to achieve that scale. And there were some people, I asked some people who were complaining when I said that last year was record $10 billion on the federal level. That wasn't even 2%. And they were complaining. I said, whoa, whoa, whoa. I said, of course we wanted to be 2, 3, 4, 5%. I said, but we can't act like $10 billion is insignificant.
So you got to understand.
So we got to protect the $10 billion.
You got to protect. So the reality is, when we started counting the number, it was 1.5%. That was 2020. 2021, it went to 1.55. 22, it went to 1.61. So we are progressing in the right way. And you don't think Trump understood that as well? That's why he's saying we're no longer going to count the numbers. We're no longer going to disaggregate the numbers. Quietly.
And what Biden-Harris did was they unbundled contracts.
Unbundled contracts.
The only Republican president in the last 30 years who unbundled contracts was George W. Bush.
George Bush.
Every other Republican president bundled the contracts, making it harder for a Black or minority firm to compete for those contracts.
And on top of that, the largest contract that you can get under the SBA 8A program as a Black vendor is $4 million. You can't build a freeway. You can't build you can't do a large contract at $4 million. But if I'm Native American, or if I'm white and I got Native American friends, I can get a contract for $100 million. Wow. There are some policy changes that need to occur.
So
that's what we're fighting.
If you're a Black business, the cap is $4 million.
$4 million, and it's been the same cap since the 90s.
But if you're a Native American company,
$100 million.
$100 million.
And if I'm a Black firm, my length of time in the 8A program is 9 years. If I'm Native American, it's perpetual. My great-great-great-great-great-grandfather could have been in the program and just passed the contract down to me and never have to rebid it.
Wow.
Those are things that we don't
Final
discuss.
comment. I'm going to go to each one of you. Morgan, you first. Again, people want to know, what can I do? What must we do? Where do we start? What do you tell them?
Well, long term, I'm going to pick up on what you all were just talking about, because I think it makes an important point. And this is what we should be demanding of our leaders, is a really detailed understanding of what the heck is going on, and that isn't something that I think we're used to with talking points and the typical media. I mean, you create a platform, Roland, for us to have more in-depth conversations, but that is not the norm. And if we're going to create an agenda that's really going to take Black economic power to the next level, then we have to have a very detailed understanding of what's currently happening and what we want to see change. And then in terms of just, anyone who's watching, what they can do, I'm going to come back to my first point about being really specific about what types of policies affirmatively we want to see happen. I think we're making a really clear case about why Elon Musk is corrupt, why he's using his position to take advantage of getting as many contracts as he can that are in the billions of dollars. But affirmatively, what other policies would we like to see happen? Talking about entrepreneurship. I'm going to come back to healthcare, that every person in Congress, if they care about actually supporting entrepreneurs and increasing the bottom line for people, then they need to be breaking up healthcare monopolies and making it easier for us to control our healthcare costs so we can take risks and grow businesses and employ more people and afford to do that. I would love to see signs across the country that are saying, immediately lower healthcare costs, immediately lower our utility bills. We cannot take this anymore. And that our representatives are taking that fight to Washington, to state houses, and to local governments, because there are policy solutions at absolutely every level to address some of these things.
Morgan Harper, we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Ryan, again, people are watching, we're listening, and look, we're up to 141,000 watching live. They want to know, what do you want us to do?
I want folks to stay encouraged. We need to remember the tradition that we come from, knowing that that tradition is proud and strong and should be the North Star for how we will survive this time. At the end of the day, the math is in our favor. So again, there's a lot of distraction that's happening during this moment. We have to be clear with one another and be in community with one another. This is not a time to be passive in our support. We have to find someone or a company or find a connection point, right, in order to make sure that we are doing everything possible to weather this storm. But it is just that. The storm will run out of rain. Anybody that says that they are not interested in politics, remind them that politics is doing them, whether or not they are interested in it or not. And at the end of the day, though, stay encouraged. Our tradition, one that's powerful, and one that, again, I think when it's all said and done, we are on the right side of history here. I'm very, very sad for folks that are going to be in pictures and videos years and years from now, and I think be embarrassed by the ways that their friends and family showed up, because what we're seeing right now is not going to play out well in the long run. So I'm concerned, but at the end of the day, I'm optimistic. We'll get through this.
Ron Wilson, the Gathering Spot, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Ron Busby, final comment.
Targetfast.org. Buy Black, BYBLACK.US. If we really are talking about saving our economy, we have the wherewithal, we have the tools, and we have the financial ability to be able to do it. When Black people get together, we have the 16th largest economy in the world. What we've got to make sure is that we're being intentional, we're being transparent, and we're holding each other accountable. It's great to be able to say what the Republicans are doing or what somebody else. What are we doing? Check your brother, check your mother, check your siblings and friends, because this is a time when everybody's got to be included. The second thing, if you are a Black-owned business, make sure you're onboarding your business and also look at mergers and acquisitions. We can't grow our firms quick enough.
Right.
We can't get large enough in the amount of time that the contracts are presenting themselves today. So look to your friends, look to white firms that are having the same challenges and say, you know what, collectively we can have a larger firm and go after some of these large contract opportunities today. We don't have to start businesses, but we better make sure that they have the scale.
All right, Ron Busby, U.S. Black Chambers, Inc. I certainly appreciate it. Thanks a lot. All right, folks, we're approaching 150,000 folks watching us live. We're going to go to a quick break. We come back. Our legal eagles, they are fighting the battle in the court to protect our hard-fought gains. We will talk to them. We come right back. This special edition, the Black Star Network, the state of our union. Reverend Bishop William Barber, he's actually on his way. He'll be here in about 25 minutes. And again, when Donald Trump starts speaking, we ain't listening from him. We're going to get the word from Reverend Barber on what we should be doing as well. We are doing it right here. We keep it real, we keep it black, and that's the only way we do it. We'll be right back.
Tonight with the people who are really running the country right now. Now, Trump is often wrong and misleading about a lot of things, but especially about history. Donald Trump falling in line with President Elon Musk.
In the wake of the unsettling news that MSNBC has canceled Joy Ann Reid's primetime show, The Readout, Roland Martin and the Black Star Network would like to extend an invitation to all of the fans of Joy and Reed's MSNBC show to join us every night to watch Roland Martin Unfiltered, streaming on the Black Star Network for news, discussion of the issues that matter to you, and the latest updates on the twice impeached, criminally convicted felon-in-chief Donald Trump and his unprecedented assault on democracy, as well as co-president Elon Musk's takeover of the federal government. The Black Star Network stands with Joy and Reed and all folks who understand the power of black voices in media. We must come together and never forget that information is power. Be sure to watch Roland Martin Unfiltered weeknights, 6 p.m. Eastern at youtube.com/Roland S. Martin or download the Black Star Network app.
This week on The Other Side of Change.
Environmental disaster and systemic exploitation.
From the wildfires in California to the unexpected snowstorms in the South.
We are in the climate collapse. These extreme weather events are becoming more disastrous, and it is Black and brown communities that are often hit first and worst.
Watch us on the Black Star Network, so tune in to The Other Side of Change.
Coming soon to the Black Star Network.
Well, y'all, when you're on that stage or when you're and you're seeing 2 and 3 or 4 generations in the audience, that's got to speak to you about the power of what y'all have become.
Oh, most definitely. I think we were doing our show before our break, and remember, I was watching this kid. I could not take my eyes off him because he was about 9 or so. He was sitting in the front row with his
over on the right-hand side. Yes.
I was amazed that this kid knew everything, and I was like tripping to see how many songs this kid actually knew.
And he knew them all.
And he knew them all. We had to go over there and bring him on stage and take a picture with him, you know, at the end of the show and stuff, because it was just that amazing. It's like, this is crazy.
You know, the music travels everywhere, you know, like what Philip was saying, seeing this young kid. Then you hear our songs on commercials, cold commercials. Then you have the younger ones that hear our music in animation.
Next on the Black Table with me, Greg Carr. Dr. Gerald Horne, a man regarded by many as the most important historian of our time. He provides us a history lesson I'm betting you've never heard before.
Texas enslavers who planned to continue the conflict even after Appomattox, even after the formal surrender of Robert E. Lee.
Dr. Horne talks about his new book, The Counter-Revolution of 1836, Texas, Slavery, and Jim Crow, and the Roots of U.S. Fascism. You do not want to miss this conversation. Only on the Black Table, right here on the Black Star Network.
How you doing? My name is Mark Carey, and you're watching Roland Martin Unfiltered. Deep into it, like pasteurized milk without the 2%. We getting deep. You want to turn that shit off? We're doing an interview, motherfucker.
Folks, welcome back to our Black Star Network State of Our Union coverage here. We appreciate everybody who is watching. Pass the word, spread the word. We want to get up to 200,000. We appreciate everybody. I see all of y'all comments in the chat, and a lot of things are going on. We're now in our second hour, of course, and then Reverend Bishop William Barber, he's going to be giving out the State of Our Union here in our studio. Initially, he was going to be in Philadelphia, but he's actually coming in, and so I was just texting him, and so he has a word for us. We're looking forward to that. We, of course, are understanding the battles that are going on, and our legal eagles are out there doing the work as well. But before I go to them, I got a couple of folks who are in studio. To my right, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty of Ohio. She said, "Now I'm good. I'll come by here. I'm not going to be sitting in the House chamber listening to the twice impeached, criminally convicted felon in chief, Donald Trump, lie to the American people." Also joining us is the new chair of the Democratic National Committee, Ken Martin from Minnesota. I want to start with you, Congresswoman. First and foremost, why did you decide, you know what, I can't sit there and listen to that man lie?
Well, because he lies. And I know for what he's done for the people I represent, I felt I'd be a hypocrite tonight. But we are united as Democrats. And I went old school. Martin Luther King Jr. used to always say, I'm going to leave some people behind to be on the outside, and I'm going to take some people on the inside. So tonight I have colleagues who are on the inside, but I have colleagues who are with me that we are not going to be on the inside. We're going to be with you. I have our chairman of the Democratic Party here, Jim Clyburn, and I were streaming live earlier. And at 9 o'clock, I'm going to have the Joyce Beatty show. And I'm going to speak to the Democrats and tell them why I am here protesting, because people are hurting, people are angry, people are frustrated, and they're saying, stand with us. So tonight, I am demonstrating and standing with them because while it's the people's house, I don't believe he has a right to be there. He hasn't earned a right to walk into the people's house after what he's done and continues to do to the people.
He's returned to the scene of the crime. That's how I framed it. Ken, what I keep hearing from people, they say they want to see some fight out of Democrats. They are not happy with what they've seen from Democrats in the House, in the Senate, in terms of leadership. There's been a change in leadership at the DNC. Jamie Harrison chose not to run. You were elected. And so what do you say to the people out there who say, I need to see something, because they just feel as if that Republicans are just running amok and no one's really countering them?
Well, look, I've been in 8 states just in the last 2 weeks, getting the message out, making sure that the American people see that we're going to resist Donald Trump and the excesses of this administration. I'm really honored that Congresswoman Joyce Beatty has joined our team as an associate chair. We're going to be everywhere throughout this country, standing up, resisting, making sure that people throughout this country know that we have their backs. When the stakes are this high for the American people right now, they need to see our party in this fight. We need to get ourselves off the mat, roll up our sleeves, let the American people know that the Democratic Party still is the champion for Americans. And what we're going to see tonight is Donald Trump doing what Donald Trump does, which is he's going to pit one group of Americans after another. He's going to use hate speech. He's going to use vitriol. He's going to appeal to the worst of the American people, and he's not going to do anything. He's not going to talk about one iota how he's going to actually improve people's lives throughout this nation. He broke every single promise that he made to the American people to make their lives better, to actually help them afford their lives. He's done nothing to actually help Americans, and Democrats need to stand up right now, grow a spine, and fight back. And I'll tell you something. I've been proud, Roland, of our Democratic Attorney Generals, led by my friend Keith Ellison, of course, and many others, for standing. Aaron Ford, Tish James, so many.
Yes. Brown in Maryland.
You can name them all, but the point is they've been leading the charge, using the power of their office to push back against Donald Trump. I've been proud of our Democratic governors and local elected officials for building safe spaces for communities that are being targeted by this administration. And I'm really proud of our congressional members for actually using the power of their platforms and their offices to actually move public sentiment against this president. We're fighting back. We're going to continue to fight back.
There are a lot of Republicans who have been getting nailed at their town halls. Yes. And now you have the leader of the NRCC saying, hey, stop having town halls. Henry, go to my iPad. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota said that's a shame. If your Republican representative won't meet with you because their agenda is so unpopular, maybe a Democrat will. Hell, maybe I will. If your congressman refuses to meet, I'll come host an event in their district to help local Democrats beat them. What are you saying to your other Democratic chairs? If these Republicans want to ignore it, are you going to say, fine, we'll host these town halls? Because there may be Democrats in there, but also some frustrated Republicans. But I keep telling people, you're still a constituent.
That's right.
And what I said is, look, whether you're in the Capitol tonight or you're not, I want all of our members of Congress to get back in their districts and do exactly that. Travel as Joyce is, travel as other congressional members are throughout this country to get the message out, hold those town halls, give people are frustrated and they are pissed off right now. Give them an outlet for that energy. They need to be heard, right? And the Republicans are canceling these for a reason, because Donald Trump's agenda for the American people is failing our people right now. He has every promise he has made, he has broken at this point, and we need to be there to fill that void. We've got Democrats ready to deliver. And the best thing you can do if you believe in the promises we're making is put us back in power. I'm here for one reason, to win, and so we can put Joyce back in the majority, and her and soon-to-be Speaker Jeffries can do good work for the American people. That's what this is about right now. There is a clear contrast between Republicans and Democrats. Once one of these parties speaks out of both sides of their mouth, the other party is going to deliver if you put us back in charge.
Before I go to my legal eagles who are nonpartisan, I do want us to be a little bit more partisan with you, Congressman Joyce Beatty.
Sure.
What do you say, and I've heard this, and I heard a lot of sisters say, you know what, we did our part, we tired, so we just going to step back. And what I've said to a lot of people, this is not a moment to step back. I've been challenging millennials in Generation Z and Generation Alpha. I'm like, no. Y'all have got to start making some deposits in the Black Bank of Justice, because we got folks who in the 70s and 80s who did their part. What do you say to those people who said, I'm tired and I'm just going to step back and just let everything happen?
Now, Roland, you know me. So when they come at me that they're tired, I'll tell them, we don't have time to be tired. Fannie Lou Hamer wasn't tired. Rosa Parks wasn't tired. And so I looked them directly in the eye and I said, look, I'm crisscrossing this country to make sure that what happened to us in November doesn't happen to us in 2026. And sisters have been out there in the fight, and the sisters that I know, we're getting more sisters, young sisters, win with Black women. Yeah. We're getting stronger by the minute. But I wanted to also echo what Ken said and to tell you, we just talked about this, a people's tour. I'm going to be a part of that, hopefully in my new role. Our Congressional Black Caucus PAC has talked about it. So we have to bring our family together. There is no time for complacency. That's right. There is no time for us to be tired, to give up. And Black women have been the major base of this party. And so I'm going to say this.
Biggest voting group, Black women, second biggest Black men.
That's exactly. Right. And so when we see, that's why in part I'm here. You said to us, we need to show the folks and our constituents that we're fighting. We're going to go into those Republican districts that we can win and take back, and we're going to do our own town halls there. We're going to meet with those constituents there, because right now, Donald Trump's screwing everybody. He screwed Republicans. We have Republicans calling our office saying, I didn't know it was going to affect me.
Like hashtag, we tried to tell you.
Hashtag, you get what you vote for.
Yeah, that's right.
Absolutely. Let me quickly do this here. I do want to bring in our legal folks. Janae Nelson, she's President, Director, Counsel of the Legal Defense Fund. Barbara Arnwine, President, Founder, Transformative Justice Coalition. Damon Hewitt, President, Executive Director, Laws Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. And of course, also Alpha Turned Incorporated.
I'm just
saying.
Now, come on.
I'm just saying. I mean, the rest of y'all groups, see me, y'all lie. But I'm just saying, y'all lie. Janae, I want to start with you, Janae. The battle is happening in the courts. Y'all have been, dealing with some major fights. A lot of people don't see what's happening in the courts. But listen, it's real what's going down in the courtrooms across this country.
Oh, it's very real. And that's really where the first front of this battle is being fought. Right. And it's not the last, it's not the only one. We absolutely need people power, we need mobilization, but the courts must hold the line in the same way that they did in the first Trump administration, where the Trump administration lost more than a third of, or 2/3, I should say, of all of the challenges against the actions and the overreach that it took. And right now, the Trump administration is facing 95 lawsuits in 43 days of being in office. That should tell you something about the lawlessness of this administration and how much there is an abuse of executive power. And if we really have a system of government where there is a separation of powers, you have Congress, you have the executive, you have the judiciary, ultimately the Supreme Court at the top. If that means anything anymore, we will see the Supreme Court ultimately step in and lay down the law quite literally against this lawless administration. If not, it is not worth the fabric on the seats of that court. It really isn't. And this is a crisis moment in our democracy. And I am expecting, and in fact, we should all expect, that the courts will hold the line. They must, for their own integrity and for their own future existence. Otherwise, we will descend into complete anarchy, and that is no future for this multiracial society.
Absolutely, absolutely. Just an update. We had 151,000. So I want to thank all of y'all who are watching. I'm gonna go to you. I'm gonna go to you, Damon. And again, it's every legal group who is filing lawsuits on behalf of fellow employees, trying to protect civil rights, environmental rights. I mean, there's an all-out assault on the civil rights infrastructure.
That's exactly right. There's an all-out assault, and we're fighting back, and we're fighting forward. And as Janae said, we're drawing a line in the sand, and the courts have to stand on that line. You know, two things are happening right now. Trump is trying to weaken federal civil rights infrastructure, but he's also trying to weaponize it.
Right.
And his Jedi mind trick is to actually say that all the things that companies do, that schools do, that workplaces do, to comply with federal civil rights law is now somehow illegal. His blanket articulation of illegal DE&I, there's nothing illegal about almost anything that happens in DE&I. In fact, what's illegal is what Trump is doing. Exactly. He's violating the Constitution because his executive orders are vague and overbroad. He's violating the Constitution because he's violating due process, taking away grants that nonprofit organizations earned and that federal contractors earned. He's trying to take that away with the stroke of his pen and the diarrhea of his mouth. We're not going to let him do that. That's why you see so many different lawsuits, different types of organizations, different types of individuals in different federal courts targeting different federal agencies' action. We actually have them covered like a blanket, and it's not going to stop.
Barbara, they're trying to go after every civil rights office in all of these different departments.
Yes.
They've already announced they are withdrawing the DOJ lawsuits against fire departments and police departments for discrimination. They are not going to protect non-white people.
Not at all. And indeed, what people need to understand, this man is delusional, right? He actually thinks he's king. He actually thinks he's a dictator. He actually believes that he's a fascist leader. It's important for people to understand that today when he tweeted out that he's going to, quote, punish illegal protesters, and talking about he's going to expel people from school.
Banning masks, all that.
So what power does he, what university does he run?
To the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers?
Exactly.
I'm just curious.
I mean, seriously, I mean, this is delusional. I wish people understand this, that this is dangerous. And it's so important that the legal sector stands up. You know, I'm not happy with that ABA, with that ABA statement on DEI. That has to be addressed. I am happy with their statement on the constitutional crisis we're in. I think that was a good one. I think that what we have to do is understand right in this moment, it's the courts, the Supreme Court, it's also the legislature. Yeah. You know, it really bothers me that you got this concession and rollover going on in the GOP senators and legislators. But I also want to tell people in the street that it's you too. We're on our way to Selma. Yeah. We'll be in Selma this weekend. That's right. Where 600 people changed this nation.
Right.
And we want to remind folks that it's your personal power. When you see something wrong, like John Lewis say, do something. We need you to be filing these lawsuits, be bringing up. I actually think when you add up all the individual lawsuits that individual people have brought, it's over 4,000.
Janae, I got really sick and tired of hearing people complaining about the black federal judges Biden Harris appointed, people saying that wasn't a big deal. I think people probably now understand why even one federal judge makes a huge difference. That's right. And why we were so focused to go as hard as possible to get those 200 plus judges and the most black female federal judges in American history.
That's right. President Biden nominated and the Senate confirmed a historic number of Black women, of people of all backgrounds, LGBTQIA, people from Middle Eastern backgrounds, Latinos, Latinas. Everybody got a fair shake. And now we have a federal judiciary that is filled with people who are highly qualified, who represent the American people and what we look like in all our glorious diversity, and people who have professional background diversity, folks who were public defenders, folks who represented indigent clients, folks who come from just a variety of backgrounds and therefore can bring the best legal thinking to the complex issues that we're facing in this moment of threat and challenge in our democracy. So that will be President Biden's most lasting legacy. And there's reason to be hopeful, which is why I do have hope in the courts. When we were facing the court system in the first Trump administration, and when we were left at the end of that administration, he had completely left the courts imbalanced with extremist, many deeply unqualified judges on the court. So it was incumbent upon President Biden to do what was necessary to try to rebalance the court. So we now have far more intelligent, credible judges to do the important work of upholding our Constitution. And I got to tell you, the founder of the Legal Defense Fund, Thurgood Marshall, who was the first Black Supreme Court justice, when he was being sworn in 1967, he said, "The truth is more than a mental exercise. The truth takes action from all of us," and that's what we're doing tonight. We can't just sit there and let the truth be manipulated, and in less than a half an hour, we will see how that can be done. Truth takes action. And so it's going to take the action of the courts, it's going to take the action of the legislature, it's going to take the action of the people, and that is what the charge is right now on the table.
I'm going to quickly go to Damon and Barber, and I've been posing this question because we have waiting in the wings Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Congressman Kwesi Mfume. What do you want people to do? People want marching orders. People say, I don't know what to do, I don't know where to start. What do you tell them?
Number one, speak out, speak up, be vocal, leveraging your own voice, a collective voice, but also what we call your reputational capital. If you are a minister, if you are a teacher, if you are, a sanitation worker, we need people from all walks of life speaking out and speaking up and doing it together. The second thing is we need some people to be brave in the face of this fire, knowing that there's something that people are putting on the line. That means being a plaintiff in one of the lawsuits that we filed or trying to file. That also could mean speaking truth to power when you're directed to do something that you know is patently illegal. There's a lot on the line for folks, but we're all going to be there to defend people as well. The last thing is we have to demand more of our elected officials, regardless of party affiliation. We have to put the fire under them, because if we don't, some folks are going to walk away scot-free as if it has nothing to do with them.
Folks, this is a live look of the U.S. House floor right here again. And so who are we looking at? Clueless Nancy Mace and really clueless J.D. Vance. Barbara, go ahead. What do you want? What do you people want to know what I do? What do you tell them?
Right now, the number one thing we want people to do is use their economic power to force these corporations to do right. These corporations have power. They should be speaking out to protect our democracy right now. The fact that they're not speaking out to uphold the DEI policies, the fact that they are letting these folks raid Medicaid and other systems so they can have a tax break. Are you kidding me? It is absolutely important for people to really use their dollars. Every one of us spend at least a dime a day. Let's decide how we use those dollars. So TJC, if you go to tjcoalition.org, you're going to see our No DEI, No Buy program. And we're serious about that. We're also saying to everybody, as Damon said so eloquently, get in these lawsuits. Be a plaintiff. You got to put your life, you got to put your soul on the line. Do this, people. Do this.
Janae, what do you want them to do?
I echo everything that my fellow legal fighters have said. And I would say, listen, we have to hold our elected officials accountable You all need to have in your phones this phone number to the Senate, which is 202-224-3121. That's 202-224-3121, and call your senator. Call your senator and say that you will not vote for them if they pass certain legislation that is antithetical to democracy. If they are not enforcing civil rights laws and supporting an administration that will do that, if they are taking actions that are lawless, if they are kowtowing to a bully wannabe dictator, that is unacceptable. And if you want to represent the American people, you need to represent everyone. That means people who look like you and me and the beautiful mosaic that we all are. So we've got to all get engaged. We got to get involved. Some of us have never walked in a protest. Some of us have never had to use the restraint from buying something that we want. Now is our time. If you ever imagined who you would be in the face of those water hoses, in the face of those growling dogs, in the face of Jim Crow, in the face of enslavement, this is your moment to stand up and show who you are. And we need everybody to do that because the future generations are on the line.
Indeed, indeed. Janae Nelson with LDF, I appreciate it. Of course, my frat brother Damon Hewitt, I appreciate it. Barber Arnwine, I appreciate it as well. Folks, we're joined right now by Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Congressman Kwasi Mfume. We're going to go first to that introvert from Los Angeles, Congresswoman Maxine Waters. Congresswoman, we've seen you out there trying to get into these federal buildings, and what I keep hearing from people is they want to see a fight from Democrats. They want to see them challenging Republicans every single day, every single hour, every minute, every second. What have you been saying to your party what needs to happen in this moment?
What I'm saying to my party and everybody else is we got to get in the streets. We can't just sit at home and go to the different platforms and think somehow everybody's listening to us. We've got to show that we're willing to fight. You're absolutely right. Not only did I go to the Treasury Department for our first protest action, and then I followed that up with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, where I protested and I spoke, and then early in the morning, as cold as it was, over to the Education Department to try to get in and face down with a security officer. And I want you to know, on Saturday, in my district, in front of Elon Musk's office, we protested with about 3,000 to 4,000 people. And yesterday I was at HUD trying to get up to see this new secretary of HUD. I'm not stopping. It takes action. When people ask, what can I do? When the call comes out, get up and go. Join us in the protest. Let our voices be heard. As a matter of fact, I'll ask the lawyers here, don't you think that the more we protest, the louder we are, the more we identify what we care about, will that have some possible influence on the courts and the final decisions that they have to make? These are temporary decisions, but if we're not in the street, if we're not talking about how terrible this is, I don't know if we will be taken seriously. So I'm in this fight, and I'm not moving, and I'm going to be on the street every opportunity that I get. And so that's my answer to what should we do. Get on the street.
Congressman Kwasi Mfume, you made it clear you were not going to be sitting in the House chamber listening to a litany of lies. Why was that important for you to make that statement?
Well, it's important because otherwise we get taken for granted in many respects. And Maxine and I are in lockstep totally on this, that in order to change opinions, we've got to be in the street. We can't fight this any other way. This is not for the faint at heart. This is not for those who think this is a weekend event. This is going to take some time. It's going to take just what the people took in the 50s and 60s to get us to where we are. And here we are now, 60 years after the passage of the Voting Rights Act, and less than 11% of all elected officials in this country are Black. And I don't mean this in a wrong way, but 100% of that 11% is not doing enough right now. So there's got to be pressure on the elected officials. People have to take it among themselves also in their communities to put together clusters. We ought to have something going on in every city where the educators and the faith community and the businesses that are running in those communities and the elected officials and everybody else is putting together strategies. We can't win this without a strategy. Donald Trump knows exactly what he's doing, and Elon Musk has been given the freedom to do whatever he wants to do.
On that particular point there, Ken, this requires organization and mobilization. It can't just be haphazard. And so what are you saying to your infrastructure, national office, your state chairs, your county chairs, what they must be doing?
Well, right now, exactly that, making sure we're serving as a convening force, bringing together all of our partners in justice, bringing them to the same table to strategize, to make sure that we have one strategic lens in which we're doing this work together. You know, look, the reality for the Democratic Party is this: we are a big tent. We've got a lot of different voices in this tent. And my goal as a Democratic chair is to make sure that all of those voices feel included, but most importantly, that we're in the same boat, rowing in the same direction towards the same goal. And that's difficult because right now we have 20, 30 different boats all rowing in different directions. My job, Congresswoman Beatty's job, and others is to make sure that we are all together in this fight right now. We have to be unified. Now, no one in our party should confuse unity with unanimity. We can disagree, but at this moment right now, we need to stay unified in this fight in front of us, and that means we're all rowing together towards the same goal.
Congresswoman?
Well, let me just say I agree with what Ken just said, but I think my colleagues, Congresswoman Waters and Ifume, just said it best. And we're good examples of showing people that we're not afraid. People have to understand that there are people who will stand with them. And when you look at what this administration has done across the board, you had people in here talking about being entrepreneurs, talking about health care. He is destroying the very fabric of what we've worked for. 62 members in the Congressional Black Caucus, the largest that we've ever had in the history. I know that when we look back to Lou Stokes and Shirley Chisholm, they're expecting us to stand on their shoulders and fight. And that's what we're doing not only today, we're going to be on the Capitol steps tomorrow. We're going to go back home to our districts, and we're not afraid to go into Republican districts. But right now, Republicans are afraid. So we're having victories. We're winning in the courts. We're winning in all of those litigations that we're doing. They're putting stays, they're putting freezes on the dollars that he tried to freeze. Now we're able to get some of those dollars back. And I think what you're doing, but we have to be in this together. Hold us accountable. My record speaks for itself. Right. Maxine Waters' record speaks for itself. I was out there with her and other people. But we also need media to tell our stories as well. We have to let the people know that we're in this together. Just like you're doing with the lawyers, you have to call us out for the good we're doing. Because if we don't give hope to the least of us and to the black Americans and to all of Americans, and that's another part of unity tonight, that I'm calling on all of media, and especially black media, to give hope and to say we're in this fight. We're following some of the things you've asked us to do. We have been unapologetic about not being in the room with him. That's the people's house, and he has no right or privilege to be there. And for Elon Musk, a billionaire, to be the spokesperson, unelected, unvetted, and unqualified. So we're calling them out, and I will continue to stand with the Democratic Party. I will continue to stand with my good friends who are here today because they're making a difference.
Congressman Mfume.
Roland, let me make.
Yeah, I was going to you. Go ahead.
We're running tight on time.
Go ahead.
I'm going to repeat what I said before. This is not for the faint of heart. We've got to find a way to recognize that this is a real deal, and they're going to come after all of us. Maxine will tell you how many death threats she's gotten in just the last 10 days. I've got police outside of my house now. Jasmine Crockett had to have 2 federal officers accompany her on a trip. It's that kind of situation. So we need people to recognize that we've got to step out. And I think more than anything else, we need a real crisp plan, a Magna Carta of where we get to the next level. Just like the contract on America was 10 points that everybody understood, everybody agreed in, and everybody worked around. We need something simple like that for our people, for our struggle, and we need all aspects of our community to be a part of forming it.
Well, and Congresswoman Waters, you know this, you and I talk about this all the time. We talk about the importance of black-owned media because we're living in a world now where mainstream media, these led by these billionaires, they're capitulating, they're giving in.
Yes.
And it was fun. It had a lot of people who were angry and upset when we got $350,000 from the Kamala Harris campaign. And I'm like, y'all know $600 million was spent on ads. And so you whining about $350,000. And I'm like, you can't do what we're doing here for free. And so we've got to have investments in black-owned media. We got to be able to, as Dr. King said in his book, Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community, we must focus on the substantive and the militant when it comes to advancing our issues, because when you see mainstream media folding, this is where independent alternative media can step in.
Well, you are the best example of why it is absolutely necessary for us to have our own media. Right. You have done what was necessary to get the resources together so that you could have us on a program like this tonight. You think NBC or ABC or CBS would have all of us on for this long talking about our issues? Kwaisi and I, you know, we talk about this stuff all the time. And Kwaisi and I have made some decisions. We're not going tonight to be insulted by the low-down, dirty, no-good, nasty president of the United States of America. We're not going to sit there and hear him say whatever he has to say, and I just hope that he keeps revealing his own self about how dirty and cruel he is. But would we get this opportunity anyplace else? We've got to own our media. We've got to understand that they need the resources to do what is necessary to get the truth out, to get the real word out. We've got so much to talk about, so many stories to tell, so many such a big need to educate people about how this government works, how this system works. So I thank you for having the persistence, for having the necessary strength to do what you're doing, to keep us talking. And Kwaisi, I want to thank you so very much. And all of you, Joyce, everybody in the room tonight are people who can not only speak up for what they believe in, but they do it every day. Not everybody does that, but thank you for giving us the opportunity to have this opportunity tonight to be able to speak truth to power.
Well, I appreciate it. Well, you know, I wanted us to hit 100,000, and we're now sitting at 169,000.
All right, we're going to get to do it.
On our way. So, Congresswoman Waters, I appreciate it. Congressman Mfumi, I appreciate it. Ken, final point, I want to go to you. You had some influencers. They were at the DNC on Capitol Hill earlier. Talk about what y'all are doing to really focus on alternative media. The right funded that for a long time, and progressives ignored it. They've ignored black-owned media as well, and they saw what happened in the last election. Talk about that role that's going to play as you as the chair.
Well, I mean, you hit on this, right? We keep ignoring independent media outlets like yours at our own expense. We keep ignoring these new class of information influencers, people who are out there actually getting our message out to the masses. Look, I'm a hunter. People ask me, where do I hunt, right? They think I'm going to say my favorite deer stand or my favorite hunting spot, right? No. When I go to hunt deer, I go to where the deer are. We know right now people are getting information from lots of different spaces, right? From all across the social media, from podcasts to gaming services to vertical video, all these new places, yet these DC consultants continue to put money in behind tactics that don't work, that are old and antiquated, that are not reaching people. We need to meet people where they're at. That means we need to invest as a party in black-owned media. We need to invest at the party in these young influencers who are reaching young voters like never before, and everything in between. So we need to do a better job because, to your point, and we've talked about this before, Roland, the Republican Party kicked our butts in this last election cycle because they were meeting voters where they were getting the information. We have to do a much better job on that, and you have my commitment. We're going to do a much better job with this DNC than previous DNCs.
All right, we surely appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Ken Martin. Thanks a lot, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty. Thanks a lot. Again, Barber Onwine, Damon Hewitt. Thanks a lot as well. All right, folks, we're going to do this here. We're going to go to a quick break. Folks, y'all don't go anywhere. Trust me. We're bringing in our pastors lineup. We're bringing in Dr. Greg Carr. We're bringing in Nola Haynes. We're bringing in our other panelists. We're also getting ready for Reverend Dr. William Barber, Congresswoman Maxine Waters. Thanks a lot as well. And so, folks, do me a favor. Support the work that we do. We don't have millionaires and billionaires cutting us checks. I tell you, I went to the P.O. box the other day. There were 386 people who mailed in checks and money orders. Now, it took me 6 hours. It took me 6 hours having to open an envelope, pull them out, sign it, catalog it, and post it. But the money still counts. But the reason that's important, because I need people to understand, is regular, ordinary people. I told y'all, I was talking to Pastor Bill Lamar. He said he had 5 different cousins sending him the message about tonight's show. I had people saying, man, they grandmamas and mamas and grandfathers were saying, y'all gonna watch Roland's show. We launched this show September 4th, 2018 for the very reason because we understood what mainstream media was not doing. In the 6.5 years, we've gone from 157,000 YouTube subscribers to now 1.7 million, on our way to 2 million. And that's just the hard work. And so we want your support. If you want to contribute via Cash App, this is the QR code right here. Use the Stripe QR code. If you're listening, go to blackstarnetwork.com. That's the QR code there. The Cash App, checks and money orders, P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. PayPal, R. Martin Unfiltered, Venmo, RM Unfiltered, Zelle, Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. And I see y'all in the chat. I know y'all want this shirt. I keep seeing y'all comments. And so the shirt I'm wearing, let me stand up so y'all can see the shirt. So I wore it to the All-Star game, and a bunch of folks won it. They said, don't blame me, I voted for the black woman. So y'all go to the site. We also have our shirts, hashtag, we tried to tell you, FAFO 2025. Go to rolandmartin.creator-spring.com or to blackstarnetwork.com. Short break, then we'll be back with our pastors, our political panelists before we go live to Reverend Dr. William Barber. We're going to record what Trump has to say. We know he's going to lie. We ain't going to show any of it. We'll show clips after Barber's done, but we're going to have it all covered. I've already seen some excerpts. They're going to definitely be attacking black people and poor people. So we got lots to say about that. You're watching the Black Star Network with 175,000. Tell your friends and family. Let's get to 200,000 back in a moment.
Next on A Balanced Life, we're talking everything from prayer to exercise to positive affirmations and everything that's needed to keep you strong and along your way. That's on a next A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie, on Black Star Network.
On the next Get Wealthy with me, Deborah Owens, America's Wealth Coach, have you ever had that $1 million idea and wondered how you could make it a reality? On the next Get Wealthy, you're going to meet Liska Askalise, the inventress, someone who made her own idea a reality and now is showing others how they can do it too.
Positive, focusing in on the thing that you want to do, writing it down, and not speaking to naysayers or anybody about your product until you've taken some steps to at least execute.
Liska Askalise on the next Get Wealthy, right here, only on Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol, we've seen shooting.
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage. as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys.
This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
This week on The Other Side of Change.
Environmental disaster and systemic exploitation. From the wildfires in California to the unexpected snowstorms in the South.
We are in the climate collapse. These extreme weather events are becoming more disastrous, and it is Black and brown communities that are often hit first and worst.
Watch us on the Black Star Network, so tune in to The Other Side of Change.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in Black culture, covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in Black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Y'all money makes this possible. Checks and money orders go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Coming soon to the Black Star Network.
For y'all, when you're on that stage or when you're and you're seeing 2 and 3, 4 generations in the audience, that's got to speak to you about the power of what y'all have become.
Oh, most definitely. I think we were doing our show before our break, and remember, I was watching this kid. I could not take my eyes off him because he was about 9 or so. He was sitting in the front row with his
over on the right-hand side. Yes.
I was amazed that this kid knew everything, and I was like tripping to see how many songs this kid actually knew.
And he knew them all.
And he knew them all. We had to go over there and bring him on stage and take a picture with him, at the end of the show and stuff, because it was just that amazing. It's like, this is crazy.
The music travels everywhere, like what Philip was saying, seeing this young kid, then you hear our songs on commercials, coal commercials. Then you have the younger ones that hear our music in animation.
Next on the Black Table with me, Greg Carr. Dr. Gerald Horne, a man regarded by many as the most important historian of our time. He provides us a history lesson I'm betting you've never heard before.
Texas enslavers who plan to continue the conflict even after Appomattox, even after the formal surrender of Robert E. Lee.
Dr. Horne talks about his new book, The Counter-Revolution of 1836, Texas, Slavery, and Jim Crow, and the Roots of U.S. Fascism. You do not want to miss this conversation. Only on the Black Table, right here on the Black Star Network.
Now that Roland Martin is willing to give me the blueprint, hey, Cyrus, I need to go to Tyler Perry and get another blueprint because I need some green money. The only way I can do what I'm doing, I need to make some money. So you'll see me working with Roland. Matter of fact, it's the Roland Martin and Cheryl Underwood show. Well, should it be the Cheryl Underwood show and the Roland Martin show? Well, whatever show it's going to be good.
Network State of Our Union here on this night. It's going to be a joint session of Congress. Kneel down. There you go. There you go. Kneel down. Joint session. Come on. Go ahead. Go across. Just kneel down. There you go. You're good. There you are. It's going to be a joint session of Congress. Of course, the twice impeached criminal convicted felon in chief is returned to the crime scene, giving the speech tonight. And so we're going to be hearing from Bishop William Barber, who is here. This is a live look of the House floor. The cabinet is walking in. You know that cabinet of really rich folks and one black dude who's probably the brokest cabinet member in the Trump administration. We've been talking about labor, business leaders, and you know we were talking about the need to fight, and some folk need to understand fight. I love this scene from the Tuskegee Airmen. Let's see here. We have a play. I love this scene because I think it speaks to where African Americans are. Let's see here. Are y'all seeing it? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to do a reset. I had it shown a little bit earlier, I always love to play this because I think this speaks to the reality of black people all the time. Henry, go ahead. Let's see. He's going to come up in a second.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this glorious day. We ask that you send your angels down to surround us as we fly through the sky. We know that it's part of your master plan that we've made it all the way from Tuskegee here to Ramatelli. We are very confident in our abilities, but we ask that you give us the vision, the sight, and the speed and power to make it through this mission. All the airmen say, in Jesus' name we pray, amen. Amen. Nothing's difficult.
Everything's a challenge.
Through adversity
to the stars. From the last plane to the last bullet to the last minute to the last man, we fight. We fight. We fight. We fight. We fight. We fight.
So I figured we have a pastors panel. We might as well have a prayer before the pastors panel. So I went ahead and played that. Joining us right now in studio, William Lamar, pastor, the fourth pastor of Metropolitan African American Episcopal Church here in Washington, D.C. From Memphis, Dr. Kenneth Whalum Jr., New Olivet Center at Woodland Hills. Out of Baltimore, Empowerment Temple, Reverend Robert Turner, and also Community of Hope AME Church, Reverend Tony Lee. Glad to have you here as well. Of course, we got other folks here in the studio. I'm going to introduce them in a bit. I want to kick this thing off with you first, Pastor Whalum. You're there in Memphis. And Dr. King talked about where do we go from here, chaos or community. And right now, it's a whole lot of chaos. People are frustrated. They're upset. And they really are upset also with a lot of black church leaders who they think have been far too quiet and compliant. What would you say to the message to black preachers where they need to be in this moment facing this insurrectionist who sits in the Oval Office?
Yeah, thanks, Roland. I couldn't be more excited to be on 120,000+ people on this show tonight. Speaking of Dr. King,
we up to 185,000 watching right
Hallelujah.
now. So
Tell the Lord thank you.
Close to
Tell the Lord thank you. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Yes, sir.
Listen, not only did Dr. King say what he just said, what you just quoted, he also said that worship is not a weak, namby-pamby pursuit of time. He said it is powerful and it can bring down mountains. And that's what I think we have to do as faith leaders. We have to worship. Another thing that our people are feeling that I didn't hear in that litany of traits that you just recited was fear. Man, a lot of our people are afraid. And it's up to faith leaders, pastors especially, to remind our people that God has not given us the spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. And a sound mind comes from worship. It comes from God consecrating our minds and giving us a mind toward the long game. We gotta have a long, patient outlook toward what lies ahead of us.
Pastor Lamar, again, people are in the chat. I keep getting the emails when I see them in person. They're like, man, look, I don't know what to do, but I want to do something. What do we do? Where do we start? They're looking for leadership to speak. What do you tell them?
I think the first thing, Roland, is we have always drawn strength from one another in the community. So we have to make sure that we do not atomize at this time, that we find spaces to gather, we find spaces for joy. Even tonight, what people do not see here is that you are feeding us. The people do not see here is that we're surrounded by the beautiful to nurture our spirits. And after we've done that, The power of our being together in spirit and physicality leads us into the world to change it. So my argument is, if we don't have spaces to be together, designed by us, for us, we will not be able to do what's next. Now, what's next also, we have to have a clear political aim for our gathering. Every religious situation is political. The question is, what are the politics served? So the politics of that Negro who gave the benediction at Trump's inauguration are not our politics.
Right.
We have to remember that at the height of enslavement, they outlawed our gathering because they knew that there was power in our organizing, envisioning, and building a new world. So that is my argument. We must demand from our church leaders clearly, what is the political end that you seek? And right now, it has to be to protect our people, but we have to continue to build something alternative within the American imperial system, which we have done at our best.
Pastor Turner, you led that historic church in Tulsa where black folks in 1921 fled during that race massacre. And this is a moment where the black church needs a massive revival, needs to assert itself because, frankly, when we talk about the Black Lives Matter movement, Pastor Jabal Brown and I talked about this all the time. That was the first time in American history a massive black movement was not led by the black church. What do you say to the church right now in this moment, what it needs to be doing?
First of all, thank you for having this great conversation. The church right now really needs to be the church. And as Dr. Lamar mentioned, organization is at the key of that. Nobody to this day sees more of our people on a more regular basis than the black church, still, even in 2025. And so we need to utilize that, not only merely for singing and praising and dancing, which we do very well, or just for preaching, but to use that space and that time to organize and inform our people about what is happening in the world that we live in. And in addition to that, when preachers who are still considered to be a part of the leadership fabric of most black communities, when preachers or pastors are invited to go to several gatherings and galas and events, to, if we attend those events, to not simply represent ourselves or to drink good beverages and eat fine food, but to represent the masses of people and to still, in those settings, also speak truth to power and not allowing people to come and pimp our pulpits merely for votes, but to demand from them what is the necessary and agenda item number one for black people. And you know I gotta say it. I said it in Tulsa and I said it in Baltimore, reparations, which should be agenda on 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for our people.
I want y'all to understand, while Pastor Turner was speaking, Donald Trump was walking down the aisle. Y'all can go back to the shot. And normally, when they're coming down, a president comes down the aisle, they'll greet people on both sides. Nobody on the Democratic side reached out to shake his hand. He was only shaking hands of Republicans. He was completely shunned by the Democrats, as well they should. Tony Lee, what is the challenge to the black church in this moment in time? We got you on mute. Now we got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the challenge, Roland, for us, the black church, is to remember where our power comes from. I think so often that we forget that we've seen this kind of thing before, whether it's in our community, whether it's even in scripture, that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego dealt with a king who set up a big golden statue of himself. Seems like similar to Trump, and that ad about Gaza, this gold statue. but they understood and told the king they would not bow down. But they did it collectively. They did it in solidarity with each other. And I think that we need to remember that just because somebody has position doesn't mean they have power. That Bull Connor had position, but our folks had power. And they had the kind of power that now relegates Bull Connor to seem to just be an antagonist in our victory story. But yet, in the midst of it all, that we had the power to be able to get past Bull Connor. That's what we've got to remember. We've got to remind folks that we have the power. And remember, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were thrown into a fiery furnace, 3 of them. But King Nebuchadnezzar looked up into the furnace and said, I threw in 3, but now it looks like 4, because he didn't realize they had a power source and that God was with them. And we've got to remind folks that we fight because we know that we don't fight by ourselves, but we fight because God is on our side.
Folks, as Pastor Lee was talking, the Republicans were praising their God, Donald Trump. You see how they still are clapping for him. You see on the Democratic side, they are silent. No one is clapping at all. And you know, so you see the smug look of the twice impeached, criminally convicted felon in chief. This is what we expected, Dr. Greg Carr. And in a moment, he's about to speak, but we're going to go live to Bishop William Barber, who's in our studio. Greg, just real quick, just share your thoughts before this thug speaks.
Empires fall. The United States was never going to be here forever, and this is just accelerating the inevitable. In terms of domestic policy, what he's going to say tonight about his boss, Putin, what he's going to say about tariffs in a world that will now be truly multipolar, should scare the hell out of everyone. Domestically, white nationalism has always been at the center of this. I have to disagree with my friend Janai Nelson on this. The Constitution is no guarantee of anything. In fact, it will protect white nationalism, to read Ron Walters correctly. So tonight, when he starts talking about the things that he did to make America better in the 6 weeks, firing all these people, we saw as we were on our way over here that Elon Musk said that he should pardon Derek Chauvin. This is white nationalism.
Right.
And so our fight, which you're showing tonight on the Black Star Network, as these numbers soar, as we get ready to hear Reverend Barber, that 24-hour thing that was done today, folks gathering, that was very important. What's more important, however, is black-owned independent media, because the black church, the black institutions, and this black network now must decide if Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego said they ain't bound down to the king, what the hell are black people going to do in the criminal enterprise called United States of America? We are not fundamentally Americans to these people, and this is our time to prove it to ourselves and to them.
Well, it's only perfect that we start with Reverend Barber right now. Donald Trump is speaking, and literally, just as you finished, Greg, we hit the 200,000 folks who are watching us live.
Let's double it.
And so, folks, we're going to have clips after this here, but we think it's important for you to hear the state of our union from Bishop William Barber, one of the leaders of Moral Mondays, of course, co-convener repairs of the Breach, Poor People's Campaign. He has a word for us. He has a direction for us. And so let's right now hear from Bishop William Barber.
Thank God for all of you who have gathered here tonight, and thank Roland for calling us and assembling us and pulling us together in community where more than 200,000 people have joined, and that number is continuing and continuing to grow. The assignment tonight is to wrestle with what is the state of our union. St. Augustine of Hippo out of Africa once said that wherever people say, or whenever people say the times are evil, it is essential to remember that we are our times. Or as James Baldwin said it so clearly, responsibility can be abdicated, but it cannot be lost. As long as we claim to have a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, then we, the people, have a responsibility to guard our union. And we would be wise to begin by remembering what binds us together, though imperfectly, but remember what binds us together. Our ancient religious traditions teach us that love, justice, and mercy are the responsibilities not just of individuals, but of governments. In fact, Isaiah chapter 10 says, "Woe unto those who legislate evil and rob the poor and women and children of their right." It is a terrible thing to open the Congress, for instance, with prayer and pray, P-R-A-Y, and then go forth to pass policies that P-R-E-Y, pray on the very people that God cares about the most: the poor, the widows, the children, those who've been pushed to the margins. One of our own prophets reminded us that Amos prophesied in God's name, "Let justice roll down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream." But if you read back up in Amos 5, that same text, those rivers of justice only roll down when a remnant of people come together and cry out in the streets, shut down the malls and everything, and declare, "Not on our watch." God says that when a remnant comes together that says, "Not on our watch, not now," then God says, "I will visit you and help you," and then justice will roll down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. Jesus was clear that nations, not just individuals, but nations, Roland, will be judged by how we treat the hungry, the thirsty, the naked, the stranger, and the least of these. Nations would be judged, not just individuals. And we can never forget that. We can never forget that nations will be judged, not just in some hereafter, but even now, nations will be judged, because how we treat the vulnerable is how we treat God. There is no way to declare, "In God we trust," but then the vulnerable cannot trust us with power or trust us with the realities of our government. Not only our moral traditions, but what Abraham Lincoln called our ancient faith, but also the commitments of our founding documents. Dr. King would never throw these documents away. He once said to America, "If I was in some other country, I might not protest like I do, but I protest here because you had the nerve to put it in writing and write it down on paper." The Declaration, for instance, of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all persons, all men, are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I see my dear lawyer friend in the house tonight, and she'll tell you that there's something else in that Declaration of Independence. It says that when there has been a long train of abuses, it is the duty, it is the responsibility of the people to rise up and to change that form of government. Our Constitution says, "We the people," in order to form a more perfect union. Right there, our own Constitution confesses that we are imperfect and argues, that we have work to do. And part of that work is to establish justice, to provide for the common defense, to ensure domestic tranquility, and to promote the general welfare. Yes, welfare is in the founding principles of our nation and of this Constitution. Now, these words from both Scripture and our founding documents set a high standard for what any nation, particularly this nation, should be about. And when we hold the state of our current union over against this standard, we all must confess that our union in the hand of Trump and Musk, or Musk and Trump, and the current congressional leadership is pretty low down. It does not reach the high standard to which we are called. It falls far below the call of love and justice and mercy. It is far below the government of the people, by the people, and for the people that Abraham Lincoln called us to preserve. It is far beneath what even Franklin Delano Roosevelt proposed. Once Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, "In these days of difficulty, we Americans everywhere must and shall choose the path of social justice, the path of faith, the path of hope, the path of love toward our fellow man. Then he said on another occasion, 1937, I see 1/3 of the nation ill-housed, ill-clad, and ill-nourished. And the test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much. It is whether we provide enough for those who have too little. And the global vision of peace that so many from this nation fought for, what we're seeing now is far below that. What we're seeing now is low down. It's far beneath the vision that Dr. King articulated when he stood on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial and told the nation about his dream for full realization of the promise of this nation and that has been made for every one of us. And remember at the March on Washington, it wasn't just about the dream, it was about living wages, about education and voting rights and labor rights. Or remember when he preached and said, a country's true greatness is not measured by its material achievements like tall buildings, but by how it values and remembers its justice and equality. And it seems, he said, one time in the sermon, he said, it seems as though this morning that I can hear God speaking. And I can hear him speaking throughout the universe saying, be still and know that I am God. In America, if you don't stop, if you don't straighten up, if you don't stop exploiting people, I'm going to rise up and break the backbone of your power. The dark vision being followed by this administration is far beneath those lofty visions I just spoke of. And instead, they are rooted in some immoral ideas. And this dark vision demands that we embrace the call of the hymnist who taught us to sing in the second verse of one of our national hymns, America, America, God mend thine every flaw. God in this moment keeps trying to tell us something. Tell even this administration something. Think about it. The inauguration falling on the day that we remembered the prophetic work and voice of Dr. King was, I believe, a warning, a first warning. America, don't let the nation go down this path without being maladjusted to the unjust and evil actions, the greedy and love of money actions, the power actions that forget the people. And now tonight, I think, is another warning. Again, the first State of the Union is on the night before Ash Wednesday. A day when is a call for repentance. And I hear the Spirit saying again to the nation and to the current leadership, repent, yes, repent. And I hear it saying to us, stand against it, resist what you see happening. Repent of what you see driving this administration's effort. Their immoral philosophy can kind of be summed up in 8 statements. The first thing we see happening that we have to resist is the deliberate attempt to use executive orders as a way to intentionally violate the Constitution, thereby creating enough confusion to distract the people from what's really going on in the Congress that does have the weight of law. See, an executive order, family, doesn't have the weight of law. It can be overturned. But what the Congress passes can't be done that way. And there is some sense, Bannon has said it in a video, he said, we told the president to create 100 days of thunder. Do everything, do anything you want to do, so that while people are distracted, we can be working on undermining the so-called administrative state and putting things in place in the Congress. Secondly, we are seeing their philosophy is the tyranny of technology and the dehumanization of people. The third thing we are seeing is the attempt to make people justify their existence, which has its roots in racism and apartheid and slavery and fascism. You know, when you were in slavery, you had to justify your existence. You had to have a piece of paper. Apartheid, piece of paper. When the Nazis had a piece of paper, now someone with a computer sends a note over and says, prove to me that you're there. That is a dangerous philosophy to be pushing throughout this democracy. And then the fourth immoral philosophy is the denial of equality on every front. And the fifth one is the outright violation of freedom of speech, due process in the law, the attempt to undermine equal protection under the law for all persons. The 14th Amendment is what saved this country. Had not been for the 14th Amendment, you would not see you would not have seen the progress that we have today. And anybody that messes with the 14th Amendment is literally trying to rebirth the country, but not in a good way, but in an unrighteous way. Birthright citizenship is the hallmark. If it wasn't had for birthright citizenship, many of the slaves would have never been able to be citizens because their parents were born in Africa before they were snatched away. The sixth thing that we see is the outright betrayal of liberty. The seventh thing, Roland, we see is the idolatry of certainty, of the certainty of white supremacy. White supremacy operates on the premise that we are certain y'all are different. We are certain that we are better. We are certain that some folk matter and others don't. And the idolatry of certainty is one of the worst sins you can ever commit. To suggest that you are certain that somebody else is not created in the image of God like you. And when you begin to implement that into policy, it is dangerous. And then the eighth thing is the misuse of religious Christian nationalism in an attempt to falsely claim that their immoral actions are moral. To take religion and twist it to make right wrong and wrong right. And that's why tomorrow morning, with fellow clergy and moral leaders from all of this nation's many traditions, we are gathering here in D.C. tomorrow with full vestments and standing in the prophetic tradition with heavy hearts, but also with committed spirits, determined to go into the Capitol, into the Rotunda. I don't know what's going to happen, don't know how they're going to respond, but we tend to go to every congressional office to say, you're wrong, repent, because we hear the call of God and bear the sorrow of the souls in our care who are worried about their country. We're not coming together as Republicans or Democrats, but as faith leaders who know from our work in communities that our common life depends on our shared moral commitments. And we are coming to issue a call for repentance and truth-telling because our political leaders in this current administration have betrayed our most basic moral commitments. And it's not just a momentary betrayal, it's a betrayal every day. Someone asked me the question the other day, what do you do when you have an administration in office that violates what God hates every day? You look at the 6 things that God hates: a proud look, shedding innocent blood, lying, stirring up the community. Every day, what do? We come from many traditions, but we are united by the moral proposition that Abraham Lincoln called our ancient faith and the conviction that all people share an equality. In the face of a tyrannical king who refused to hear the positions of his subjects, this moral conviction that we are created equal and endowed with undeniable rights united our nation in its Declaration of Independence. When the tyranny of chattel slavery, not just slavery, but chattel slavery, threatened to destroy our nation, this moral commitment to equality and freedom sustained a long and painful struggle to not only preserve our union, but also to reconstruct it by guaranteeing equal protection under law. When the tyranny of white supremacy reasserted itself under the guise of separate but equal was constitutional, a moral movement of everyday people tapped the power of nonviolence to compel the nation once again to face the truth about equality and freedom and repent of the ways that it had been betrayed. We have struggled to realize a republic committed to equality and freedom in all. We've never finished the struggle. We're yet struggling, but we've made some headway. But these moral commitments have united us as a people. It's not been a perfect road. The moral commitments that we as black people and other people are committed to justice, has inspired a global community. It's amazing how "We Shall Overcome" has been sung from Alabama to Tiananmen Square. Now, many of these values are recognized as universal human rights as a basis for shared peace. However, the moral failure of our political leaders threatens all of this in a way that has been unseen in recent history. Walk with me now. They have the power, because of the apathy of those who think this is just an anomaly that will easily pass. They have the power because of the absurd abdication of responsibility by those who say nothing can be done. We cannot follow this apathy or this absurd abdication. We have to take action. We have to be advancing. We have to be fully aware. This must be our attitude. Now we must answer the call for full resistance. We are daring to say to America and the current leadership, you cannot hide behind false notions of exceptionalism and perfection. No, you must confess and repent, and if you won't tell it, then we will. That we have become subject in some ways to the tyranny of technology. That tyranny of technology awed by the possibilities of progress and the promise of limited growth. You know, Musk said on a CNN interview that he expected by 2035 all jobs to be replaced by computers and smart engines. Our political leaders in this group have allowed corporate power to go unchecked for decades. This is how we got here. Our courts have ruled that corporations should be treated like people and people should be treated like things. In the richest nation in the history of the world, poverty has become epidemic as the fourth leading cause of death. 800 people are dying a day from poverty right here in America. Even though we know what could be done and to end this death-dealing poverty, and we have the means to do it, we have allowed extreme inequality to foster and fester like a sore, like a raisin in the sun in our common life. And then this false populism has emerged in response to pit us against one another across dozens of dividing lines. But we must not be divided, because this is a crisis not of just democracy. This, my friends, is a crisis of civilization that is being orchestrated to tear apart democracy forever. Bannon said in one of his interviews recently, and I'll make sure that Roland puts it up if he's not already shown it, we want 100 days of thunder to allow them to do what they want to take America to the golden age. Bannon said that this is war, all-out war. He said that their plan was to target 4,000 federal jobs, specifically, just like they targeted 2,900 precincts in the election, to target 4,000 federal jobs, because those 4,000 federal jobs control the other 10 million. And that 10 million controls a $5.5 trillion budget, and that budget is connected to $75 trillion in assets. My friends, they're not playing. This is not a time just for cute bumper sticker protest. Our faith traditions and moral traditions provide a firm foundation upon which to stand against the divide and conquer strategies of these extremists. In this moment, like never before, we must believe in a moral agenda that stands against systemic racism, labor exploitation, poverty, xenophobia, and any attempt to promote hate toward any members of the human family. We must be openly and deeply disturbed by the Trump-Musk-Johnson Republican agenda and never separate them. They're all one. One for all and all for one. Their focus on cutting programs for the poor to give tax cuts to the wealthy and big corporations and more money for the war machine and mass deportation. And we must tell the truth about what's going on, because you cannot organize a movement without an analysis. You have to have an analysis. You have to know what the real truth is, what the battle lines are. It's truth-telling time. And truth-telling in a time of lies is one of the most radical forms of nonviolent action and civil disobedience known to humanity. Only the truth can set us free. We say our people are afraid, but we must do the analysis to understand why they're afraid and what's causing their fear and what will remove their fear. We must tell the truth until everybody knows. For instance, Elon Musk, connected to South Africa, the unelected head of the new Department of Government Efficiency, announced in January that he aims to cut $2 trillion in spending, or 30% of the current federal budget. Tonight, as I walk through, I'm gonna focus specifically on the budget, because one of the things you have to come to understand is that these people do not run for office to give out keys to the cities and certificates. When they run for office, they are running to write statutes and to control the money. That's their purpose. And so he wants 30% of the current federal budget. But without major cuts to the Pentagon and war spending or defaulting on interest payment. We must tell the truth, Barber, that such drastic slashing would be mathematically impossible without gutting vital programs, such as Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare. Every time you hear them say, we want to cut $2 trillion, you must understand that is mathematically impossible without gutting programs like Social Security and Medicaid and Medicare. We must tell the truth that while Republican leaders of the House and Senate haven't come to a consensus yet on the specifics of their tax spending plan, the Republicans in the House are aiming for what they call one big, beautiful bill that would make $2 trillion in cuts over 10 years. Now, you know what happens about 10 years from now is when the demographics shift in this country. And you no longer have a majority white country. First time in Western Hemisphere, when the folk that were brought here as former slaves and the people who were brought here to work from Mexico and other Latin American places, and black folk from Haiti and from Africa, those people brought in will become the majority. In South Africa, they were always the majority. But we've never seen this, where those who were the slaves and those who were the workers become the majority of the country that enslaved them. And that country had the greatest gross domestic product in the world. They say they want this budget 10 years, $2 trillion. And the programs that are likely to be targeted include, let me tell the truth, first of all, in Medicaid. This is what the State of the Union is about. You need to know in Medicaid, the Republicans are considering changes that would shift billions in Medicaid costs to states that take coverage away from millions of people. The House budget alone, my brothers and sisters, calls for $880 billion in cuts over 10 years. Medicaid is a joint federal program and state and federal program that gives health coverage to low-income people. Now, there are 140 million poor and low-wage people in this country. 60% of black people are poor and low wage, that's 26 million. 30% of white people are poor and low wage, that's 66 million. So when they're going to cut Medicaid that provides health coverage to low-income people, that means that cut is going to come straight down the heart of the black community. As of October 2024, more than 72 million people were enrolled in Medicaid. 72 million, excuse me. Another 7 million were enrolled in CHIP, the Children's Health Insurance Program. And somebody told me one day when I was sharing this, when they said, Reverend, that's boring. I said, that's your problem. People with evil intent operate in the boredom. They bet on you not paying attention to the numbers so that you really don't know and understand what's going on. Some of the proposals for cuts to Medicaid could result in the loss of coverage for 36 million people. We must tell the truth. Now what this means, in 2023, 39.5% of the total Medicaid enrollees were white. 18.5% were black. 29% were Latinx, and 4.7% were Asian. And the rest were native or multiple races. More than 7 million older Americans and 10 million people with disabilities also rely on Medicaid. So when you talk about cutting Medicaid, you're talking about cutting the heart out of coverage for poor and low-income people, and particularly cutting the heart out of the black community. More than 60% of nursing home residents rely on Medicaid. Y'all think about grandma and them right now, and auntie and them right now. This is what they're talking about cutting. Drastic cuts to Medicaid would reduce care and coverage. It would also close healthcare facilities, particularly the ones in the rural areas, and particularly those in the southern rural areas, where the majority of black people that are poor live in the South, and 1/3 of all poor white folk live in the South. We must tell the truth. We must tell the truth. Boston University Medicaid experts have stated that deep cuts would be catastrophic for patients. And we know what we've always said: when the rest of America catches a cold, black folk end up with pneumonia. Medicaid sure needs strengthening, but it doesn't need cutting. In the states that have refused to accept Medicaid expansion, do you know that all of them, except for about 2, are southern states? Southern states, where large portions of black community live, and they refuse to accept Medicaid expansion, hurting both poor blacks and poor whites. All of these southern states, we must tell the truth. They want to cut food assistance. They are considering a long list of proposals that would cut hundreds of billions of dollars out of SNAP. Not millions, billions of dollars over the next 10 years. The House budget resolution calls for $230 billion in cuts over the next 10 years. Remember what Isaiah said: woe unto those who legislate evil and rob the poor of their rights? Right now, these proposals could affect 40 million covered people. Watch this. In 2024, SNAP served 41 million people, 1 in 5 children. Of those who benefited, 37% are white, 26% are black, 16% are Latinx, 3% are Asian, and 2% are Native American. We must tell the truth. They want to cut Head Start. Many of us don't remember that Head Start came out of the Poor People's Campaign after Dr. King had been killed. That was one of the things that they won that summer in '68. Head Start preschool serves about 650,000 children around the country. And recently about 650,000 children around the country found they were locked out of a government website used to access grant funding. Many more children are in it than 650,000. The website went back online, but now some of them are still having problems. From 2020 to 2021, 37% of Head Starts were Latinx, 27% were black, 24% were white, 3% were Native American. And the House budget resolution is calling for $300 billion in cuts over 10 years. We must tell the truth. You have to know the truth. If you don't know the truth, you're not going to understand why we have to be so serious about this resistance. In federal rental assistance, this program serves 5 million poor and low-income households, 69% of whom are children, older Americans, or people with disabilities. At a time of housing affordability crisis, this program is already vastly underfunded. Nearly 23 million low-income renters pay over half of their income on rent, subjecting them to the risk of eviction and homelessness. And just a few weeks ago or months ago, the Supreme Court ruled that you can't even sleep on a bench outside at night if you're homeless. The House budget resolution calls for $1 billion in cuts over 10 years. The truth is, Also, that Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has said Republicans will not touch Social Security or Medicare. However, it's impossible to achieve Elon Musk's goal of $2 trillion in federal spending without going into Social Security and Medicare. You cannot do it. Social Security. In 2024, 68 million people received Social Security benefits, and in 2023, that program lifted 27.6 million people out of poverty. And black folk, we need to remember that when Social Security was first put in place in 1954, we could not pay in for the most part. Because the only people that were allowed to pay in were people that did not work in the agrarian culture or in the service culture, i.e. maids. They weren't allowed to pay in. In 1935. We were allowed to pay in 54, the same year as the Brown decision. So it was 19 years before many of our people could even pay into Social Security in the first place. And here we hear they want to go after Social Security. And as of 2021, 42% of Americans aged 56 to 64 had zero retirement account savings. Think about that. Upon retirement, many will be entirely reliant on Social Security, which paid an average monthly benefit of $1,800 a month. And this crowd is saying, in order to give more money to corporations, we're going to go after even Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. Even though they're saying they won't, but there's no way they can't. In 2024, Medicare provided insurance for 61.2 million older Americans and people with disabilities. Cuts to this program would leave millions of seniors struggling even harder to pay their health care bill. And if by now where you're sitting, you're saying this word, damn, that's the word you should be saying. That's the word. It's the same word Jesus used when he saw that fig tree fronting. That's what you should be saying. They're that ruthless. In 2023, 1 in 4 Medicare beneficiaries lived on incomes below $21,000, while half lived on less than $36,000. People of color have lower median incomes in their retirement years than white Americans, reflecting racial discrimination in education and employment and lower access to pension benefits. And yet, they're going to go after Medicare. In the taxes and inequality in 2017, the Trump GOP tax law delivered huge windfalls to these rich and large corporations. And you know, the corporations said, if you give us a tax cut, we're going to invest it back into the American society. What they did was they used that money to buy their own stocks and propped up their own companies. And that first tax cut was more money transferred from poor and working folk than was transferred during the height of slavery. $2 trillion. The new House budget resolution calls for $4.5 trillion in tax cuts that will benefit the ultra wealthy. In the Republican-held Congress, they want to extend the 2017. Now, if they just did that, they want to do so much more. But if they just did that, the Joint Committee on Taxation estimates that it will cost $4 trillion in lost revenue over the next decade. The way that these people are moving, it could be possible for black folk and brown folk and progressive white folk to win offices and have the government to run, but not have any money to run it on. The benefits of this extension would amount to less than $1 a day for the bottom half of U.S. families, while the richest 0.1% of families would pocket an estimated $314,000 per year. This is the game that they're playing, and it is not a game. This group wants to go after child tax cut credit, even though we found that when you give child tax cut credit, they actually can relieve children from poverty. All the gains that we've seen in employment and wages, you've heard Roland talk about it, are now under threat as this Trump-Musk-Johnson administration and Republicans in the Congress push an economic agenda based on mass deportations. severe cuts to federal spending and staffing at federal agencies. And you heard me say that their goal is to control 4,000 workers so that they can control 10 million workers. And when we talk about these cuts in the federal government and in the jobs, remember that decent job for black workers make up 18% of federal employees compared to 12% of their share of the total workforce. You have an administration where Scott Bessent, the President Trump's Treasury Secretary, and his Commerce Secretary, all said openly, with not a stutter, in their confirmation hearing that they did not support raising the minimum wage. The minimum wage has been stuck at $7.25 per hour since 2009. If you raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, 43% of black people would come out of poverty with one raise. But they say, if you make $7.25 per hour and you earn $15,080 a year, you're not poor. You're on the lower middle income. And so here we are. And if we don't raise the minimum wage, and if we don't start understanding in our civil rights organizations that you have to connect voting rights and wages. Remember Dr. King in 1965, the end of the Selma to Montgomery March, he said that the greatest fear of the racist oligarchs in this country was the fear of the masses of black people and the masses of poor white people coming together and forming a voting bloc that could fundamentally shift the economic architecture of this nation. They won't raise the minimum wage while more than 1 in 5 black and Hispanic children are poor. And these children are 3 times as likely to fall below the poverty line. Trump wasted no time going after labor. No time. He illegally removed the board chair of the National Labor Relations Board, basically shutting it down, making it so it didn't have a quorum. It's worth adding that the $290 million that Elon Musk paid to influence the 2024 election is on par with the NLRB's $299 million budget. Unions, we know down through life. We fought to get in union. I was telling Roland one day that in 1935, civil rights group and union folk came together to bridge the two, civil rights and unionism. And we wouldn't have some of the improved earnings and working conditions, what we have today, without the focus of unions. Those in unions, their wages are 13.5 times more than those who are non-union. This is the truth. And my friends, I know that sometimes we don't want to hear it and we want a cute bumper sticker or we want a rhyme. But these folk have a plan and it's very statistical. Just like Project 2025, it's written down. And you don't really know how big the fight is and how important the fight is unless you understand. Right now, they're talking about adding $345 billion in new spending to the Pentagon over the next 4 years. $150 billion spending to the Pentagon, $175 billion in mass deportations. And you say, well, Reverend Barber, so what does that have to do with anything? Because the Senate bill alone, $86 billion per year, would provide health insurance for all 4 million uninsured children. If we took that same money, we could expand the enrollment in Head Start for 3.6 million children in poverty. If we took that same money, you could provide public housing for all 3.9 million families who receive eviction notices in a typical year. The truth is, when we look at this is a constitutional crisis, which has not been resolved by a system of checks and balances. In violation of the law, Donald Trump and Musk and Johnson are abusing the power of the presidency. They're abusing it by allowing Elon Musk to freeze funding allocated by Congress. The courts have issued injunctions against these illegal acts, but Trump and Musk are defying the rule of law While Congress has a responsibility to check this abuse of power, it has instead invited its rogue executive to address a joint session of Congress while instructing its committees to prepare a budget based on the same lies that have been used to justify the illegal funding freeze. We must be clear in this confession about the state of our union. Our moral objection is not about personality. It ain't about style. It's not about political opinions. It's about the size of a government. It's not about the size of a government. It is about the tyranny of technology and our refusal to bow to the God of efficiency, because the distorted faith violates our moral commitment to equality and freedom that an imperfect government was fashioned to sustain. If people's lives and livelihoods can be dismissed as waste without due process, we forsake our moral commitments to equality. So we refuse to bow, because if an unelected technocrat can delete the financial commitments of a government established of and for by the people, we betray our moral commitments if we bow to that. Who knew that one person could give out all your information? That one person could walk in one office and tell one person to push one button and they had access to all of your information, and could then probably on the back end make it so that even if they give the information back, they still have access to it. We refuse to bow, because if political leaders are willing to forsake their oath to establish justice and ensure domestic tranquility in order to appease billionaires, if we bow, we reject our faith and the moral foundations of our common life. We refuse to bow because if Congress does not stand by our commitments to partners and vulnerable neighbors around the world, we will abandon the moral foundations of the fragile peace we hope to sustain. We have to refuse to bow. And the truth is, when and if our political leaders have bowed to fear, to the tyranny of technology, to greed, to supremacy, in doing so, they no longer represent us. A Yale professor just last week said Trump is no longer the president because every day he has violated his oath of office. And so tonight, my family, we who believe in love, justice, and freedom must declare that we are not afraid of the false god of efficiency. We must declare we are not afraid of lies. We're not afraid of greed. We're not afraid of injustice. We're not afraid of religious and white supremacy. And we must declare that bowing down is not an option. It's not in our spiritual or historical DNA. We will not bow to any tyranny that claims that they have control of our common life, because we know that the people of our communities have power. We actually have power to reclaim our moral commitments. We have power, and it's going to take time, and it will take a sustained effort, but it begins by telling the truth. In South Africa, they used to say, only a dying mule kicks the hardest. Langston Hughes used to say that we must take back our mighty dream again. America's never been America to me, but I swear this oath that America will be. We have power. Did you know Trump, with all their money, won in the battleground states by a total of around 800,000 votes, but in those same states, millions of black people and brown people and poor and working white didn't even vote. And if we began to organize now for 2026 and move and inspire and unite those votes, we can shake the power of this nation. And we have to, because bowing down is not an option. We must reclaim our government. We must reclaim pledging ourselves to the reconstructing of America. We must call on lifting every voice to sing. In 1850, the Dred Scott decision came down, Barber, and it was a low-down decision. It was a low-down president and a low-down Supreme Court and a low-down Congress. And after the Supreme Court was stacked with slave owners, and they codified white supremacy into law with the Dred Scott decision, and they declared that Chief Justice Taney, who was rushed onto the Supreme Court, he gave in to the slave masters and ruled on the Dred Scott decision, saying that black folk in America didn't have any rights that white people were honored and bound to respect. And in the midst of that, one of the sisters of the movement saw Frederick Douglass depressed, and she asked Frederick one question: is God dead? Are you gonna trust Taney? Are you gonna trust God? Frederick Douglass said it shook him to his core. He said he had to speak. He got in a speaking engagement with the abolition group, and he said to them, earth and heaven will despise this edict of Taney. And I want my people to know, he said, as he talked to them, as monstrous as this moment appears, as monstrous as this decision appears, we can meet it in a cheerful spirit, because this very attempt to blot out forever the hopes of an enslaved people may be the one necessary link in the chain of events preparatory to the downfall and the complete overthrow of the entire slave system. Then he said, the whole history of the anti-slavery movement is studied with proof that all measures devised and executed with a view to allow and diminish the anti-slavery agitation has only served every time to increase, intensify, and embolden our agitation. My brothers and sisters, justice-loving Americans, black folk, folk of conscience wherever you are, if Frederick Douglass, an abolitionist, could refuse to bow down in the 1850s, then surely we must declare now that bowing down is not an option. They are afraid of you. They are afraid of your votes. They would not be working this hard to suppress you if they were not afraid. Trump and Musk, even the filing of executive orders is proof of fear, because they know they could never get it passed through the Congress. They are afraid. Their crowd is afraid. They are afraid of the power of love, the power of truth, the power of justice, the power of unity. They are all scared of our power, but they are betting that you will be afraid of them. But this is the time, as Frederick said, to increase, intensify, and embolden our agitation, and to declare that wanting to be a king or want to be king is only a king if we bow down. That's the only way it can be a king, is if we bow down. But bowing down is not an option. My knees and your knees are not made for bowing to a power-drunk neo-fascist. We bow only to God. Otherwise, we stand tall. When they attack everyday people with bad, mean, hurtful policies, we must stand tall and increase and intensify and embolden our agitation and say no. It's time for our pulpits to stand tall, to call on the people to increase, intensify, and embolden our agitation and declare not on our watch. In our protests, we must stand tall and increase, intensify, and embolden our agitation. If black and white folk and women and gay and straight and Christian and Jews and Muslims and Unitarian could do it 60 years ago in Selma, if they could stand tall and advance and never sound retreat, then surely we can stand tall now and intensify and increase and embolden our agitation. We must do it in our organizing. We've got to increase and intensify and embolden our agitation. We've got to stand tall, because bowing down is not an option. It may take mass call-ins, but we've got to increase, intensify, and embolden our agitation and stand tall. It may take mass nonviolent sit-ins. It may take mass pray-ins. It may take labor striking on election days to ensure that all the workers are out getting people to the poll. But that's all right. Whatever it takes, we've got to increase, intensify, and embolden our agitation. It may take massive lawsuits and class action lawsuits of the people, but we've got to stand tall. And if we stand tall, their plans won't work. As long as we stick together and stand tall in every precinct, stand tall in every voting district, stand tall in every city, stand tall in every state, stand tall, because what has been created and done can be undone. If we stand in the truth, stand in love, stand in justice, the God of the universe will be with us and change will come. Because when we stand with God's truth and God's love and God's justice, I learned this a long time ago. 1 can chase 1,000 and 2 can put 10,000 to flight. Because when we stand with God's truth and God's love, dark Fridays, mean political Fridays can become new Sunday mornings of mercy and righteousness. But when we stand with God's truth and love, ashes of repentance can become great moments of renewal. It's time, y'all. It's time, family. Wherever you are, sitting with a family out there in a church, sitting in your living room, thank God you're hearing this tonight. The lies and the greed cannot have the last word. It's time to increase workers' protests. The people can put together their lawsuits. We can do all the kinds of ends we need to do because we love justice and we love righteousness and we hate injustice. We may have to do it all. I suspect we will. I suspect and prophesy tonight that when it gets warmer, you may see in America the same thing you saw in Egypt in places. You may see a fresh freedom summer, organic, just coming up. Because there comes a time, as Dr. King reminded us, people just get tired. Get tired. If they tell you as a worker, you got to leave your job illegally, why don't you just sit there, make them arrest you, and then file a lawsuit against us? Somewhere I read, like Dr. King, we got the right to freedom of speech, we got the right to assembly, we got the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We have all these rights. It's time now to believe it, stand on it, believe it, don't back up from it. We in this moment must use every moral tool at our disposal and every nonviolent method to embolden and intensify our agitation for love and justice and righteousness. Stand up in every pulpit. Stand in every federal job. Stand and protest and expose what they're doing. Stand with every American, no matter who they are. If they believe in one nation under God, indivisible, with life, liberty, and justice for all, stand with them. Flood the congressional phone lines. Flood them with calls of protest and moral dissent. Stand up in the town halls. Go to the offices. Stand with facts and with faith. Stand and don't bow down and declare that as long as you got breath in your body, as long as you're clothed in your right mind, as long as you have a portion of health and strength, because you care about this generation and the generation behind you, stand up, because God can do more with the remnant that will stand than a crowd that will bow. Stand, stand, and don't let anything keep you from standing, because bowing down is not an option now. God bless you, and Lord help America.
I told y'all when we were doing this, I said why we were not going to carry the lies of Donald Trump, and he's still lying right now. And I said that we need to hear the state of our union from Reverend Dr. William Barber. That was so on point. It was so unnecessary. We've got a full house of folks joining us virtually. Reverend Frederick Douglass Haynes III, Friendship West Baptist Church out of Dallas. My dear Alpha brother, glad to have you here. Pastor Robert Turner is still with us. We're going to get Pastor Tone Lee back on the phone in the studio. We've got Dr. Greg Carr, Department of African American Studies at Howard University. We've got Dr. Nola Haynes, Georgetown. Yeah, calm down. First of all, don't you even start when Reverend Barber was over there preaching. You were over here giggling and laughing.
That was Greg's fault.
So don't start. We got Judith Brown. Brown Diana's director of the Advancement Project. We got Eugene Craig, who is a distressed Republican. We got Therese Garnier. She, of course, she served in the military. Know she's got something to say about the craziness that we're seeing from these folks. Randy Bryant, DEI disruptor, joining us. Jelena formerly Jelena Porter, formerly of the State Department. Of course, Pastor Lamar is here as well. We're going to have CBC members. Y'all, we're going to show y'all the moment when my alpha brother, Congressman Al Green, stood up and walked the hell out of Donald Trump's speech. We'll do that in a second, but I'm just going to just quickly just go around, folks. Freddie, I'm going to start it with you. The word that Reverend Barber gave us, the direction that he gave us, just give us just your thoughts, because that was something that we needed to hear, because so many people have been crying out saying, man, I just want something to happen. What do I do? Where do I start? Go ahead and kick us off.
Yeah, well, Roland, first of all, I want to thank you because you are modeling what we need to be doing in this hour. What you're doing basically is applying what? Kujichagulia, self-determination. We can speak for ourselves. That's how the Black press was born. And so I want to thank you for that. But also, we can pay our own way. If we do this, then we can also have our own message. Tonight, whatever mess was going on Capitol Hill, as you said, returning to the scene of the crime, that was a state of dissing the union. And tonight we heard from Bishop Barber a real state of the union, a real vision for where we need to go and how we can get there. And so I want to salute Bishop Barber for his prophetic witness. You heard tonight what real theology sounds like and looks like. Roland, you asked in the earlier session about, what the Black church needs to be doing. First of all, we need to get rid of white Jesus and embrace fully Black liberation theology, a theology that liberates and empowers. As long as we got white Jesus, it's going to be hell for Black people. And so what William Barber did tonight was basically articulate a theology of liberation. And then in the spirit of Sankofa, he reached back to what Dr. King had been telling us as he was being assassinated and still speaks to this day. And that is, number one, understand that the demonic triplets of this country are now at work as never before. Racism, militarism, and economic exploitation and the greed of capitalism. And so when William Barber brings back to the front of the stage our responsibility to the poor, our responsibility to those who are suffering and struggling the most. After all, this nation calls itself about God and Jesus. Well, Jesus said in the end, he's going to judge nations by how they treat the least of these. And right now it's going to sound like he's going to say, I was hungry, but you cut SNAP benefits. I was thirsty, and you had contaminated water in Flint, Michigan, as well as Seagoville, Texas, not to mention Jackson, Mississippi. I was in prison because of your prison industrial complex, and I was a stranger of color, and you did all you could to keep me out so you can go to hell. And the country is going to say, when Jesus, he's going to say, how you treat the least of these is what you've done to me. So Bishop Barber tonight reconnected us with the militancy of Martin Luther King Jr., gave us a vision of where it is we need to go. And now we got one responsibility, and that is to agitate, educate, legislate. And when we put together education, agitation, legislation, it's going to bring about the transformation of this country. And so here it is. As far as I'm concerned, William Barber just told us Freedom Summer 2025 has got to be what we are about.
Pastor Kenneth Whalum.
Economic empowerment, again, long game. Montgomery bus boycott 381 days. It achieved the end that it was intended to achieve. Our mayor here in Memphis has challenged Black pastors to take a year, starting March 18th, select a Black-owned business in your neighborhood or in your congregation, patronize that business on one day of the month or one day of the week. In 365 days, we are going to transform the economy of Memphis, Tennessee. God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. Sound mind gives us strategy. Every pastor on this panel, every pastor watching, among the 245,000 or so people we've got watching, you can mobilize your congregation to implement a boycott in reverse. We ain't talking about not spending money with white folk, although we are, but we are focusing and being intentional on spending our dollars with black-owned businesses starting March 18th.
Let's go to Baltimore, Pastor Turner. You're up.
Yes, sir. So the speech was very empowering for me. One thing that faith leaders we know how to do is, reading from our text, we know how to deal with kings. And we have a person occupying the White House who really doesn't want to be president. He wants to be king. And he's trying to act as though he is already king. Unfortunately for him, he's not a king. He's not even the president, really. He is not even the vice president. In my opinion, Elon Musk is acting president, and Vladimir Putin is the vice president, and Donald Trump is like the court jester. He's the joke, trying to assume powers of a king. But our faith teaches us that when we are encountering king-like personalities, that we have to mobilize and organize and activate. And that's one of the major things I really appreciate about Reverend Barber's speech is talking to us in a language in which we all understand, but challenging the faith community and people of faith in general to take direct action and be willing to put their lives on the line. And that's something that personally I identify with, even with my monthly walks from Baltimore to the White House, because it is time for us to stop just talking and stop just singing and preaching, but time for us to take action.
Pastor Lamar, I said on this show a couple of weeks ago that what is required now are modern-day Nehemiahs to rebuild the wall of resistance. And what I said on the show was that the beauty of Nehemiah having the vision, but he took it to the people. Then the people said, let us rebuild. Because so the people are a part of this. We got up to almost 250,000 folks watching live simultaneously. And what I'm trying to challenge them is, this is not just about what preachers are supposed to do, what civil rights organizations and others. No, we need the people to say, let us rebuild.
Right. You know, in the moment of rebuilding, they had tools of building in one hand and the implements of war in another. And what I keep thinking about now is
because there were haters saying, y'all ain't gonna let y'all finish this wall.
Oh, exactly. And they were designing death upon the people. So what I continue to think about is a song that we would sing growing up. He's a battle axe in the time of a battle and a shelter in the time of a storm. We have to be on war footing now. This is not going away. We came here loving and we came here fighting. If we're going to stay here, we must do both. Now, what you're doing with this media, with Black-owned media, you're taking us back to the best of the tradition of Black media. So from the mid-19th century up until the 1920s and 30s, we used the Black media to find each other. Mothers would write saying, I have not seen my son. Sons and daughters would write, I have not seen my father. We connected with one another and built loving environments that sustained us. We have to remember that there is something in them. I think Frances Cress Welsing was right in her assessment of this sense of something genetic that makes you want to put out the fire of love and joy. All we have to do is be beautiful, and they visit violence upon us. But what we do is we keep being beautiful. We keep being wonderful and extraordinary. And I really believe the only hope, Dr. Carr is right, this empire, there's something we'd say in the South when people are dying, it's called the death rattle. You can hear the American empire death rattle. Donald Trump is that rattling. Donald Trump is mucus in the lungs of the body politic, struggling for oxygen. We need to understand, though, that some things must die so that life can come. My grandfather told me when he was approaching death, I was sitting with him, He said, boy, when the fruit gets ripe, it falls from the tree. But what he also understood is that he had planted seeds, so we may not see him physically, but we would keep coming up, doing his work, cultivating, growing. That's what we've got to do. This is death. This is weakness. We know it. They know it. The question is, will we live into something different? And will we be prepared for the opposition? We must never, ever believe again that they let anything slide without a backlash. We think that we have won and they are circling wagons again. So we've got to continue to love each other and continue to fight, continue to be human, and let none of what they do or say take that away from us.
Judith, that was New York Times had a piece.
Praise dance. New York Times.
That's right, man. Yes, sir.
The New York Times had a story. They followed 11 black folks, and they talked to a sister. Her last name was Wilder. She was a public school classroom aide. So this is what they wrote. Miss Wilder, a Democrat, said that she's in Milwaukee, said that she didn't vote because she believed that Mr. Trump was going to win. Now she is preparing for what she believes he would do in office, end food assistance, Social Security, and housing assistance, among other programs for the poor. Quote, I already know that everything is about to end, so I've been trying to get myself together and look for better paying jobs, Ms. Wilder said. Racism was here before I was born. The battle I choose is employment. Can we get more pay? I work in the public schools and I make $17 an hour. That's not enough. Her name is Keosha Wilder. She's 39 years old. And I'm sitting here going, I didn't vote because I thought he was going to win. Baby, you in a battleground state.
That's right.
And that was part of the problem. There were too many folk who thought the same thing, and then by not voting, they made sure he was going to win.
Sitting back. I mean, it don't make no sense, right? There's no logic behind that.
At all.
You know, to sit back and not participate in an election where fascism and authoritarianism is on the ballot is crazy talk. Now, for some people were hoodwinked, some people were bamboozled, others just tuned out and let this go. But I think Reverend Barber, you know, reminds us that first, when he talked about a king, he's telling us that in order for there to be a king, people have to bow down. Sitting on the sidelines and not voting is bowing down. It's capitulating to what is to come. And for people to sit out when we are people that don't bow down. In order to be a king, for someone to be a king, that means that there are subjects. The people who were once considered chattel in this country will never be subjects again. And so for us to think about this moment, we have to do what he said. Reverend Barber talked about we're going to litigate, lawyers like me, we're going to go to court, et cetera. But I always say the revolution will not be litigated because these courts are not our courts. This law is not our law. But the difference is going to be whether or not we are going to stand up. We are going to, 92% sisters, oh, we on vacation. Get your ass off vacation right about now.
Yes, sir.
Because we don't have time for that. Yes, we have to be in the streets. We have to be organizing. We have to be advocating. We do have to be suing. And we have to be voting. That sister did the FAFO, whatever that thing is.
FAFO.
And now figuring out that lives are on the line. And you sat home. And you're sitting with the guilt of that. Never again.
You talk about a king. Now, Freddie Haynes accuses me of encroaching upon the territory of preachers. I told him that ain't what I do. But when called, I'm gonna do what I have to do. Jelena, I did a segment on this show where I said America wanted a king. You got a king. But I had to remind people in 1 Samuel when the people of Israel said, God, we want a king. He's like, hold up, y'all got me. No, we want a king. He went, I'm gonna give you a king, but I'm gonna tell you what the king is gonna do. He told them in advance how evil the king was going to be, and they still wanted one. These fools out here They said in advance what they were going to do. So all is crying now. I'm like, hold on, y'all wanted a king. Now y'all got him. So these farmers in Kansas and Texas who are mad about losing $2 billion in USAID money, these other folk, veterans who voted for Trump, now whining and crying. I saw some guy on Wall Street say he voted 3 times. This was not what we voted for. There was a teacher in Kentucky. She said, this is not what we voted for. No, boo. The king told y'all what he was going to do. Now they all of a sudden regretting it. But our whole deal is, as Reverend Barber said, we can't bow down in this moment, and we can't bow out. Speak to that.
I think, well, that's a lot. So let's unpack that, okay? First of all, the Trump campaign, that's what they did. They campaigned on cacophony. They campaigned on confusion. They campaigned on chaos, right? So they said, hey, all we have to do is manipulate. We're going to tell you we're going to do all these things and then focus on what we're going to do in the background. So, for instance, right now, Trump has put us in the middle of a trade war. He has stopped military funding for Ukraine and obviously dismantled USAID, among other things. But remember when he was talking about taking over Greenland and Panama Canal? Like, what happened to all that, right? Just noise and talk. But if that's how a king acts, that's what they want. That's what they got and they voted for. And the young lady we're talking about, she's not the only one we've seen. There were a lot more people who actually did go out and vote for Trump, and lots of white people, to be frank, and they're like, listen, they've radicalized me now because I don't have access to IVF or whatever the stories are. But I think what we've done, obviously, there's been a dangerous precedent, and obviously we've seen, or we've heard in some of the speech tonight, we've had one of our own CBC members who left her, I think got kicked out of the room for disobedience. And I want to go back to something that
Congressman Al Green, we're going to show it.
Green.
And he stood up and said, shame on all y'all.
Right, but I want to go back to something that Congressman Carter said earlier. And I can appreciate it because I like that we have kind of the inside-outside baseball with some of our CBC members. We had some who were like, listen, I'm just not going to go.
Also, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett walked out.
And we love her too. But we also have members like him who are like, I'm not going to let this wannabe king, even Elon Musk, little baby, said, hey, you're not the president, right? He got told by a little child, you're not the president. I'm not going to let this man.
Shut your mouth.
Shut your mouth. I'm not going to let him scare me out of doing my job that I got elected to do. And for those of us in this room who have been the first or the only in all white or spaces that don't look like us, you need to be there to make yourself seen and to make them be uncomfortable. Because Trump shouldn't be able to go there and think like, I'm just talking to my homies and this is what I'm gonna do. He needs to see us. We need to be there and be present and make our presence known.
Therese, 30% of the federal government are veterans. And Lord, a lot of them who voted for Trump, now they crying because they getting laid off. And I'm sitting here going, he didn't love veterans. That man don't care. He skipped out on the war, and he said, what did he say? He said trying to avoid STDs was his personal Vietnam. That's literally what that fool said. And so he didn't. So all these people who fell for that nonsense, he didn't love the military. Now they learning.
Yeah, they learning real quick. There's 3 issues that I take with the felon in chief. First and foremost, this war that he's causing with our allies. He's putting military service members in danger by doing this. They're already saying they're not going to refuel our carriers. Okay, that's just step 1. Okay, secondly, all these veterans that are complaining, we voted for him and we're, how could he do this to us? You knew what was coming. He's been saying this. Even
for the folks at home, you served. How long did you serve?
I served a total of 7.5 years.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Air Force and then National Guard. So you have these individuals who voted for him who say, oh, we didn't expect him to do this, but he's been saying this. As service members or as military, if our commander-in-chief says they're going to do something, we're going to assume that they're going to do it. So for them to come back and say, well, we didn't think it was going to be this bad. No, the issue was you didn't think it would impact you.
Boom.
Yes.
You did not think it would impact you. So that's my third issue that comes up. Now we have veterans who did not vote for him, including myself, who are now being fired, who can't get health care, who are having all these other issues, who served their country valiantly, honorably. And now we have to fight for health care somewhere else because—
And they're doing massive cuts to the VA. They're looking at cutting benefits as well. And so all the Republicans, they all been lying about how much they love the military.
Absolutely.
They love to send troops to war, but not take care of them when they're at home.
They like the idea of it. They like to claim that they're patriotic, but they don't follow up with it. And Trump, throughout his first presidency, he made fun of different service members who were held as prisoners of war. I mean, he has time and time again shown that he does not respect the military, and yet we have service members and veterans who still voted for him. And now they're crying. And I see these posts all the time, and I'll comment and say, you know what? As a service member myself, I don't feel, or as a former service member myself, I don't feel sorry for your situation because we tried to tell you, but you didn't care because you didn't think it impacted you. And now it does. And so now we're in this predicament that now we have to try to rally them all together. And we still got veterans who are saying they still support him after being fired by him. I don't understand that. But, you know, at this point, I'm just praying that people will start getting some common sense and start fighting back, whether it's through words, whether it's showing up and protesting, this being nice and sending letters and roo-roo, rah-rah, that's not going to do it anymore. And as someone that's in the military, we believe in force if needs be. So some people need to be thinking, what do we need to do to make sure our voices are heard?
No, that was a Democratic group who released some research and data that they were sending around. And let's just be real clear, that data was to appease the white people. And one of the things that they said in there was, hey, you know, don't really bring up USAID, don't really bring up Doge because that's popular among a lot of people. But the USAID, the reason that's important because the reality is folk are about to die. They've already died. Yeah. And I've specifically been calling out these fake conservative evangelicals because these fake evangelicals ain't saying nothing about folks dying. So I'm like, oh, I thought y'all were pro-life. Right. And the reason folk need to stop acting like USAID is because these people run around and say, well, we should stop spending the money abroad. There's a reason we do that. Because that also plays, that's called the soft part of diplomacy, as opposed to the hard part, which utilizing troops. You start doing that, you're about to really open the door for Russia, for China, but also for ISIS and the recalibration of Al-Qaeda.
Absolutely. You know, diplomacy first, right? And first and foremost, I want to say that thank you for your service, I feel, is empty. But as a national security foreign policy person, both of my parents were in the military, including the Air Force. And a lot of my work includes military folks. I truly admire the sacrifice that you all make for this country. And what is happening now to veterans boils my blood. My mother, who just died a year ago, was 100% disabled because she was injured when she was in the military. And that is how she lived. That is the money that she lived on because she was unable to work. And to hear veterans, you already kind of have to tussle with the VA like it's a dance. It's a whole nother language that you learn. So it was already a very interesting system to kind of navigate. But now it is virtually impossible for people who serve this country with their body, bones, and blood to recoup any benefits from serving their country. So I just want to say that first and foremost. In terms of our adversaries now, allies, threats, real threats around the world that are looking at us, they have been literally watching their little clocks like, okay, we're going to see which way this is going to go. And one of the things that I think about a great deal is that we are definitely open to kinetic attack. We are open to extreme espionage. The workers who were let go, they are rightfully angry. How do you handle a group of folks who know things?
There was a report that Russia and China said, oh, they are targeting
That's what I'm saying.
disgruntled federal workers.
Yeah. Yes. Let me tell you something. The people historically in this country that have spied against this country were mad about not getting a job promotion or feeling left behind. How do you think American federal workers feel today about their government right now, right here and now, right? How do you think people feel right now? And, you know, this entire, I say this thing where none of this is sustainable, and it isn't. You know, you are firing people. You're not paying attention to what office, expenditures. You're not doing this carefully line by line. You are taking a hacksaw, and not are you only doing that, but then you are also sullying these people's reputations so they cannot get work after this. You are saying that they had poor performances. That is how people go into the world after their federal government stints and get other paying jobs, is by their job performance. What do you get? out of firing people and then cutting off their ways to get future employment. How evil, how cruel must you be? And when I think about what Reverend Barber was saying tonight, and you know, I sit here wearing multiple hats. And right now I'm gonna dive into my MDiv hat a little bit. And what I wanna urge is when we are talking about the very crucial moment that we are in now, and we are talking about Black coalitions. I'm a Black Catholic, born and raised in New Orleans, Louisiana. Hey. 3 million of us, 3 million, including not just folks from Louisiana and Maryland and Baltimore, but also our diaspora brothers and sisters, right? And then also there are 2% of the Muslim Black population. We are talking about almost 10% of other faiths that need to be part of this conversation. That's just something that's really important to me because we are often left out of these conversations. And I know the Black church plays such a huge role in what we are doing, but this is all hands on deck.
As another Black Catholic, I second that.
Hey.
We got some inclusion here.
Well, first of all, I was born and raised in the Black church.
We know, bro. We know, Sebastian.
Let me clear. I was born and raised in the Black Catholic church. Black Catholic churches are part of the Black church. Black Catholic churches were more Black church than Catholic.
Yeah.
Let's just be real clear. Our lady started to see Catholic Church in Houston.
Okay, I'll say the started to see, but we don't.
No, baby, because see, that Catholic church was founded in my grandparents' living room.
Where those pastors at? Where those priests at?
Was founded
Where they
in their
at?
living
Where those
room.
priests at?
Clarence, and Imelda Lamont.
And those nuns,
that was a
nuns
Black
go hard too.
Catholic church.
Nuns go hard too.
Right. No, that's right. Randy, in Trump's Lion speech, of course, they yelled, "Merit is back," which is hilarious because he didn't introduce some of these grossly unqualified people in his cabinet. But the thing, we played a video yesterday where there was a sister who started crying. She was the chair of a water board, and she started crying. So 2 engineering degrees, all these different degrees, because this white Republican was jamming her up on DEI, and she had to take a while to collect herself. And I understand. I said, I'm not talking to you. I said, but damn that, I'm not letting these white racists break our folk down and cry. We got to understand, it's a bunch of grossly unqualified, can't do any of these jobs, white folks. And so when Trump stands up there and the rest of them yell, holler, and scream who's not qualified, they yelled DEI, but that plane crashed with 67 folks died. Then when they found out all the pilots were white on the plane and the helicopter, all of a sudden the story went away. But this is a moment where we got to just learn how to tell some folk, y'all can kiss my ass. I'm not about to sit here and defend my integrity and my academic pedigree with some folks who can't even carry a lot of our suitcases.
I know people are very offended by what's happening with DEI, and I understand why the sister broke down and cried. But this is it, that we should feel so incredibly complimented. The fact that here we are brought over here as property, that we were, raped and used, and these people have 400 years ahead of us. And to create some initiatives, something aspirational to say, we're going to create some diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives to give other people a chance. Now, let's just be really clear. It wasn't just for Black people, but I know that they marketed it as such because they knew that people would accept the ripping apart of it if it were about Black people, right? And so the fact that that's all we've had, I mean, everything else has literally been us by our grit. They gave us, the worst vegetable at the time, and we made collard greens. They gave us the innards of the pig, and we made chitlins. Like, we have always made something out of nothing. And then we have these initiatives to say, hey, let's just be aspirational to have a diverse workforce, because the world is changing anyway. Let's have pay equity, maybe pay people the same for what they're doing. Let's make it where everybody feels included in this workforce. And they're so threatened. They're so threatened and scared of us. The little bit they gave, they said, we're gonna wipe it away. Should be a huge compliment to us. I don't even know how we made it this far with nothing, to be honest with you. We are miraculous. So there's a video going around saying that Black people are walking miracles, and indeed each of us one is. Everyone watching today is. So I understand right now that it is frustrating But what I will say is that they can't stop the world from being diverse. The numbers are going to be the numbers.
White folks ain't about to have that many new
They can't, right. So we're going to be here.
They ain't going to have time to go to work if they're going to be screwing that much.
Right? And we are, not going to stop being great. We're not going to stop being who we are. As you've seen what has been happening, here you have this I can't even call it administration. The circus has come to town, and the clowns have rolled out, and you still see with all these that black people are still just doing their thing.
We are.
And so, you know, listen to Reverend Barber today when he said that we can't sit this out. We never have. And even when we talk about the 92% and the 88% kind of chilling, I don't really know any of us who are. I think what we're doing is what we've done tonight, and is that we are hyper-focusing on each other right now. We tried to get everybody, we tried to tell everyone, come on, y'all, this is the way we got to vote. This will help all of us. But they didn't listen. And so I think right now, we are gathering our nuts, right? And we are preparing for the winter, because we know sometimes it's going to be a little dark and cold, but we got this. Because we've always had this. We've always had it. So diversity, equity, and inclusion, people ask me, what do I think is going to happen? It will be renamed.
It will. Yeah.
It will be renamed, rebranded, but you can't wipe it away.
Eugene, we are not seeing profiles encouraged from Republicans. And I'm laughing how now they are trying to avoid town halls because folks are kicking their behind.
It's scary.
It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot more of these people kicking their behind because when they watch all this shit, like Trump still running his mouth, still talking, and all he's doing is constantly lying the whole time.
That's crazy.
Look. They about to they F around. They about to find out, and they are finding out.
And in real time, look, you're dealing with a party. You're dealing with people that, first and foremost, let's go back about 15 years. A lot of them came to power via town halls. They came to power during the Tea Party wave. So you're dealing with people that are literally, and I like to start with a good week and quote, baptized in fear. You know, they're fearful of Elon Musk. They're fearful of Trump. They're fearful of their own voters. You know, the fact that the NRCC is telling their members, do not talk to your voters, is literally nuts. And it's because they understood. Look, in 2010, you had, Freedom Works, which was down the street from here at the time. You had Heritage, you had Groundswell, you had a lot of these organizations coming together and literally funding the Tea Party movement. They're saying, hey, these are fake protesters, because at the time when Democrats had town halls around Obamacare and the stimulus package, they planted fake protesters and then sent Fox News out to cover the fake protesters. So in their mind, when they see real protests, they're thinking it's fake protests, when in reality, you have disgruntled federal employees that were illegally, per federal judge, laid off from their job. You have, cities and states and localities that are going to be affected by budget slashes. Speaker Johnson now is terrified that they may not be able to get Trump's package or agenda done because he's going to need Democrat votes.
They won't.
You already lost Massey. Massey's gone. So you lose another one, it's a wrap.
That's right.
So the thing is this, right? I think Democrats, are in a unique situation. And I say this as a Republican, a unique situation. You're in where Republicans were in 2009. But Republicans made a decision to do everything in their power to stop Barack Obama. Democrats have to make a decision to do everything in their power to stop Donald Trump. These special elections that are coming up, get ready and prepare for them. Hey, guess what? If Elise Stefanik gets appointed to UN ambassador, her district's borders Canada. Doug Ford said today, listen, you give us a tariff, your electricity gonna be cut off.
Yeah.
Right. You know whose district borders that? Elise Stefanik's.
Right.
You just had a Democrat win in Iowa in our 24th district. So my thing is this. You're dealing with the party baptized in fear. We're literally right now, Padme said in Revenge of the Sith that, the Republic dies with thunderous applause, and that's what we're seeing right now with this address to the joint session of Congress. But, there's always new hope. We're hoping tomorrow, hurry up. But in order to get there, folk got to fight like hell.
Yeah. Greg, if that was a moment, I think back to the massive Black Lives Matter protest. In May 25th will mark the 5th anniversary of the death of George Floyd. You referenced earlier how Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk and these white boys, they want Derek Chauvin to get a pardon. Sorry, fool, he got convicted in state court. And so Ain't no Republican governor in Minnesota, and Trump, you ain't got no control over state. And you can see who they want to be as their leaders, as their martyrs. They bring back the Tate brothers, charged with sex trafficking, hailing them up as their heroes. And what I'm saying, to the folks, a lot of those folks who were protesting on college campuses and other places for Gaza, where y'all go? To the Black Lives Matter folk, I'm like, if there's a moment for you to come back and hit the streets, this is it. The earlier panel was right. Public pressure, pressure in the streets has an impact on court cases, on public opinion. That's right. But folks staying quiet gives the impression that everybody is good with it. And so I don't think folk can be quiet about this moment. There should be massive protests in cities all across this country saying, hell no, we're not accepting this.
Right.
Of course, I agree. Reverend Barber laid it out, and it was interesting as he was talking and looking at Trump, the parallels, community, nation, identity, everything on the other side, rage, lies. And, there was a long article in the New York Times Magazine this weekend by David Leonhardt about Denmark, most progressive country in the world, arguably. Social welfare, college all the way through graduate school. And the one area that they're criticized on is immigration. They are very intolerant of immigration. But the idea is that they have a culturally homogenous society. So the idea is that because they come out of the same culture, generally speaking, people are willing to buy into something where those who have more money will take a little bit off to take care of everybody else. That is not the situation here. And that's why this country will collapse. Because what Reverend Barber was talking about is something they don't understand. There is no common culture in this country.
Right.
So when you quote Abraham Lincoln to them, they think, what the hell are you talking about? And I must, again, thinking about what you just did, Reverend Lamar, that's the kind of theology that we brought on those boats with us. I don't call it Christian, I don't call it Muslim or Jew, that's African spirituality. That was the basis of Vodun, the Haitian Revolution, that was the basis of Nat Turner, that was the basis of Harriet Tubman, and I'm saying, you have to understand there's no common culture here. What we saw tonight, and he's still talking, that looked like Leni Riefenstahl, Triumph of the Will, the Nuremberg rallies of 1934 with Hitler, who was a Christian nationalist. National Socialism was a Christian movement. I don't know what that sign that Elon Musk made when he stood up, but it wasn't no random hand policy. This guy was sending another message. I'm saying all that to say this. The diversity that you walking us through, very important to understand. The only diversity in a white nationalist settler state is whiteness. Right. The diversity of whiteness, Italians and Irish and Spanish, they all become white. The only type of equity is an equitable distribution of whiteness so that the poor whites will rally with the rich ones against everybody else. And that means the ultimate inclusion is to make sure that whiteness stays monolithic. God bless Reverend Barber. God bless the monolithic. But I think Martin King had a very different conversation in that last book, Where Do We Go Here From Here, Chaos to Community. He's not anchoring that in patriotism. Right. There's a spiritual dimension. And the only other thing I would say about that is what we saw tonight in terms of a tangible strategy. Al Green walked out. We saw Ilhan Omar walk out. We saw Bernie Sanders walk out. I don't know who's left in there right now.
In fact, you had some members who stood up, took their jackets off, and had shirts that said
resist, including Jasmine Crockett.
Turn their backs on them.
No question. And what I'm saying is that ultimately, that type of resistance now, we haven't reached the stage now where you're going to see it go to the bricks. Eugene is right. The reconciliation process, when these white boys had to put their name and their vote on where you're going to cut. It was good to pass a resolution, but now we got to talk about Medicaid directly. Now we got to talk about Social Security directly. The resolution process, maybe that's why Hakeem Jeffries is keeping his powder dry, although everybody's reporting now that the Democratic Party is leaderless. I'm not sure I disagree with that, but at this point, they will go to the bricks in the process that way. The lawyers, and Rev, we saw what y'all did to the Proud Boys. That was with a law firm that said, we're going to do this pro bono and help you. But these boys just attacked the white shoe firm that backed up Jack Smith and took their security clearances, meaning what? When they go after Smith, his lawyer's not going to be able to get the federal documents they're going to need to defend them. They're trying to now threaten the bar. All of that having been said, we will not make common cause with these people. They are enemies of our common humanity. Calling them Hitler is too generous. It's too generous. We saw the Bund rally before the election, and here what we're seeing, this is like Nuremberg in 1934. You can't make common cause with them. There's no common language you can speak with them. You got to roll over them like the sea. And it starts with black media
Roland,
that does that.
On this issue of protest, you know, the stakes of protest are much higher right now.
Yes.
So we have to be clear. For black people, we are taking a risk. If you look at what happened in Atlanta with folks who protested against the construction of a $30 million facility to train cops who will be killing our people down the road, right? After George Floyd is murdered, et cetera. People got charged with RICO charges.
That's right.
In Atlanta, there are states, many states have passed anti-protest laws because Republicans know the power of protest. They passed anti-protest laws upping the ante.
Did you see
so that you can get there are states,
colleges?
Yes, there are states where you can get if you are blocking a street now, someone can hit you with their car and there's no liability if you were in a protest that was not under a permit. And so, Trump's doing this new tweet about college campuses, we're gonna deport you, we're gonna arrest you, et cetera, we're gonna expel you. By the way, you can't do that, Trump, that's not your job. Anyway.
But the military judge advocates, though, he got rid of the judge advocate in the military.
Right.
So now
but the point is that the ante has been upped because they understand that dissent is a powerful thing.
Right.
That's right. Being that the ante is up, I think Hakeem Jeffries is doing the right thing and just getting the hell out the way. You want complete control of government? You got it. No. You want to? No. Hear me. No. The Republic. Listen. Hear me here.
And say because I said the ante's up, that didn't mean that
no.
Don't protest.
No. I'm not saying I'm not saying
white people need to be out there.
I'm not saying don't protest. What I'm saying is this: Republicans wanted a trifecta in government. You wanted both houses. You wanted the presidency. All right. I think the Democrats in the House and the Senate are doing the right thing by not giving them a single vote on any consequential piece of legislation. When it comes to this budget, you figure it out and you own it. Let the natural wings of the Republican Party cannibalize each other, and then they'll dispose Speaker Johnson, put somebody else in, and go through the process all over again.
I think a lot.
And more importantly. The two special elections already in the books in Florida and the one coming up in New York, you got to fight like hell in them.
I think a lot of people, first of all, don't even understand the basics of Congress.
Yeah.
The reality is, on the House side, Democrats are severely limited in what they can do. The reality is the Senate, one senator can do a lot of stuff. They can hold up nominations, things along those lines.
That's right.
And so the reality is there's not much they can do on the House side. And so when I listen to these people, when I listen to a lot of these folk who are attacking House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, I'm sitting there going, okay, so what are y'all actually suggesting? They can't actually define it. And so I get the whole point about how you speak, messaging, things along those lines, having the right messengers, sending the folk out there. But that's also a representative of just what happens with mainstream media, who they're trying to talk to. So to me, that's a whole bunch of process stuff. I think the most basic fundamental thing, Pastor Lamar, which we've been talking about is this notion of having a fight in you, saying something, doing something. Somebody suggested, I saw a tweet that they said that this weekend, Democrats should have 435 town halls in every congressional district in the country. And I agree. I've said, and I've texted Ken Martin directly, I said every time you see one of these folks who have been impacted, who have been fired, I said that's when it should filter down who's in each state, going to their state chairs, going down to their county chairs, and driving it down. Because you got to put a face on it. You got to make folk realize that that's actually somebody right there. And too often, that's what's not happening. But I need our people to realize this ain't a time to only go to brunch, to only try to get your passport stamped.
Come on now.
I ain't got no problem with travel. I ain't got no problem with any of that. But the problem I'm having is when we check out, I'm looking at our vote totals. I'm looking at the number of elections that our numbers have been going down. And my problem is, if we're not maximizing our voting power, we make it that much easier for them to win.
That's right. That's right.
I was watching the documentary about Walter White recently. Did you see it?
Yeah, the PBS.
Extraordinary. And the thing that keeps sitting with me is that these leaders innovated something that heretofore had not existed. The strategy of Walter White, along with Charles Hamilton Houston, they were building on the work of Pauli Murray. They innovated something new jurisprudentially. What I am hoping that we can understand is what the new thing is that must emerge. Something is struggling to be born. And I believe that our vocation is that of midwifery.
Yeah.
We have to set the stage for the thing to be born and for it to thrive. Now, birth is not easy. Bloody, painful, and as the thing is coming, it is always teetering on the precipice of death until it can finally get here. So and a big piece of what has to come, I was paying attention to this guy, he's written a media theory. I think he's a little wacky, but what he says is true, that our institutions have followed communication. So we grew up with Walter Cronkite. You watched him, that's the way it was. You didn't have all this different stuff. Now, media is fragmented. And that means that our institutions have been fragmented by the communications. So we've got to figure out how in our moment we hitch up with technology. So Richard Allen and Absalom Jones, the two Africans in the continent first to get a copyright, used a printing press to refute what they were saying about Africans in Philadelphia during the Yellow Fever. King and those during the movement used television, another technology, to bring into the homes of Americans who would deny their violent white supremacy. You couldn't deny what you saw in your living room on that black and white TV. What we have to do now...
But before King used television, he was in Ebony and Jet.
Exactly. Using the black media.
He used the black media. It was black press that set the stage for then when their lives were in danger, then white media covered the movement. But even when they were in Little Rock, the black press was in the living room with Daisy Bates. So the point there is, if you do not have black media there, because you can't wait for the white folk to show up, because they're gonna always be late.
Always.
White media's gonna always be late.
Oh, they're ambulance. They come in.
But you know, you just raised something very interesting, and it speaks to that novel theory, perhaps. Because you're right, these thugs now, they're taking all the leashes off. Like I said, it was one thing to get rid of Chief Brown, but these judge advocates, the ones who say that's illegal, to get rid of them is a serious step. But this new strategy, like you said, they used the 14th Amendment. And we're still talking about the 14th Amendment, which in some ways is the thread that stitches this country together because it makes the federal enterprise work. The Fifth Amendment was only, obviously. But what about the First Amendment? And when you mentioned King, it made me think, okay, New York Times versus Sullivan, which they're trying to kick the teeth out of right. That came out of Fred Gray and them. That's the case that made the Supreme Court out of the New York Times and the ad in the New York Times Court Supreme Speech. The black press now faces Black Star Network being tip of the spear in this. They're going to try to make it illegal to say anything about them. And so, but I'm saying in terms of freedom of association, the First Amendment, a novel approach. I think we have underutilized two amendments. One from the Reconstruction era, the 13th. Because if you look at Gamillion versus Lightfoot voting rights case out of Tuskegee, that was a 13th Amendment case. They didn't even use the 15th in a way. I mean, badge of servitude is something we should revisit because if we're going to put all our marbles out, Ketanji Brown Jackson has been fighting like hell for the 14th Amendment. She's outnumbered, but there are novel theories we can develop. But the other amendment, finally, is the first. And I'm saying it this way. If you're going to go for vouchers, if you're going to pancake public education and go for charter schools, then we want the charter schools for our black church schools and we want the tax money. What? No, the First Amendment, since y'all love the First Amendment so much. But see, we have such a deep investment in the idea of America as a concept that we are blind to the fact that it has never been a nation.
Yes.
We need to fight fire now with fire.
Well,
pull back on this imaginary myth making and take some of their tactics, and we come up with a novel theory. I'm not saying go all the way, but we need to, everything need to be on the table.
But this is why, I mean, first of all, for folks, and Glenda Carr, I see you there. I know Melanie Campbell's here, so y'all just hold tight 1 second. The thing that, why tonight was so important when we decided to do this. And I really want everybody who, we hit 250,000 tonight. We still are, we're 4 hours in and we still at 177,000. But when I sent the text out and I said, we're doing this, Reverend Barber's gonna be speaking, we're not carrying Trump, don't watch the networks. I said, let's hit 100,000, spread it to your friends, family. I sent it out. My expectation, because of what we've done previously, really was 25,000. Because I know what the numbers are. I know what we've had before. But in the last 48 hours, and this is when, and I need people really to pay attention. Because see, I need a lot of our folk, we keep acting like old black people are somehow irrelevant. I was in a chat room and they were talking about how we need to be teaching our old black people YouTube. And I said, hold, y'all have no, I literally said, y'all have no idea. I said, y'all have no idea what the hell y'all talking about. I said, the highest group of folk who watch this show, if you look at our YouTube dashboard, if I pull it up, and if it says, I can pull it up right now, it says in the last 28 days, we had 32 million folk who watched. If I hit analytics, and then I hit audience, the highest percentage of people watching, 65 plus, is 30.8%.
Wow.
I said, so y'all acting like older black folk can't find it. I said, that's the highest group.
Right.
I said, no, I travel the country. These black people know how to find. They like, no, baby, I see you. So nearly every text I got was my grandmama or the matriarch of our family put this in the family chat. And that thing reverberated.
I'm telling you.
And earlier we were just all talking, and four of us, they're like, man, yeah, my mama, my grandmother, they were all talking about it. That's how we hit 250. Because them black grandmothers were like, no, y'all gonna sit y'all ass down. Y'all gonna watch this here.
Which means more than one person was watching too. You ain't even captured it.
There you go. Yes. So people need to understand the reason you have to have a mass medium, because show me any other way. I need people to understand what I'm talking about. 250,000 people were watching this simultaneously. That is 3 Louisiana Superdomes.
Yep.
That's Essence Festival sold out 3 times. See, we keep underappreciating the value of media. The ability to reach 250,000 people at the same time, simultaneously. There is no other black platform tonight that can say that, because black radio wasn't carrying this. Black radio has not been on for the last 4 hours. Not black newspaper. There's no black show. This was not carried on a single black cable network, not BET, not TV One, not Aspire, not Up, not any of them. This is the only place. And so this is why we have got to stop downplaying black-owned media to realize we do this every day. And so if what you're talking about, what needs to be birthed, this has to be birthed, it's gonna be birthed through black-owned media, because you ain't gonna get it anywhere else. Because you ain't gonna get it on CNN or MSNBC or NBC, ABC, CBS. Because there, even the black folk who got shows, they don't control their shows. Somebody else tells them what to talk about. And so I hope in this moment we realize, stop thinking white ice is colder.
Yes, sir.
Stop thinking that, oh man, well, they mentioned us on MSNBC. You got a mention there, but you can actually have a dialogue here. And so that's what is happening, I think, in this moment of folk who are supporting Black-owned businesses, the Target Fast. Black people are now realizing we've been spending so much time trying to wear their stuff, impress them, satisfy them, that this moment is forcing Black people to look inward and realize, y'all people keep running around talking about Kendrick, what is they not like us or whatever the hell? Well, if we gonna keep saying that, when are we gonna say, do we like us?
No question.
No, when Dr. Carr said, when you said we've been in love with Americanism, and when you were talking earlier, I think when you were talking about how veterans voted against, you know, the right way, they voted for Trump. I think that what we've had to realize in this moment that I think will be powerful is that we fell in love with the idea of Americanism, but we have to realize that they didn't see us as Americans.
Never. Right. Never
they didn't
will.
see us
they
as
never
Americans.
will. That's
and so
exactly
here
right.
we are.
That's right.
As, you know, visitors or enemies of the state in a way. And
Seriously.
we have to figure out what we do and who we have. And all we have is us.
Yes.
Glenda Carr, Higher Heights, what are you hearing? Are you seeing a renewed fight, interest among Black women to run for office in the face of this fascism?
Absolutely. What we find is that Black women are still engaged in this democracy, right, Roland? To understand how we got to a Kamala Harris 107-day historic run, we have to look at a 10-year acceleration of Black women's political power and leadership. In 2014, we just had one Black woman serving as a mayor of a major city. We now have 7. There was just 241 Black women serving in state legislatures in 2014. We now have 283. There were only 18 Black women serving in Congress. We now have 31, including 2 Black women serving in the upper chamber. The first time we've ever had 2 Black women serve in the U.S. Senate. So this has been a steady gain. There is still strides to go. Black women are still underrepresented in most of our American democracy, but there are Black women who are plotting runs for local school board, the understanding that the importance of local governance more than ever. But there are Black women sitting in state legislatures or local business leaders or activists like a Judith Brown Diana. She's going to kill me for saying this because she's not running for office. But that's the Kamala effect, right? The continuation of Shirley Chisholm's. There are Black women who were inspired. My goddaughter sat on the quad on Howard on election night and on the next day to hear Vice President Kamala Harris. And you could see in her eyes the spark of activism, the spark of her leadership, and that it'll be generations of Black women who are going to be inspired by this moment because they know that their families and their communities need their leadership now more than ever.
We're past 11 o'clock. Trump finally finished running his mouth. And so we've got Elise Slotnick is speaking. Y'all don't even worry, we ain't carrying that. I ain't got no time. I ain't got no time to be hearing from her. So it's a lot more we're going to be covering here. So we're going to do this here. I'm going to ask Glenn another question. I'm going to bring in, so I'm going to swap out 4 folk with our panel on here. And so let me just do this real quick. I ain't figure out who's for. But I'm gonna do this real quick. I want to hear a final word on what you want folk to do from this point forward. We've had great conversation on this night. What do you want them to do, Therese? What do you want them to do?
Pray, lots of prayer, and also be safe, get together as a community and support each other. I think that's the biggest thing. If you got to have people over at your house to commune, to pray together, I think that's so important right now. We need that mental and emotional support before we can take on the fight that's coming.
Jelena?
Someone said it earlier, but I want to underscore just speaking truth to power. As you know, I've been on here before, both as a government official and as a private citizen speaking truth to power. about our inequities within our halls of government, and as someone who actually used to work on the Hill too, again, knock on your members of Congress's door, write them. It is powerful because I've had plenty of people for me when I was working in the administration, you know, can you tell Tony Blinken? I said, no, I can't, because that's not how it works. But you, do you know who your member of Congress is? Or better yet, do you know who your local electeds are? That's how you're empowered, and that's how you make a difference.
Nola?
I just want to say, you know, this is a very, I think about this moment when I think about Black history coming from a very, 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 very Black city, a very Black background. And for me, so much of this is like, duh. But then I have to put myself in other people's shoes. You know, when you think about kids who were born after the 80s and the 90s, and they were born in a post-integration world. They were born in all the post, and they were told, this is a new America, different America, you can do what you want, A, B, C, and D. And so for a lot of those folks who were still trapped in that Americanism that you two mentioned, I don't fault them, because this is the promise of the country that they said that they would deliver on, right? So where we are right now, in this kind of revolutionary Renaissance moment, I'm here for it. I'm like, let's go.
Right.
But also, it's because of where I come from. You know, like, Blackness is just what it is in New Orleans, Louisiana. Like, I don't care what your zip code is or what your bank account says, that's just what it is. But I absolutely, you know, for younger folks out there that are confused about what's happening, they're like, I just want to go to brunch, back to our brunch conversation. I want to go to brunch too. Don't nobody love brunch more than me. Listen, nobody.
Nobody.
Right now.
Nobody. Bottom loves brunch. Bottomless. You heard where I'm from, right? Okay.
Right.
Listen.
Let's do this.
Listen, I'm just being honest.
I asked Roland where was the king cake.
Listen.
He didn't plan ahead.
It's Mardi Gras. It's Mardi Gras.
Mardi Gras.
It is.
Wait, I have
Y'all
what?
didn't bring a damn thing.
I want my brain.
Yeah, there it is. There it is right there.
Hold up.
That's the blackest thing said tonight.
Hold up. Let's be real clear.
That's the quote.
Let's be real clear. I didn't pay for the damn caterer.
That's the quote.
I didn't pay for the liquor.
couldn't bring a king
I didn't
cake.
pay for all.
That's why we ain't bring nothing.
Y'all didn't bring no
Y'all didn't bring a
Y'all
damn
ain't bring no
thing.
damn
You have
beans.
all the things.
Y'all ain't bring a damn
You
thing.
have the things.
Y'all some fake ass New Orleans people. Randy, what's your comment?
So in the world.
No, you are not.
Yes, I did. Randy,
Questioning.
Got me distracted about bottomless.
Listen.
what do you want people to do?
I ain't even get to finish
Build
my
community
thought.
with
Hell
your
yeah,
people.
because you gave a thesis.
And that's why I'm here.
Go.
Build community with your people.
Yes.
Whether it be over brunch or at a place where you ain't got no cake. Build community with your people.
Cake.
Like,
First of all,
we have to be in love with them.
The baby got to be in the cake.
Hey,
Get Mike
let me
Johnson,
be
he
real
about to
clear.
size
Be
going
real
to
clear.
king
Some
cake.
goddamn red velvet cupcakes and some chocolate
okay,
cupcakes in there.
okay.
Y'all might want to calm y'all asses down.
I didn't
All right, you said build community. Judith, go.
I mean, of course, I'm going to say vote, right? I voted today. I live in Prince George's
Right.
County.
Oh, right.
We have a special election for, and that's a county exec position, but it's important because that's the person who's going to protect me from the crap that's happening in Washington.
Absolutely. Glenda, what do you want folk to do?
Great point.
I didn't get to finish my thought.
I think Black women need to continue to vote, run, win, and lead. But I'm inspired by what I heard from you today, Roland. I got your text from 5 of my everyday Black women, someone from my church, someone from my sorority, someone from my girlfriend. So the power of our collective is unlimited. Like, our power continues to be unlimited. And so it may be, as the vice president said on that November, 5th, where when it's the darkest, you can see our brightest lights. Yep. We are the brightest lights. And so the power of organizing with organizations like Higher Heights and Advancement Projects and many of the voices that you've had on all day, that's where you should sow your money and your time and your treasures. But organizing, everyday grandma organizing still works, y'all. And that's what we need to do.
Oh, it absolutely does. Again, so people need to understand, a window into this. When TV One canceled News One Now, I knew exactly what I was going to do. Yep. And the reason I launched it, even when they offered me a new 3-year contract, I told them no. Because I knew Tom Joyner was retiring in 2019. And when I studied the landscape, I said that losing the Tom Joyner morning show is going to have a negative impact on Black America. Because, and it's no disrespect to all the other current syndicated radio shows, but if you combine all of those shows together, they literally do not do the kind of content that happened every day on Joyner. And I said then, we're gonna have a problem heading into the 2020 election and then beyond. And so we saw all of this coming. Yeah, that's the president. That's the JD Vance motorcade. He going to the Naval Observatory. Yeah, his ass going. So I need people to understand that was the understanding, and I need people to pay attention. I need you to understand that, and we got some other folks who are coming up, but you've had LDF on, Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, Transforming Justice Coalition on, Advancement Project, Higher Heights. You've had a multitude of groups who did not get called by any of the other networks. Come on. I need y'all to pay attention.
Didn't.
Yes, I need y'all to pay attention.
Yes, sir.
Not only did they not get called for tonight, they're not going to get called tomorrow or afterwards. Right. The reason that is important is because y'all have seen tonight, y'all, we still got about 8 other people we're about to bring on. Y'all have seen more Black experts tonight than you're going to see on the 3 broadcasts and the 3 cable networks combined for the entire week, I dare say next 2 weeks. Right. So this is why I need our people to understand that if tonight, if 250,000 people could tune in tonight, you know what you've just proven? Yep. You can actually do it every night.
We're going to do another Million Man March.
You got to show tomorrow. See? I got to show every night. 5 days a week.
A news show 5
So
nights a
again,
week.
I need people watching. I need you to understand what I'm saying. The moment you show the ability to mobilize and organize and prove the collective, now how do you replicate it day in and day out? So if you do 250,000, if I show y'all, if you do 250,000 every night, literally, that's more than watch Newsmax, more than watch OWN or HLN, more than watch a number of shows on CNN. That is literally our power, as if we're willing to actually use it. So we're gonna do this here. Y'all don't go anywhere. It's a quick break. It's a quick break. We're gonna bring in our next group of panelists for a continued conversation. I have a number of millennial voices. I got something to talk to them about. They got stuff to say about. Yeah, we got stuff to talk about because I keep saying my parents. You did what?
Oh man.
Yeah, we all know her ass love so Black. Anytime she sent her brother text, her ass at brunch. Anyway, so we're gonna take a quick break. We're trying to get Congressman Al Green on the phone. We're gonna show you all the video where he interrupted Donald Trump's speech and they walked him out. He represented all of us. We're gonna show you some of the other stuff.
Didn't he bring impeachment? He also was the only one to, yet again, bring impeachment charges, right? Again. Wasn't he the one last time to do it?
Right.
Yeah.
But they still walked the brother out, but don't worry about it. We got his back. We'll be right back on the Black Star Network. And again, if y'all watch and support the work that we do, join our Bring the Funk fan club. You can contribute via Cash App. Use the Stripe QR code right here on the screen. Go to blackstarnetwork.com if you're listening. I see your checking money order, P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. PayPal, R. Martin Unfiltered. Venmo, RM Unfiltered. Zelle, Roland@RolandSMartin.com. Roland@RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Y'all remember, ain't nothing happening tonight free. Just so y'all know.
Because there was no king cake.
Just so y'all
clearly.
know. But don't worry about it because we're going to take Nola's credit card. And she's going to be paying for some stuff. If her ass keep talking, interrupting me, I'll be right back.
Y'all ain't bringing
Begin tonight with the people who are really running the country right now.
Now, Trump is often wrong and misleading about a lot of things, but especially about history.
Donald Trump falling in line with President Elon Musk.
In the wake of the unsettling news that MSNBC has canceled Joy Ann Reid's primetime show, The Readout, Roland Martin and the Black Star Network would like to extend an invitation to all of the fans of Joy Ann Reid's MSNBC show to join us every night to watch Roland Martin Unfiltered, streaming on the Black Star Network for news, discussion of the issues that matter to you, and the latest updates on the twice impeached, criminally convicted felon-in-chief Donald Trump and his unprecedented assault on democracy, as well as co-president Elon Musk's takeover of the federal government. The Black Star Network stands with Joy Ann Reid and all folks who understand the power of black voices in media. We must come together and never forget that information is power. Be sure to watch Roland Martin Unfiltered weeknights, 6 p.m. Eastern at youtube.com/Roland S. Martin or download the Black Star Network app.
This week on The Other Side of Change.
Environmental disasters and systemic exploitation.
From the wildfires in California to the unexpected snowstorms in the South.
We are in the climate collapse. These extreme weather events are becoming more disastrous, and it is Black and brown communities that are often hit first and worst.
Watch us on the Black Star Network, so tune in to The Other Side of Change.
Next on the Black Table with me, Greg Carr. Dr. Gerald Horne, a man regarded by many as the most important historian of our time. He provides us a history lesson I'm betting you've never heard before.
Texas enslavers who plan to continue the conflict even after Appomattox, even after the formal surrender of Robert E. Lee.
Dr. Horne talks about his new book, The Counter-Revolution of 1836, Texas, Slavery, and Jim Crow, and the Roots of U.S. Fascism. You do not want to miss this conversation. Only on the Black Table, right here on the Black Star Network.
Next on A Balanced Life, we're talking everything from prayer to exercise to positive affirmations and everything that's needed to keep you strong and along your way. That's on a next A Balanced Life with me, Dr. Jackie, on Black Star Network.
On the next Get Wealthy with me, Deborah Owens, America's Wealth Coach, have you ever had that $1 million idea and wondered how you could make it a reality? On the next Get Wealthy, you're going to meet Liska Askalise, the inventress, someone who made her own idea a reality and now is showing others how they can do it too.
Positive, focusing in on the thing that you want to do, writing it down, and not speaking to naysayers or anybody about your product until you've taken some steps to at least execute.
Liska Askalise on the next Get Wealthy, right here, only on Black Star Network.
Hey, this is Motown recording artist Kim. You are watching Roland Martin Unfiltered. That boy, he always unfiltered though. I ain't never known him to be filtered. Is there another way to experience Roland Martin than to be unfiltered? Of course he's unfiltered. Would you expect anything less? Watch what happens next.
Network, we got some great new voices here. Joining us, Bria Baker. She's author, activist, and she's co-host of a new show here on the Black Star Network, The Other Side of Change, along with Jameer Burley. Eric Bell, he's a Georgia State representative. Glad to have Eric here. Gavin Reynolds, contributor to The Root, former speechwriter to Vice President Kamala Harris. Also joining us on the panel, we got Tiffany Lofton. Y'all see over here. You got
Tiffany Tina Lofton.
we got Tiffany Lofton over here. You see her with the blonde head over here. So yeah, glad to see.
Hey everybody.
We got Brianna Cartwright. I don't know what we're just gonna call Brianna. She just a confused millennial. And so we always going at it. Oh Lord. She is not a millennial, but the whole you not. I don't know why you tripping, but a whole lot of them work for her. And so she is with Melanie Campbell, National Coalition, Black Civic Participation, Black Women's Roundtable. How many other damn titles Melanie got? I don't know.
Your friend.
You got that. She got the Africa earrings going.
Fly.
I mean, got the earrings.
All my life.
Huh?
Yes. Yes.
Say it again.
Yes.
Say it again. Right, but I see you flossing, and I didn't miss your little big old red glasses. I ain't miss them.
I was at Busboys today, and a girl Shannon gave these to me, and I said they match my shoes. I'm wearing my brother's
wow.
shoes. I just got these glasses an hour ago.
See?
Oh, matching ones.
It look like you picked it.
Let me know.
I like
So they're not prescriptions.
No,
but
we know that. We know.
I have identical ones.
We know that. We know they ain't prescription. We know they
show is so black.
Okay, hey, your microphone. What you say?
Nobody gave it to me.
We'll clip the damn thing on.
To where?
We'll just put some tape on.
Your people supposed to come over here and do this.
Well, you the one sitting there wearing your Shaft outfit. I mean, my goodness.
Michael Jackson.
I'm just
You don't
saying,
like my pants?
It's that hour. It's that hour. It's that hour.
Oh my God! Oh my
see the
God!
red, black, and green.
I told y'all this.
That's what. Oh yeah, put it.
You get real.
Oh, these George?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Black History Month is every day. Thank you,
That's it.
Doctor.
That's it.
There we go. Go get by the shoes.
I'm bring back to you.
Chelsea, how you doing? I know I'm trying to.
You want me?
Y'all sitting here just go on here. Okay, first of all, let me. Hold on. Let me. This your first time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you ain't never seen. You ain't never seen this much blackness on a TV show before. I know you've been watching a lot of white TV. Baby, this ain't.
She looking like, oh my God.
This ain't nothing. Hold on, where you from?
Brooklyn.
You got a large black family?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what this is. I'm just letting you know. Okay, so cause you damn, everybody cutting on each other.
Oh, this is funny. I'm entertained.
Yeah, no.
I'm entertained.
Listen, if we wasn't talking about each other, they think we everybody sick.
No.
So that's what's going on here. I want to start here, Bria. This has been Reverend Barber Bishop Barber gave a fantastic sermon tonight. In terms of moving forward, what do we do? Where do we go? What is your message for millennial, for Generation Z, for Generation Alpha, for folk to understand that we need all hands on deck in this moment?
1,000,000%. Yeah, young people have always inevitably been part of the resistance, leading the resistance, and we have to do that now more than ever. We've seen the Trump administration is coming to attack student protesters, talking about he will criminalize and deport those who have been doing the organizing that he knows is going to keep him at bay. And so the answer is not to cower. The answer is not to get apathetic. The answer is not to unplug, but we have to resist, stop complying in advance, stop turning the other cheek, so to speak, and really lean forward in this moment. We've seen a lot of amazing millennial and Gen Zers in office who have done that. You know, Maxwell Frost was also escorted out with Representative Al Green, I believe, wearing a shirt that said "Not My King," and resisting Elon Musk as he takes over the administration. And so we have to lean into that sort of organizing and recognize that we are going to be a main part of the resistance to this administration, because we know we are not going to inherit a world and take this at face value.
Representative Bell, you are a young brother elected to the Georgia State House. At the end of the day, we've got to have next generation who steps in to many of these elected positions that have been occupied by many of our elders. It's time for some folk to retire, to enjoy life. It's a little hard to lean on folk who are there in their late 70s and 80s and wanting them to be vigorous and active in leading the resistance.
Oh, well, I definitely agree. It's not that our seasoned individuals don't have the wisdom, but sometimes we need a different foresight. Sometimes we need a different MO. Sometimes we need a different mission, or someone who's just been seen in a different light, or living in this world in this current stance, in this current economic situation, that can really speak truth to power. Years ago, respectability politics was a thing that we did, or the thing that was perpetrated, because that's how things got done. We've seen that you show respect to a certain animal or beast or faction in our government today, and it gets you nowhere. It's time to fight fire with fire. It's time to fight truth with power. And it's time that not only people involved, but we demand change. We make sure that we put our olive garden in their place and make sure that America is preserved for the people. America is served for small business, and we make that heard on a state level, national level. And if you're not involved now, there's no time better than now. If not, who you?
Gavin, at the end of the day, again, we got to push as many folk to be engaged in this. What are you seeing? What are you hearing out there?
Well, Roland, first of all, thanks for having this. I mean, tonight, I don't know for those who tuned into the speech at all or heard any of the clips on social media, for any young person watching that, it was incredibly demoralizing. It was a lot more of what Donald Trump always comes with, attacking DEI, demonizing federal workers, blaming everyone except straight white men. But I think the fact that you sort of have this space here tonight for us to come together and for what you've always done to bring young people, to bring young leaders, young Black leaders into the fold, because let's face it, there's a full-on attack on young Black leadership today. What do we think all these attacks on DEI are all about? It's because they know if they can get to us early, they know if they can get to us young and cut off the water sources to the roots, then we're not going to grow up to be the powerful, strong trees that they know and they fear that we one day can and will grow into. But Roland, I mean, young people right now are feeling really, it's an incredibly difficult and challenging time for young people. Just looking at everything that Donald Trump is bringing back into the fold in our politics right now, I think what a lot of young people are hoping for, we're ready to lead, we're ready to roll up our sleeves. But I think it's important that other people in the Democratic Party do what you do, Roland, every single day, which is to pour into us as young leaders. I think on the right, you could argue that they sort of have done a better job in some ways at investing in the bench. And on the left, I think we're a little bit behind on that. And so I'm looking to our leaders to do what you're doing, Roland, to make sure that we don't forget about us as that next generation coming up and coming behind. And I know Melanie Campbell is there with you. I had the chance to get to know her at the DNC last summer and working with her, and her and so many others who have done so much to inspire and uplift young people. We're ready to do that and to pay it forward, but it can't be any one of us. It's got to be all of us. So thank you, Roland, for having this space, for including us as young leaders. And I guess my charge to my fellow young people is to recognize that we need to act and lead in this moment. And my charge to those who are older and have been walking in these steps for a long time, know that we're right there with you and we're ready to run this race with you.
When Eric was talking, I saw Bria over there. She thought she was like on Love Jones at the spoken word thing. So Anthony, go ahead and kill a light. I figure you wanted a little cool little setting, Bria. Because she was over there just like popping her finger. I almost lit some damn candles for a second there, and some incense. Oh, Lord. She popped. I was like, go ahead and let's go have our cool vibe set right here for Bria, since, she was there popping fingers. See, Chelsea, I told you this is a black as hell show. Anthony, go turn the lights back on. See, y'all, that's right. That's right. First of all, them white networks ain't got LED light. I'm just saying, ain't how that I'm just saying, ain't how that. I'm just saying. This ain't just the black people on the set got color on here. The artwork, the light, and everything. All right, Tiffany, I see you, Bria, just showing out. And I know. She wanted to be in studio. We're gonna have her, but she couldn't be here. Tiffany, I want to go to you. Hey, look, you have been for a long time. First of all, you about to graduate out of the young leadership.
That's what they keep saying.
I know you trying to hold on.
No, I'm not. Y'all keep inviting me back.
See, Tiffany is like that young preacher, pastor.
Oh, no.
All of the youth events. Then they get to a certain point where like,
oh, you about to be mad at my answer.
Youth events anymore. Yeah,
you about to be mad at my answer. You about to be mad at my answer.
I mean, you closer to my age than you are when you were the president of the United.
You sound like Derek Johnson. Keep going. Okay. Okay.
I'm just saying.
That's what he said.
I'm just saying.
Ooh, come on now.
Okay.
Yeah, but remember, I said that was a pathway. He should have put you on to be the first CEO of the NAACP.
No question.
But that's so.
You did say that.
Yeah, I damn sure
publicly
did
on television. You did.
I damn sure did say that. So.
By the way, it's almost Aries season. I'll be 36 in 3 weeks.
Oh, look at y'all.
I'll be 36 in 3 weeks. So
all right.
you're welcome.
I'm still a little young.
Y'all niggas really want me to light some incense and candles. Y'all throwing out signs.
Hey! Where'd you find her at?
Zodiac.
I'm April 6th. So
You put all the April babies next to. Go ahead with your question. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. What was you gonna ask me?
Give a damn about no signs. What's wrong with y'all black people? Lord, y'all talking about Aries and all.
Aries give a damn about signs.
Lord Jesus, okay. Anyway.
What is your sign?
Anyway.
What is your sign, Roland?
Baby, you can't tell Scorpio. Y'all keep it up, you're gonna get stung. So the moment we're in.
I'm listening.
I keep hearing, oh my God, we tired, we gave so much. And I did a whole thing. I said, I'm sorry, I can't hear, I'm gonna cuss somebody out from 18 to 50 if I hear I'm tired again.
18 to 50.
No, I am, because I'm sorry. Look, my dad's 78 next month, mom in November. They can be tired. I can't listen to somebody 30, 32, 35 talking about, I'm tired. This is not the moment for those folks to be tired. We need them engaged fully.
That's true. I'm gonna say 3 things. One, the folks that you have heard say that they're tired are not the same folks that I'm working with. I know you just tried to kick me out the young people group, but let me say something real quick. I'm a badass organizer.
Amen.
Doesn't matter what age I am.
No question.
And young people, I just did a big event in Omaha, Nebraska this past Saturday. I leave up out of here and I go to Riverside, California to speak to every black student union in every high school in the state of California.
And they are in, the black student unions on college campuses and high school campuses, they in trouble.
And that's why,
trying to get rid of them.
And guess who they called? Me. So I am flying down to Riverside, California to speak to those students there. And at the end of March, I am bringing together 150 college students from around the country, right here in Washington, D.C., to meet with their elected officials. And they are going to organize around 2 big issues. Freedom of speech, their First Amendment rights, which are being attacked, as Judith talked about a little earlier on the panel, and college affordability because the Pell Grant is under attack. Student loan debt is gone. We ain't getting that no more. It's not gonna happen. But there is a budget reconciliation process that is happening that is attacking the finances that go to every institution, including land-grant institutions and HBCUs. And so my students are pissed, and they are the ones who are being targeted. And let me be very clear about the strategy of what that means for young people. Once you understand, and this is not a new fight since Trump's been the president in the last 100 days. This has been a fight for the last 8, 9, 10 years.
10 years.
And we had the unfortunate happen, not that any of us had to go through it, where the pandemic created a very severe leadership development gap for our young people. Where leadership turnover did not happen, black student unions, student governments, all that came back, and people were virtual, trying to figure out how to take governing documents and how to run programs and fill out all the things.
We had to restart our Alpha chapter at Texas A&M.
Literally, things had to restart, and people forget that the pandemic was just a couple days ago. So, our students were the students who were seniors in high school coming into college at that time. We are not out of the pandemic phase yet for leadership development. So this national student organization, because there right now is no national student voice, needs to be built. And I am the only advisor volunteer who is helping to do that. And right now, it's not just random pick students I'm picking. It is student government leaders who have passed resolutions in their student government. So right now on paper, with the representation I have of resolutions that have been passed, we're at 3.5 million college students across the country.
Good job.
And they are coming to Washington, D.C. So here's my 2 points. One, I don't know who's tired. I know people who are pissed off and mad, and some of the reason why they say they're tired is because they don't really have instructions on what to do. One. Two, I'm gonna do three things. Two, the resources have been cut.
Yep.
So when we talk about financing the students to come, I got students right now at FAMU who are like, we want to bring 35 people. Come on, Florida Agricultural Mechanics University, October 3rd, 1887. What? So I did not go there, but I'm a big fan, and you know, okay.
Shout out to Florida.
Shout out to Florida. I went to a white school in California. Shout out to Angela Davis. Okay. So what happens is the organization that we are building, the resources, right, are being challenged.
So did you go back? So you moved too fast.
Sorry.
You had 35 students at Florida A&M.
Oh, thank you. 35 students. Yeah, the family thing distracted me. Thank you, Roland. The 35 students that are trying to come to D.C.
Right.
who do not have the resources, the financial resources to pay for a hotel and a flight.
No, wait.
Here I go. Wait. Flight and hotel, because I told these students registration is free. And alumni and philanthropy are coming together to help sponsor and pay for the conference. But students need to get to DC to make that happen.
I got that. But see, you're not giving numbers. You said 35. What's the number?
Like the cost?
Yes.
I don't know. I could get back to you on that. I don't know off the top of my head. I got flight and hotel, and I got to do the math. I don't know.
So I'm gonna go.
Runs usually comes to about $1,000.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to.
That's for that's meals and like cost of everything else. But we're not charging students for that.
Okay, got it. All I need.
Flights at least
Hold up. I need.
Our hotel is.
I need everybody to breathe. Ice. I'm gonna go to Chelsea. I go to Chelsea. I need you getting your calculator out so you can give a number. Because if you got 150,000 people who are watching, then we can direct folk to meet the number. So I don't want to speak in general terms. So I want a number. Got it?
Yeah. But can I say one more thing? Okay.
Yeah. I'm coming back to you, but because I'm trying to get to your number.
I'll try to draw it out.
Don't worry about it. Trust me. I'm doing something here, but I'm trying to tell you so we can get that number. Chelsea, in terms of I want you to say in terms of what are you hearing? What are you hearing among your peers? What are they saying? And are they prepared to meet this moment?
So I think that's an interesting question. And I just want to take a step back because I think in the nature of this conversation, we have to be honest here. I definitely think that there is this desire to organize, but I also think that there is a huge fatigue that is taking place. And a lot of that has to do, and Tiffany spoke about the organizing, the leadership gap that took place in 2020. But let's also talk about the trauma that took place in 2020, right? And the fact that so many young people, myself included, I'm one of the co-founders of Freedom March NYC. We were on the front lines leading some of the largest youth-led protests in the country. And when you talk about the resources that were available to us to make sure we could sustainably do this work, when you talk about the fact that even last year, we had young organizers in New York that were getting domestic terrorism charges brought against them for organizing in the city, and then to ask us, where are we now in this moment? Where was everyone else 2-3 years ago? Where was the philanthropy space to fund our organizations? Where were the legacy groups who had the funding to then support young frontline organizers? We were paying for people's bail. We were paying for people's housing because they were experiencing homelessness on the front lines, because so many of the traditional structures were not able to support the young people, the displaced folks, the folks who were in homeless shelters and still on the front lines doing the work.
Yep.
And so I think for me, what we've witnessed across the space is that a lot of the new organizers coming out, and not from the traditional organizations, but I'm talking about from the movement, right? Dispersed, because we know that this is a decentralized movement. A lot of what we saw is that they are now going into protective mode, right? They're trying to figure out how to survive. And so I think that across the board, from Gen Z, millennials, a lot of what we're seeing, I'm on the cusp in the middle. And so I think that there's a lot of young people, and to the point that Tiffany made, that do want to do the work but don't know what next looks like, and I think also are getting incredibly tired of the false promises. And I also think it has something to do with the fact of media, right? And we haven't really spent a lot of time talking about the impact of what we've been seeing across the divisiveness, the silos that people are existing in, the way that the algorithms are changing and impacting the way that young people are then receiving information and knowing what to do with it. And so I think it's a melting pot and a culmination of things. And I always say that there's nothing new under the sun. We've been here before, but the conditions have changed, right?
Brianna, I'm gonna go to you. I remember when Black Lives Matter, there were different organizations that were starting. And I remember I was having conversations with folks. I kept saying, infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. And there were people who were like, no, we got to focus on the work. I said, no, you're going to need infrastructure. I said, because you got to pay rent. You got to pay lights. And I remember there were people who were raising money individually. I said, no, you need to make sure that you run that through organizations. I said, because you don't want to get hit by IRS fees. And it was interesting because there was a lot of pushback from folks who's like, okay, are you an old head? I was like, listen, you can holler old head all you want to. I said, but what I understand is infrastructure is what sustains you over a long period of time. Infrastructure allows you to walk away and take a break and the work still continues, then you can come back. And I think that has been a growing pain. Tiffany's shaking her head. We've had these conversations for a lot of young organizations. Young organizations, your energy can only last so long. Right. But the infrastructure piece is still important. So the reason, and I know some people who are watching who are kind of like not understanding. So the reason I stopped Tiffany where she was, because I wanted the number, is because when you have an opportunity where people are to meet that particular need. Because what often happens is we talk about, well, we need, but we then don't say, okay, well, how much you need?
Can you give?
When you need it?
Right.
How can we actually raise it? And that to me, I think, is as we're talking about how do you build this resistance movement, it is going to take our folks internally to say, how do we begin to pool resources to do those things and always start, okay, what's the number? What's the need? Things along those lines. And this is the why we think we have to have these conversations, because folk, they're out there, but if we're not providing the support, we're never going to be able to have that next generation be able to step up and step in. Speak to that.
I totally agree. About the infrastructure, right? What is an organizer? That organizer is supposed to be able to organize themselves out a job. And I think a lot of our community, towards the older generations to even down to Generation Z, because we keep talking about millennials, but the Zoomers, I call them Zoomers, are there to really should been where
Gen Z and Gen Alpha.
Well,
yeah.
Generation Alpha is still kind of young.
Yeah, but they doing stuff.
They there. Well, yeah, my nephew is Generation Alpha too, and he's in elementary, so. But I'm just saying, I get that, but Generation Z is definitely where I would say when we first did our first tiff about what a millennial is really where Generation Z is, right? And millennials, I just feel like we're kind of behind a generation. And going back to what it is for infrastructure and to organizing is someone should be feel comfortable to organize themselves out their job. And I think we're trying to find or be the next leader and make it about an individual versus about the community. Right. And so they're afraid to organize themselves out the job, because if the infrastructure is there, right, you leave. And the reason why folks are getting tired is because if you're that organizer, there aren't that many resources, right? You said the number and so forth. You don't have housing, as you stated. You put a lot of sacrifice, right? You could be a lot of things. And you said, you know what? I'm not gonna be a corporate lawyer. I am gonna be a nonprofit lawyer. And then you have everybody come at you at all different types of way and not appreciate it. You sacrifice, you do 2016, you try to say, you know, we try to tell you this is for your good and X, Y, and Z, and it all falls apart, and you get tired because you keep repeating and sacrificing. and you may not know where you're laying your head. You may not know where your next meal is because an organizer isn't there for the money.
Right.
But the thing with infrastructure, when you build a community, you can have a job. And that doesn't take away from you still fighting for the community. But you have to make sure that the infrastructure is there. I will go back to the generations of organizing out the job is, I think the lack of mentorship. We said that, you know. Melanie, it's been great with millennials, was there at the Warnock campaign. You, even though we fight, you always have our voices there.
We always fight.
We have our voices there, right? And there's not enough of the mentorship. And I will say this, shout out to, I already did my shout out to Florida, shout out to Michigan. I started in 2008 really in electoral politics with Gary Peters. He is no longer going to be the senator of Michigan.
Not running in 26.
Correct. He's not running again. And so there's that open. And, you know, everyone was like up in arms about it, but he's not old. And I'm proud of it because I am tired of elected officials dying in their seat.
Right.
There needs to be more grooming within our party. Who's the next person, right? The Republicans do that all the time. You can't die in your seat. It's a claw. We see the voice. Go back to Michigan. Go to Detroit with Congressman Conyers, right? And we have no black congressman in Michigan because we decided we were going to die in our seat. And so I do think that there needs to be mentorship. I do think that we need to learn how to take ourselves out of it. We do need to learn how to organize ourselves out of a job and teach the next generation. And I do think that we need to come together, have community, provide the resources, have multiple streams.
Right.
And try to do better together.
What's the number?
$39,100.
All right, so first of all, if people give, where do they go?
USStudentassociation.org.
Okay, so
top right-hand corner is the donation button.
All right, so there are 101,000 people who are watching right now. First of all, if they give, is there a way to put a code in there or something?
No, but I'll know what time it was. So
all right, so we'll do this. So we'll do this here. So the 101,000 people who are watching. You said $39,000?
$100.
Okay, good. So we're gonna make it $40,000.
Yep.
So if the 101,000 of you watching right now, we will match up to $20,000 who contributes in the next 24 hours. So I need you to give a control room, listen to that. I need y'all to create a lower third. So what's the website?
USStudentassociation.org.
USStudentassociation.org.
I'll text it to, what's the name?
And pull the website up, and I want y'all to show where to donate. And so again, all of y'all who are watching, and so this is gonna pay for 35 Florida A&M students.
Yes.
And matter of fact, hold up.
I'm about to call him on FaceTime. You want to talk to him on FaceTime?
No. Hold up.
Come on, fam.
No. See, you calling the wrong.
I just texted it to.
No, you calling the wrong person. That ain't how I.
No, congratulations also to Zayla, who just won President Student Body of SGA.
That ain't how. Hold on. Look, I don't play that. Hold on. Hold on.
Who is this?
This
Hold
is
on.
the blackest show in the world.
Ever.
I don't play that.
Who stops the program to make a phone call?
Blackest. Exactly. That's Roland would say, when you own your shit, you can do that.
Yes, trust me. All the folk who work on our production know I will call somebody in the middle of a conversation.
How about that?
So here's the deal. So he not answered. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Who is he?
So here's the whole deal.
Oh no, he may be done.
Frat, what's up? Will Packer. So here's the deal.
Hey, Will.
That's Tiffany Lofton over there.
He knows me.
What's up?
So Tiffany's having a student conference student conference.
It's a National Legislative Conference.
Right. National Legislative Conference. When is this conference?
Where is it?
When is this conference?
March 21st to the 24th.
All right, March 21st to the 24th. There are 35 Florida A&M students who are trying to come for the conference. The number we're trying to raise is $40,000. So we got folks who are watching. They're going to be giving. So I'm going to match up to $20,000 in the next 24 hours. So let me know how much you're in for. Hit Rob Hardy for me as well. And then let me know so we can make this happen. All right? So hit me back, 06. Okay. Melanie, I'm going to go to you.
A brand new book that he just came out with.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We're going to get that money. Melanie, I'm gonna go to you.
And I got two more things I got to
Okay, I got you. Okay, but I got other people I got to call too. Melanie, I'm gonna go to you. The point I'm trying to make here is that our people looking for direction, and you've been operating in multiple spaces. There's a component of what y'all do where y'all have your young organizers, and then you got the sisters, you got the seasoned saints, all of that. Speak to where we are in this moment where baby boomers, Gen X, to the point that Brianna's made, that Chelsea's made, Tiffany's made, need to be operating not just in y'all need to be doing this, but operating in what can we do to help you to get it done. And speak to how you have been and how y'all have been doing that and has been successful.
Well, first of all, it's just good to be here in the middle of the night. When I got that time,
do you need a drink?
Cliff, I see Cliff.
I'm gonna go to Cliff Albright in a second. Then Melanie, let me know. We got alcohol over there. You need some wine. Oh Lord, you got the brown stuff. Don't do it.
I was surprised because you don't drink.
When I saw,
you don't drink.
It's not.
I know a bunch of y'all drink.
That's right.
It's not Fat Tuesday no more.
Oh my God.
Hold on. What you want, Judith?
Oh no.
Everything.
Judith, what you want?
With some vodka. Vodka gimlet.
Can you make something with some vodka gimlet?
Lord have mercy.
All right, and then just bring it over when it's ready.
Just give me
Melanie, go ahead.
Just give me a ginger ale.
Okay, bring a ginger ale for Melanie. Okay, there you go.
But you know, Roland, I'm gonna say
Chelsea like, damn, this is black. Yeah. she like, damn, this is from Brooklyn. She ordering drinks.
You from Brooklyn, right? Where are your people from?
Go ahead, Melanie. Go ahead.
Jamaica.
See, I knew it.
When I got the notice that it was 10:30 at night, I was like,
there you go.
It's movement time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right. And there's these moments. I've lived, 6 decades around the sun.
Yes, ma'am.
No shame in that.
No doubt.
Game.
No.
Yes,
God
ma'am.
bless.
So y'all see these earrings?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I was not always 6 decades around the sun. So this is a time that I've been reflecting on when I was you, right? And understanding that what we have to do, yes, we got to support you all, but we also have to be real with you. Because this is a different kind of a moment that we find ourselves. And I've been out this game for 40 years, and I've never, Judith, seen anything like what we're going through. Not that we haven't, and our ancestors haven't gone through what we've gone through, but what that means for me is part of it is, yes, we will provide all the resources we can, but it is your moment, right, for us to figure out how to support your generation, because that's what happened for us 40 years ago. We were fighting a fight. We've got a whole system that is being dismantled. When Orange Man said he was going to give us some black jobs, they serious about getting rid of all of the upward mobility for black people for your generation, and for those of us who are around, making sure that we're impoverished when it's time to step off of this game. I know that I spoke to and I'm going to not call names because I don't want people out there. I know somebody that's very close to me whose father they found out who's a veteran who was get his check today that would normally be $1,200. Guess how much the check was?
What?
$100 and something.
No. Wow.
How?
To this day, I've got folks in my family who it's not just what's going on with the civil service, but what companies are doing and getting rid of folks' jobs. So there is a real attack on there not being a middle class in this country.
That's right.
So we've got to go underground in some of this because you know, I'm just looking at you because I'm like, the lawyers are kicking ass. I don't use cuss out on, but I'm cussing. That's the 40 years.
Mel, it's all right.
Is that right?
Mel,
I'm out.
Don't even worry about it.
Look at the car.
Don't even worry about it.
Because I heard him say, God,
Right. I'm just saying.
Hey.
Right?
So,
The lawyers.
Unfiltered.
The lawyers.
I know the owner.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. I know the owner.
Right.
Don't worry about it.
The lawyers.
I know the owner.
Are doing what the lawyers
Come on,
need to
bring the
do.
drink.
But we have to go underground with some of what we're coming for
Melly, get
because
the ginger ale.
that Justice Department is going to come for all of us.
Yes, ma'am.
So in some of the places, we got to organize where they don't hear or know what our game is.
That's critical.
And that's where my concern, what I've been doing is I haven't been, I ain't calling on you like I know I'm going to call on you, but I'm about to call on you, right? Why? Because we can't have everything.
That's right. That's right.
On Zoom.
That's right.
Come on.
I was gonna.
Come on.
We can't have everything on the damn phone. Why?
I see Bree over there snapping her fingers at the point again.
Because when you think about who sat behind that man at the inauguration,
Come on.
they letting us know what time it is.
Right.
Question.
Right? And they were going to try to take us out, so we have to organize ourselves underground as much as we can.
Yep.
Old-fashioned, where ain't nobody... You got to know who the hell in the room with you.
That's right.
And if you're doing a Zoom, you better know who on the Zoom with you.
That's right.
Right? Those are some of the things that I've been working on.
Phone off.
Cliff Albright.
That part.
Take it away from where you're organizing. Because they're listening. So the conspiracy theorist in me, feels that this election was stolen.
Right. Oh, no.
Let's take a vote. Who thinks the election was stolen? Because I do.
Right.
Oh, okay, good. Just checking.
So
no question.
He admitted.
No holds barred.
He said it. And Elon said it.
Right.
Go ahead.
No holds barred.
I want to bring in Cliff Albright, co-founder of Black Voters
Hey,
Matter.
Cliff.
Look,
Hey, Cliff.
I told y'all this is a black show. Cliff, to the point, when we're talking about here, Cliff, really is, and why we're so emphasizing this, we have to be in, right now, in organization, mobilization mode.
Yeah.
And to Melanie's point, meetings have to be taking place where we are meeting privately, individually, and it ain't always about posting stuff because you have to plan the action ahead. Speak to that.
Yeah, well, first let me just say I'm so jealous that I'm not there in that studio right now. Because this is the blackest State of the Union coverage.
Easily.
But easily, right? But on a real tip, I mean, what you're talking about, and I want to pick up where Melanie left off, right? Because the thing that I've been saying is we need to be doing everywhere we are, wherever we're organizing our groups and our communities and our homes, we need to be having some conversations. In fact, if you're watching this right now, Google letter from Birmingham jail. Because we need to be doing some real discussions around what I believe, Dr. King's letter from Birmingham jail is like a master class in the teachings, the concepts, the discipline, the rationale of nonviolent civil disobedience. And that's the moment that we're in right now. We got to be clear about that. There's a lot of strategies that we need to be doing. Some of them are economic. Some of them are, are media, like what we've been talking about. But we are at a moment, we're going to have to go even deeper on our civil disobedience than what we did back in 2020, right? But we've got to ground that in like a real understanding of what that is. In Dr. King's letter, he talks about the rationale. He talks about what makes up a just law and an unjust law. He talks about the white moderate, right? He talks about, all these kinds. He talks about the tension, the creative tension that's got to exist in order for nonviolent civil disobedience to work. He talks about why, when we hear wait, it sounds like never. And so we need to have some discussions so that we can ground what needs to be done in this moment. Because we're not going to phone bank our way out of this moment. We're not going to text our way out of this moment. And so I want to see us having some real conversations around that. And like Melanie said, some of that has got to take place offline, not on nobody's Zoom. The last thing I want to say is this, because y'all were talking about the intergenerational stuff. I think it's very telling that tonight at that speech that you had Al Green who was the first to disrupt. But he wasn't the last, and he was followed by, so Al Green being one of the more senior members of the delegation of the Congressional Black Caucus, but also joined by people like Maxwell Frost, right? And so, who's I think is the youngest member of the delegation. And so that's a metaphor of the type of intergenerational movement that we've got to have right now in this moment.
Yeah.
We're joined by Congresswoman Yvette Clarke. She is the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. Congresswoman, glad to have you here. So many people, they're like, what are they doing? What is CBC doing? What do we need to do? What do you want? I mean, even now, I mean, we started at 7 p.m. It's 12:11, and it's still 90,000 people who are watching us. What do you want to tell folk that the CBC is doing to hold the line and fighting on behalf of Black folks?
Well, first of all, I'm glad to be here with y'all. It's great to be among family. What we're doing is making sure that in every committee of jurisdiction, we have a resistance movement and current happening on the Hill. I have to remind people we're legislators. Is oftentimes people are looking for us to be the activists. We need the activists, but it's an inside-outside strategy. And right now, we got to stop some really nasty things from happening in the House of Representatives. We have the votes to do it, and we also have the organizational infrastructure on the outside that is also agitating and making sure that they're mobilizing our folks behind the issues that are impacting us, from the layoffs, the massive layoffs, to the assault on DEI. In addition to that, we are also, of course, doing the litigative strategy, working with our lawyers teams we've got over 100 of those going on right now. What we're asking our folks to do is be educated, be informed, be ready to roll, and be out in these streets, period, full stop. This is not a moment where we can necessarily hold up amendment to see what's going to happen next. We know what's happening. Project 2025 was their manifesto and is going into full effect as we speak. We've been able, to a large extent, to sort of push back because there's a 2 to 3 vote difference between the Republicans and the Democrats in the House of Representatives, but they can pass anything they want at any point in time. And so part of the pressure is, well, people are asking, what is the CBC doing? We're doing the fight. We got to take the fight to them. In so many parts of this country, our people are living under members of Congress who are Republicans. And they make no demands on them. We've done all we can do. We're united. There's not been a vote that has gone down where the Democrats have been fractured. Hakeem Jeffries has done a masterful job in holding us together. And we're very diverse. People think that just because we're all Black, no. We got folk from Oregon. We got folk from Rhode Island. They don't have no Black people except their families in their district. You know what I'm saying? So it's a really, it's a massive undertaking. The great thing about the CBC is that everybody is unapologetically Black. And so that is what is, I think, helping us in terms of our strategy. We intend to be out in these streets, mobilizing in different parts of the country. But I think our people need to be educated. They need to be informed. They need to understand what power is and what that power dynamic is all about. That power dynamic is the franchise, and the fact that we have not fully embraced the power of the franchise is something that we have to work on.
And Congresswoman, I want to ask you, as he stopped and asked about the number, right? We want to put action back into social action. So as a leader of CBC, if there's one bill that you want us to come and rally, bring our troops, help and show the power in numbers behind what we want in a bill, is there one you can say today, that you need our help to do? Just one.
It's not a bill.
Okay.
It's not a bill. It's the budget.
That's right.
It's the budget.
The reconciliation process.
Full
That's right.
stop. Reconciliation. If these people go forward with cutting Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security,
Pell Grant.
it's over. Pell Grants, I mean,
Yeah.
right now they're trying to cut $880 million out of health care.
That's right. Lord have mercy.
Yeah, but Congresswoman,
Actually, hold on one second. I want to go to Bria. So I want her to make a comment before I release her because I know she's got. So Bria, on that particular point, you heard the Congresswoman just talk about how critical that budget is. That is going to be, I think, the biggest fight. And a lot of people really don't understand. Whether we're talking about healthcare, education, we're talking about SNAP benefits, we're talking about, I mean, you name it. From your perspective, how do you see talking to people, messaging folk to get them to understand why their voices must be heard to fight that battle?
Yeah, I do think the tough part about budgets are they don't feel sexy to people. So you got a lot of young people who are like, okay, I'm hearing something about a budget, but what is that actually going to translate? These numbers sound so big, and that's scary, but it also is not as immediately applicable to what they're seeing in their day-to-day life. And we have to start making those numbers make sense for people. We have to start breaking it down for people. Roland, you brought up Gen Alpha. There's ranges for these age groups. The oldest Gen Alphas are sophomores in high school. So these are people who are on social media, who are active in their organizing, and who are very afraid and don't even realize what's at risk. So we do need to start making these unsexy topics priorities for sure. I also think that we need this leadership to do so. I know Congresswoman was saying some of the praises of some of these, folks like Hakeem Jeffries. I want to see the leadership of folks. I want to see more Jasmine Crockett energy. I want to see more AOC energy. Get on Twitch and stream and talk to young people about this budget. Break it down. What does it actually mean? What does each line item mean? Why should a Gen Z or a Gen Alpha be concerned about Social Security? What are going to be the implications on the grandparent who's raising them, on the auntie or uncle who is sending them money for whatever the case may be, on the college that they're going to be applying to in the next 1 to 2 years? But we've got to make this make sense for us as well, and also help them understand who they need to be putting the pressure on to get these budgets thwarted and get our needs met through them. So I definitely agree with you, Congresswoman. I think that we need more visibility on these issues, but right now I don't think that we have a communications crisis where leadership is not speaking to young people in their language about these issues. And so it's kind of going over people's heads. And so people are showing up, and they're showing up for legislation. They're showing up for anti-masking laws. They're showing up for these attacks on student organizing. And that also matters. But if we don't have any funding for a lot of these other issues, we won't even be able to get to the things that we're talking about. I mean, even the way the climate justice and policing shows up on some of these budget issues, that federal funding is going to be cut to student groups and to public institutions if they are not complying with this administration. So I just think that we have to really break this down for people. It goes back to some of the issues that we have with the courts as well. We have a huge issue with these federal appointees that the Trump administration put in back in 2016, who are thwarting things like affirmative action, who are thwarting things like DE&I. But if we don't break down what this is, young people are expecting someone else to make that their problem, and we are supposed to show up for something different. So I appreciate that you said that right here and now, and we have to do even more. We need more infographics. We need more people getting on live and explaining and going down each item. We need more participatory budgeting. These are dollars that we are funding, that we are putting in, and we got billions going to foreign governments and nothing going to our communities.
So give it up for, hold on 1 second. So give it up for Bria Baker. Bria also is the newest member of our Black Star Network. She and Jameer Burley hosting our show, The Other Side of Change. So y'all check it out on the app. Bria, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Congressman, you're going to make the point.
Yeah, I was going to say that we got to be a force multiplier as well. If you're waiting for Hakeem Jeffries, who's trying to negotiate, who's trying to negotiate the budget right now to be out in these streets, then in 2 weeks, when that budget is due, we're not going to be ready. It's happening in 2 weeks. So how do we become force multipliers? Speaking to folk where they are, where we are, so that they understand the implications of it. What is it that needs to be said between now and the 14th of March?
Yep. State Representative Bell, I want to get your final comment. I want you to speak to that. What would you say as the youngest elected official in the Georgia legislature, how they should be communicating these arcane budget issues to millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha? And the reason I keep bringing up Gen Alpha, because some of them are going to be voting in 2026. Their first election. So we need to stop thinking that, oh, yeah, they might be sophomore. Listen, they will be voting in 2026. So, Representative Bell, go ahead. What do you think how they should be communicating?
Well, Bria made a good point. We got to talk to us. We got to talk to them, us, me, in our language. And shout out to y'all, because this is like the blackest town hall I've been around. So I'm here from Southside Atlanta, Clayco. Shout out to everybody on the South Side. You know how it is. But anywho, back to my representative.
See, you know it's Black Show, but I let you give a shout out.
Yeah. For the folks that really know me on T-Road, that's what I'm talking to right now. But we got to talk to them in their language. For students right now, for budgetary concerns, we got to talk about funding lunch programs. We got to talk about funding daycares. We got to talk about funding resources in your schools, what your books look like. We got to talk about funding what your neighborhoods look like when the budget comes down. And even on a local level, when you wonder why one side of town has 4-foot or 10-foot sidewalks that are for commuters versus a 3-foot sidewalk that only a few people can fit down, it goes back down to your budget. Even when you got people talking about what careers you want to go in, and people talk about, well, I want to be a contractor. In the state of Georgia, less than 0.001% of the state contracts go to minority contractors. And that's like, so what is our budget going to?
Right.
An interesting thing, people who talk about, shout out to the city of Atlanta. The city of Atlanta is the #1 place for someone to come out of economic poverty. And that's a 4% chance. And that's #1 in the nation. But we can also attribute that to the budget. The city of Atlanta's budget has the largest carve out for minority businesses. So that looks like purchasing from small retails from women and veterans and Black people, Hispanic people. That looks like your budget going to work to reinvest in your community. That looks like that looks like when the tap water, even when you turn on the faucet, why does the tap water taste different in this side of town than that side of town? That's because where's your budget going? Who decides that budget? The people you vote for. And I believe that message is directly, or that can go directly into someone's phone, app, text message, and they can understand that. They can understand why their streets aren't paved. They can understand why the mail takes longer to get there. They can understand why the bus stops are so far in between when you talk their language. But when you're saying things like the fiscal oversight and the appropriations aren't being made into the right pinpoints, you lose people.
Absolutely. State Representative Bell, we appreciate you joining us. Thank you so very much. Before I go to Congressman Bobby Scott, I do want to go to Scotty Smart, community organizer, activist in Atlanta. How would you, listen, you got to chair the CBC here. You've got Congressman Bobby Scott. Earlier we had Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, Ken Martin, who runs the Democratic National Committee. We had Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Congressman Troy Carter, Congressman Hank Johnson. We had Congressman Kwesi Mfume. I don't think I missed anybody. So what would you say to them, how they should be messaging these issues over the next 2 weeks to reach Black folks, especially young Black folks?
I think the biggest thing in messaging is being able to make it digestible. As my good friend Eric Bell just said, we're not talking to them in their language. It sounds like it's above other people. And what we suffer from is not wanting to sound ignorant, and we don't get in these spaces because we're intimidated by the language, right? And so I think we have to do a better job in messaging that, but also being able to tell people who represents them in public arenas. Most people don't know who their congressman is. Most people don't know who their senators are. Most people don't know who their state representatives are, their county commissioners, their school board members. So it goes all the way down the ballot. And we're not looking at the small races that we aren't really having big turnouts out. We have a lot of space where we can win, where we have predominantly Black neighborhoods that don't have Black representation. And it's because we're not focused on Black turnout. We're thinking the good old boy network that's been working for centuries is going to continue to work. And as we just saw in this last election, that backfired. When you have Democratic Party on the same hall as a Black organization, but they don't come and speak to us to talk about Black male topics, right? And so we have to be able to talk about the language, but we also have to be able to be in community and meet people where they are at. Sometimes we think that they should come to us, but the job of an elected official, I believe, is to bring resources to that community. So how do we engage at that space where you are in community with your constituents and understanding how many votes each person got to get in office? Because if they aren't doing the work that reflects of the community that the community really needs, then we can unseat them.
Cliff Albright, marching orders. What are yours?
I mean, first and foremost, you know, we got to get involved. We got to get connected to some organizations. You went through a whole list of the organizations that you've had here. You know, there's a whole bunch of other organizations that were on the 24-hour coverage. There's organizations in our community. There's organizations on your block. There's organizations on your campus, right? And so we got to get connected, because at the end of the day, this is not, we are not in the position that we're in because we're dealt a certain way as individuals. We are in the position that we're in because we are dealt a certain way as a nation within a nation, as a group. And so the only way to come out of that is to come out of it collectively. If we know that one of the oldest techniques that's been used against us literally for centuries has been divide and conquer, then it stands to reason that the only way to get up out of this situation is to reverse the divide and conquer and to come together and to organize, right? And so that's my marching orders for everybody. Find some folks that you are like-minded with and then get about doing the work.
Absolutely. Cliff Albright, co-founder of Black Voters Matter. We appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Scotty, we appreciate. Actually, Scotty, if you want to just hold tight, I want to go back to you for something else. Congressman Bobby Scott, you are an expert at the budget, at the numbers, especially when it comes to education. Tell our folk what's at stake.
Well, I think we're making this budget thing a little too complicated. It's pretty simple. They want to give massive tax cuts basically to the wealthy, the top 1% in corporations, massive tax cuts. They're going to pay for it by going after programs, and they haven't defined them specifically, but the outline lets you know that they're going after health care, Medicaid, Affordable Care Act, education, access to college, access to education, and nutrition programs, SNAP, school lunches, things like that. And at the end of the day, they're going to increase the deficit. Now, we saw the president up here get a standing ovation when he came out for a balanced budget. Just a couple of days ago, he endorsed this budget that increases the deficit. Now, let's get a little historical perspective. Every Democratic president since Kennedy has left for the Republican successors a better deficit than they inherited. Everyone, without exception. Every Republican since Nixon has left for the Democratic successors a worse deficit, without exception. And we sit up and listen to all these pious speeches as if they're doing something. President says balanced budget, gets a standing ovation, and then they endorse a budget, massive tax cuts to the wealthy, cut health care, education, and nutrition programs, and end up with a worse deficit than they started with. If they'd just gone home, they'd have a better budget in terms of balancing. Now, I don't know, how to message that. Young people got to talk to themselves. Maybe if one of them can figure out what's going on, they can tell the rest. I'm old. But, I mean, when you got tax cuts to the wealth, unless you're making about $700,000 a year, you're not going to get much out of this. But you will lose health care, nutrition programs, access to education, and you're going to end up with the worst deficit that the younger people are going to end up one day paying. So, you know, we can talk about how complicated this thing is. It doesn't seem that complicated to me. I'm against it. Now, we need 3 Republicans. People can get all worked up and get the Democrats all. Democrats are solid. We cast all 215 votes we had. Well, one was sick, didn't show up. We had 214 votes. We got 1 Republican, 215. They had 217. If we'd gotten 1 more Republican, it would have died on the tie. At most, we need 3 Republicans to join us. So if you're going to get people worked up, find 3 Republicans. Now, you got to find people who are going to protest in a way that will suggest to a Republican that his seat is in jeopardy.
Yep.
A bunch of Democrats yelling at him, they'd look at that and say, well, you know, I beat you last time, I'll beat you this time. Find some others to join in and make it look like this seat is in jeopardy.
And they're about, what, 15, 20 that...
Harris,
Like Eugene said, Stefanski, that's a problem for them. Stefanski's seat,
And you got plenty of Republicans in seats that Democrats carried in the last presidential election. Go and organize in them.
There you go.
And protest in those districts.
Yep.
And we've got about 20 targets. We need 3.
So here's what we're gonna do. So what we'll do is, you don't gotta give it to us right now. Yeah, no, we're gonna get the list. So we're gonna have the list, and so we're gonna tell y'all on tomorrow's show who those 20 are, because the whole point is to stop those particular cuts. Tamika Mallory, co-founder of Until Freedom. Tamika, the thing that someone was suggesting earlier, talking about creating the memes, videos, things along those lines. Listen, that ain't what members of Congress do. But this is where, if folk are doing that individually, and then we're simply sharing that amongst, so I don't believe in doing the same work over and over and over again. So if one group would say, yo, we're gonna create the memes on education, and one said we're gonna create the memes on something else, we can all circulate and share. Right. This is a moment where we have to begin using the collective to be able to drive the messaging so our folks are aware of what's going on.
Absolutely. And I'm about to fall out sleepy right now. So I'm not going to stay with y'all too long, but I do want to say, first of all, Roland, that in terms of messaging, what you have done this evening and what you have continued to do is so important, that we know if there's nowhere else for us to go to get the truth and to get real information, we know we can turn to you and to your network and just to your platforms in general. And so I just want to say thank you. Also, I see that you had a lot of young people that I respect so much on your programming today. Super, super duper important. Let me just say that, yes, it is true that some of us are going to do the messaging. Some of us are going to make the memes. Some of us are going to make the videos. I don't do TikTok, but some of the people who you had on today, they're experts at TikTok. What we have to have, though, is information sharing. That even though one of our, our congressional members or maybe an elderly person is not going to actually get on a device and make a meme. But if we're not in relationship with one another, we can't even put out the information that needs to be spread to our community, because we don't always know. As much information as I take in every single day from listening to you, watching the news, reading things, and just trying to keep myself abreast of everything that's happening, there is no way that I can know at the same level that Congresswoman Yvette Clarke knows what is happening inside those chambers and what is actually in some of these bills and executive orders that we see flying around. So we have to be working together. If we're not in communication together at this point, I don't know when we will ever be.
Right.
And I suggest that, for anybody who's saying, what can we do and how can we come together? We have to be in community with one another other. Kimberly Crenshaw teaches about intersectionality. We're not going to all get along. We're not going to all speak the same language. We're not going to all see things the same way. But in this particular moment, I think we're in the most critical place, and we have the most, as my pastor would say, we are pregnant with the most possibility to actually move the needle because everybody is paying attention, and the people who need to know, and the people who need to be in the room are starting to gather outside. We're coming on to the house. So let's do the work together, brothers and sisters. I love y'all so much. And thank you, Roland, for continuing to be you, because that's who you are, is you.
Tamika, I appreciate it. Go to sleep.
Good night.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Congressman, go ahead. You want to make a point?
You know, one of the problems with sitting through that speech was we had to listen to unrestrained attacks on basic civil rights. Like we haven't seen since the 1960s. When they start carrying on about DEI, you got to break that down what they're against. They're against diversity. Well, what are they for? Segregation?
Yes. Yes.
Well,
and they're against supply diversity, contracts.
Wait a minute. And if you have a problem with diversity, you can't do anything about it because they're against diversity. Now, put this in perspective. In Trump's last term, he appointed dozens of judges that would not say during their confirmation hearings whether or not Brown v. Board of Education was properly decided in 1954. That's right. Like, segregated schools is something that's up for debate. Yeah. Okay, they're against it and proud of opposition to diversity. They're proud of opposition to equity, which all that does is rings that old saying true that for those who are used to privilege, equality seems like oppression. So we can understand why they're against equity. And if you're against inclusion, what are you for? Discriminatory exclusion? I mean, these guys they just come right on out with it, just loud and proud against civil rights. No question. And we found out tonight they're not discriminating just against civil rights. The immigration policy, am I the only one that heard him say that he endorsed the Eisenhower deportation program? Yes. Yes, sir. You heard him. You know what that was called? You know what the name of it?
Is that Project Wetback?
Operation Wetback.
Yeah, Wetback. Right.
Now, Google that, and you'll find out that they rounded up about 1 million and some people, many of them citizens. And that's what he endorsed and got a standing ovation.
There you go.
So we're not the only ones he's after.
Oh, absolutely.
But we have to, if you're not interested in health care and access to college and nutrition programs in the budget, you ought to be interested in your civil rights.
Congresswoman Clark, final comment.
What we're facing, and I think for someone like myself and maybe some other folks from my generation, because born right after the civil rights movement, right? The idea of white supremacy had been something that we read about. We're in the midst of a real insurrection of white supremacy. And I think that there have been too much tiptoeing around the fact that this is what is going on. And so we have got to awaken and really enlighten it. And I keep going back to educating, because like so many others that have come after me, the access to that information has been episodic. Those who were right in the, so I'm New York, so we Black Power movement. We weren't civil rights movement. It was a different vibe coming out of Brooklyn. So you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. So we grew up with the self-image and understanding of who we were as Black people, anchored in that, right? There's a generation now that's a little bit removed from that understanding, from those sacrifices. And so being rooted in history helps you in a moment like this, because then you know what you're dealing with. For a lot of other folks, it's entertainment. there's an entertainment value in it, and they figured out how to. I tell people, I compare the Trump administration and their sort of media ecosystem to the WWE.
Oh, no question.
Right? And our young people are entertained by it until they feel the pain. But if you're in pain all the time, you're not sure where that pain is coming from, then you can justify going in for more pain, right? So there's a lot of work. The CBC sees it very clearly. And again, we're looking for partners. And I said force multipliers because the way I talk coming from Brooklyn is a little bit different than how some of the young people in this room talk to their peers and maybe even talk to others. And so I'm going to need someone to interpret. You hear what I'm saying? For some of their peers, what I'm talking about and get them moving. Because in this moment, I remind people, I wasn't there, but I visited the monument to the young people of Montgomery. These were children who put their lives on the line.
Absolutely.
Okay? So let's remind our people that children put their lives on the line, and it's our time now. Because this is white supremacy in full effect.
Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, Congressman Bobby Scott, we appreciate y'all joining us. Thanks a lot. We got 20 minutes left. Scotty, I'm going to go back to you, and that is, and I keep going back to is in terms of marching orders, we still got 75,000 folks who are watching. So, Scotty, this night's over. The speech is done. Budget battle's coming up. We've got local elections in 2025, midterms in 2026. What do you want folk to be doing beginning tomorrow morning?
First, I want people to understand who are their voices in all public arenas. I want you to understand who represents you on the school board. We have a race in that this year. Who represents you in your city council? We have a race there. Who is your county commissioner? We have a race there. Who is your state representative? Who's your state senator? And then we can talk about federal things, right? Because that has already taken place. So I want us to have a better conversation about political education and about accountability, not only just knowing who these people are, but then showing up in public arenas to hold them accountable once they're voted into office. How many people have been to a county commissioners meeting, to a school board meeting, to a city council meeting, to see what they do, what they vote on. As y'all talked about on a federal budget, all of these other forms of government have budgets as well. And they have budgets that affect your community and have a direct impact on your community. So I need us to have a better conversation about political education and strategy and targets. We can't just keep a widespread conversation happening. We have to be able to say, these are the people that control my community. And how are they showing up as my voice for me? Who are the 435 Congress people? Who are the 50 senators in the White House as well? We have to know who our voices are in public spaces and be able to show up and go and talk to them. Right now in the state of Georgia, we're getting ready for crossover day. Most people don't know what a crossover day is. So if we want change to happen, we have to be in these spaces where the change occurs, and then we can report back to our community to be able to say, hey, I'm actively trying to pursue change. I'm working on change for our community. How can you show up, and how can we be bigger voices for our own communities?
Scotty, we appreciate it, my brother. Thank you so very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And if folks want to read your organization, how do they do so?
Just hit me on Instagram, be Smart Trouble.
Say it again?
Smart Trouble on Instagram, and then we'll converse from there.
All right. I appreciate it, Scott. Thanks a lot. We have 17 minutes. Actually, we got 15 minutes, and then I might have to close it out for 2 minutes. And so let's just letting everybody know.
Be brief.
The thing that jumps out, again, I'm all about what's next, what's next, what's next. Because one of the greatest things, we are excellent. We're excellent, Pastor Lamar, at convening.
Mm-hmm.
We're excellent at having discussions. I saw some folk this week that were talking about, we need to to do the State of Black America that Tavis was doing. And I found it to be interesting because in the last 6 months, I've gone back and I've looked at a lot of those conversations. And I looked at what a lot of folks said. And I looked at what a lot of stuff that wasn't done. And I've always said that one of the greatest gifts of Black people is also a curse, is that we love rhetorical leaders. We love people who know how to speak, who can spin the word. But it's always a different conversation when you say, but what we doing on Monday? And I was invited to something and I didn't go. And somebody said, why didn't you show up? I said, because I want y'all to invite me to the follow-up meeting. And 99% of the time, there is no follow-up meeting.
Right.
So with that,
one-trick pony.
Right.
with that, what do you see as the thing for tomorrow morning, once folk got some sleep, and then say, okay, now we do the work?
So a couple of things. First, we have to stop praying for divine intervention. I believe that the divine is praying for us to become the intervention we seek. That's the prayer that's going on there and amongst the ancestors. They must become the intervention. So Harriet Tubman became freedom. Richard Allen became freedom. Sojourner Truth became freedom. So we need to stop looking for some force outside of ourselves to do the work.
Amen.
We must understand that there is a force in us that will move us in the direction. And one more thing, that we are co-creators. So the myth that we see in Genesis is very clear, that we are placed in this space to co-create, to tend what is here. So I think you're right around speech, because our ancestors understood speech to be a thing. What was said was materialized. The best of our tradition is that this separation between the word and deed is an infestation. It's not who we are. And so what we got to do is we've got to root out the invasive species. Next door to our house where I grew up in Georgia, there was kudzu. Now, kudzu was not native to Georgia, but it would come next door and it would just take everything down. Trees, like these fish that people get, and they put them out in the streams that eats up everything, kills everything. We have to return and we have to get rid of these things that are destroying. Amongst preachers, we got a foreign theology. Amongst our business owners, instead of leveraging capitalism to do anti-capitalist things, our minds have become colonized by capitalism.
John Hope Bryan said you can't give away money like a socialist unless you make it
like a capitalist. So what I am saying is I'll tell you what I'm committed to do. I'm going back and reading Milton Surnett's anthology of what Black religious people were saying and doing during the period before Reconstruction and right during that, because we were producing. We need to go back. And I think if we go back, we will find where our ancestors are pointing us. That's what I'm doing.
Brianna. She done got her.
Let's do it. Look.
She done got her vodka. She really ready. So you know I was going there. Brianna.
I was praise dancing before.
I got you right. You right.
Appreciate the praise dance. It's a good segue.
It's lubricated praise dance.
There you go. Lubricated praise.
Yeah, lubricated.
There you go.
Yeah.
You know, we say find your church home. Find your political home, right? Find where you belong. Start being a leader there. Organize. Reach out to people. Lead. But there's so, as Cliff said, right? Black Voters Matter says, there's so many organizations that already exist. Find your political home. Get underground. Doesn't need to be televised, but it needs to be spoken.
That's right.
Spoken quietly, figure out whatever political home, whether you're an artist, whether you're an attorney, figure out what niche is for you, talk about it quietly, turn off your phones, because they hear you from Meta.
For sure.
So I'll tell you more than you need to know about Meta, but turn off your phones and figure out what part of the wheel you will be.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's many parts of the engine, right? And so we all can contribute, but we need to do it together. We don't need to replicate, right, the wheel, reinvent the wheel, but find that home, because numbers are power. So you doing it on your own won't work, but we need you. And so I think it's very important to make sure that you're not lost in the sauce. And it's not just about voting, it's about, you know, being able to, whether it's a bill or the budget, being heard, and for them to be able to reach out and for that, that voice to vibrate. And so my encouragement is to find that home and do the action. Yeah.
Chelsea.
So, sorry, as you guys talk, a lot of things are going through my head. I think the biggest thing that stands out is if you are calling on the younger generations to show up, do not be afraid when we get here. And the reason why I say that is because the energy of this generation is a revolutionary energy. It is the energy that when they say that the KKK is coming with helicopters, when they are sending the police to come and lock us up, we are outside writing numbers on our arms and showing up anyways. Right. It is the energy that in the midst of a global pandemic, while we were fighting for our lives, we were also trying to end SARS in Nigeria. And so if you want us to come, be ready when we get here. And do not close the door on us. Do not say that we are too radical, because we've come from a very radical tradition. And allow us to take up the space, allow the challenging to take place, and open the doors. And so when you asked Roland, what's next? I said, what time are we meeting tomorrow? Because don't let this outfit fool you. I was on the front lines with a gas mask on and a hoodie. This is new, this is fun. But if you want us to show up with the energy of a generation, let's figure out what that looks like, because we can't have what happened in 2020 happen again.
And then Chelsea,
We'll be, we meet every day, 6 p.m. Eastern.
Chelsea, I just also want to say that we can make our own Project 2025.
Yeah. And
yeah, when's the meeting for
that? And
that?
there are people who actually work on that as we speak. Judith.
So find your political home, definitely. 2 is I want folks to watch The Eyes on the Prize 3, which is out on HBO Max, which will inspire us to remember that we have power, that we have done incredible things, and it covers from 1977 through 2015, including the Dream Defenders takeover of the state capitol, where Harry Belafonte was there with us. Do that, and then here's a little action. The government set up a website called enddei.gov, and it is the Moms of Liberty talking about how their white kids are experiencing discrimination. I want every Black person in America to fill out that form and say why they have had discrimination in universities, colleges, K through 12. We need to flood that thing with real discrimination stories.
Melanie?
Thank you.
Well, we are meeting tomorrow, so I'm gonna see if you can show up.
6 p.m.
Can't say the time, location. Just know it's tomorrow.
Come on now.
There you go.
But I think one of the things, they talked about that budget. So we do need to really focus on pushing back, because the things that they have been doing that's illegal, they're also gonna try to make that real in the budget. So that when you talk about the cuts and all of that, we have to really get down and get focused on those of us who can fight that fight. We're gonna be on the Hill next week, right? So I invite folks to show up with us. You know, the reality was when we were resting, and we did, I was one of those sitting on the thing like, don't call me, right? But January showed up, and here we are.
Yes, ma'am.
But we've got to still show up.
Yes, ma'am.
And show that because I tell people who are afraid, right? It's like, you can put your head in the sand all you want to. They're going to snatch it out.
Yeah.
So where I come from, if the enemy comes for you, don't turn your back so they can stab you. Turn around and face that enemy. And we've got to do that, right? I'm going to be honest with you. Don't wait for nobody to open the door.
Oh, never.
Right? Don't wait, because at the end of the day, everybody's not going to be able to have the courage that you talk about, that you got. And so I don't blame people who don't have the courage, but we have to be strategic. I tell folks, don't call me right now about going somewhere and just showing up and standing on the fence and getting locked up, and then I'm gone for the next 25 years. We have got to find ways to be strategic in a moment where they are developing an ability to use martial law. They're setting up, I believe, they're setting it up for them to be able to declare martial. Everything that man said he was going to do, they're testing it. They got the Justice Department. They got Homeland Security. They got the frickin' Pentagon.
That's right.
Those three are the ones I'm watching.
Exactly. That's right.
Right? So how we go about making sure that we secure ourselves, but yet face that enemy. And so wherever we are, face that enemy. Don't let them stab you in the back. And that's where I am about it. I'm like, whatever dash I got left, I'm gonna stand. But we got to stand together. And I've learned that you have to in this moment, because history has taught us, right? And so we know where this is going, right? And they are serious about putting us back in the cotton field, because you won't have access to opportunity. And so this is the right now moment that we have to face. So, and lastly, we're gonna do it. We're doing what's called a boycott. We got to vote with our dollars now. What Jamal is doing, I think, what Jamal and others and Tamika and everybody's doing, we have to organize it. And the last thing, last thing is join Fanbase.
How about
the reason I joined Fanbase is because I heard you talking about Fanbase, right? I got to put some money in it, though. I got to, because I know it's going somewhere, right? I ain't had a chance to do that. But that's a part of it, too, because the reality is the things that we use for communicating and organizing around has now, it's like really with Facebook and all these other ones, they are on the side of the enemy.
No question.
Right?
Tiffany.
I had to write it down before I forget. So let me say this one. I did not hear this tonight, and I want to make sure that viewers receive this encouragement as well. If you can't find your political home, build it.
Absolutely.
Over the last 10 years, we have had a major attack on nonprofit institutions, training facilities. Wellstone is gone, New Organizing Institute is gone, Color of Change is going down. We got all the organizations that is disappearing. Chapters across the country are gone. USSA had gone down. We are not talking about the apparatus that used to exist that birthed organizers and activists like me, and it is very different. And not only is it different, there's gaps that are missing, and we need people to rebuild them. The second thing is, the fast is a practice. The fast is a practice.
Discipline.
It is discipline, it is a practice. And so we need to figure out individually, it is an individual question, what level of risk are you going to be able to take?
Right.
Amen.
And the question has
set yourself up for the
That's what and the question starts now, because you have to prepare yourself so that when the time comes for you to make the decision to take the risk, you are ready and able to do it.
That's right.
And that includes everything from the silly game we play around. What's your talent during the apocalypse? What's your talent during the apocalypse?
Yeah.
We're not playing. If you need to get the skill, if you need the resource, if you need the generator, if you need the life straw, if you need the book, now is the time for you to prepare to do that. So when it comes time for you to take the risk, do that. Everybody can't take a risk, but a lot of us can. And so we need to make that choice now, because we already know what the last 100 days look like, and the next 14 days is going to be a mess. And the last thing I'll say is this. It's going to be dangerous. And in the process of it being dangerous, there are opportunities where we have to invest in each other.
Amen.
So, Roland, I want to thank you not only for always making this space, and I do that every time I come visit you in this beautiful studio.
Beautiful, that's right.
Beautiful studio where we feel so celebrated, so seen, so respected, so honored. I feel like there's holy places in this office where we can reverence our civil rights leaders and reverence the music and the art that came and brought us together. And you have spent so much intentionality behind designing this studio. So this is a sacred place for us to have honest discussion. And you did something really incredible tonight. The students were texting me videos and screenshots of your show because they're all tuning in and watching. And they said, thank you for making sure that you were able to fundraise on your show today. So we're going to make sure that all those students not only, let me be very clear, because you know me, but some people don't know me. I'm not fundraising for a conference.
Right.
I am fundraising for two reasons. I am developing new leaders across the country who are going to now speak truth to power by meeting with elected officials who they otherwise would have never had a chance to meet. And the conference is the breeding ground to birth a national organization. There is no national student voice right now. Those students on college campuses don't know where to organize, where to go, who to trust, who to listen to, nothing. And I'm not asking them to trust me, I'm asking them to trust themselves. So thank you for calling Will, thank you for putting it on the show, thank you for your commitment, because the students are gonna be able to come to DC to continue that dream, but to build that national student power that we have been missing because it has been attacked by Donald Trump and all of his friends.
Greg.
And they'll get
Tomorrow night, there's another show, 5 days a week. Nobody else can say that in the country. This is a black network, and I want to echo what you said, Tiffany, and what everybody has said. This is a black space controlled by black people, for us, by us. Since I was an undergraduate at Tennessee State, fighting when they were trying to destroy black colleges, stipulation of settlement, federal stipulation of settlement, we marched on the governor's office many times. I was student body president. To this day, and I'll be 60 in April, understanding. Why you look at me like that? I'm very happy to be 60. Yeah, that's right. 27th, though. I'm in it. But yeah.
Where?
But, well, that's a good question. You gonna say all this hate? Every student I ever had? Anyway, and that's really the point. Individuals.
That's every book you ever read.
Well, this is the thing, though. Individuals don't beat institutions.
Come on.
Kevin Roberts, who's the quarterback of Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation, is an Africanist. He got his PhD at the University of Texas writing about slave rebellions in Louisiana between 1791 and 1831. 1791 is the Haitian Revolution, 1831 is Nat Turner. Kevin Roberts understands black history better than just about everybody I know.
Wow.
His dissertation was about how you break down barriers between people and assimilate them into a larger project. But he's talking about Africans. We are amnesiac. I reject the concepts of generations because I read William McNeil's book, Generations, where they made up millennials and Gen X and Gen Y. These are all intellectual projects. Individuals don't breed institutions. And so the only thing I can say here is that we have a platform, because of the Black Star Network, where we have everything we need to reach everybody.
Come on.
Absolutely.
The only thing we need to do is connect all that. We need to overflow the boundaries of these funky lines that they drew 500 years ago and redrew in the 19th century. You mentioned SARS, absolutely. The economic freedom fighters in South Africa, what's going on in Congo and Sudan. These are young people in Haiti, you know, where they're closing schools, but the young people are educating themselves. Many of the SNCC veterans live here in the District of Columbia.
Sure do.
Bill knows they be in your congregation, but you know what I'm saying? Like Cortland Cox and Judy Richardson and them, Bob Moses, well, Ashe, his son Omo just wrote his piece with Charlie Cobb. Yeah, his book is fantastic, by the way. Omo Moses, his new book just came out about that struggle. They were all young. Eyes on the Prize 3, I haven't seen yet. I read Ron Williams' companion volume. But for me, when Henry Hampton was alive, who was the architect of the first Eyes on the Prize and then made transition, people talk about Ken Burns couldn't hold the draws of Henry Hampton and that crew that did the original Eyes on the Prize. I don't trust any narrative that folds us back into this criminal enterprise. Nobody was ever organizing to make democracy real. We use democracy as a defense mechanism. We wave that flag as a defense mechanism. Leave us alone. I'm saying that education has to be at the center of this work because we don't understand how we got to this place. Absolutely. And they understand. You don't hear them having intergenerational squabbles like that. When you look at Turning Point USA, when you look at CPAC, these white nationalists have exactly
big balls,
little face Charlie Kirk. These people have it. Now we, however, because we are living in an age of distraction, you know, whether it be Chris Hayes' new book on, you know, distractions and all this, the Siren's Call, these devices, this thing has penetrated us such so that we look at everything that we can do as a performance. People say, look at Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar didn't do anything on that stage at the Super Bowl that wasn't pre-approved by every lawyer in the NFL. If you think that was revolutionary, you have been cut off. This is my point. And so I guess what I'm saying is that this conversation we're having tonight, we can really deepen and extend it, because whatever we did tonight, tomorrow night we're gonna have a list. We got a list of the Congress people we need to straight up target. Because Chip Roy and them funky ass Chip Roy, that budget hawk, so to speak, who was making a beeline to shake Donald Trump's hand tonight, he can be peeled off. We can turn these white nationalists against each other. Because the nature of white nationalism is cannibalistic. They will cannibalize themselves. But we have to understand how we did it last time. Bill, I'm with you, brother. That 19th century, we just need to look. That period between the 1840s and 50s and the 1870s or 80s, if all we did was study that, we got the keys to how we get out of this mess.
And I think that we just need to project the myth that young people don't care about previous generations. Last year, I spent the entire year interviewing some of the last living survivors of Freedom Summer. We ended up interviewing 24 today living survivors to capture the 60th anniversary of Freedom Summer. So many young people were a part of that. And so I think the question that you even posed was like, what do we do with the energy, but with the knowledge? And how do we combine the two to make, because it was designed for us to be divided. And so where are the gaps and how are we filling it? And I feel like that's one of the biggest things that, at least as I'm leaving here tonight, that I think that's my call to action.
No, I would agree with you, and I know you're gonna close wrong, but this is a very, when Congresswoman Clark said that, you know, she's from Brooklyn and they came through the Black Power phase, that SNCC group turned to Black Power.
That's right.
And that's when they became enemies of the state.
That's right.
Yep.
Understand that John Lewis met Malcolm X in East Africa and Kenya, as you know. And so when you start talking, Marimba Ani was on my dissertation committee. She's a Pan-Africanist to her heart. She was Donna Moses. She stood outside 16th Street Baptist Church with Dory Ladner with an American flag in her hand at the funeral of 3 of those girls that got killed. And I'm saying, y'all can't see. So I know in interviewing those folks, whether it be Cortland Cox, you understand, it was the turn to overflow the national boundaries that made SNCC the enemy of the state. That's when Fannie Lou Hamer is in Guinea, because Julian Bynum raised that money and Sekou Touré sweeps her up in his arms. That's when the state said, these Negroes got to be stopped. And I'm saying, when Congresswoman Clark says Brooklyn, and you from Brooklyn, Brooklyn is geographically in New York, but it is a Pan-African formation.
Very Caribbean.
Marcus Garvey.
This is the point. And Elon Musk and Steve Bannon are white internationalists, not Steve Miller. That bastard is an American white nationalist. But Steve Bannon is a global white nationalist. We're not going to beat global white nationalism by doubling down on American identity. We got to overflow those batteries. And I know those SNCC folks said it to y'all, because when they went to black nationalism, that's when they went after them.
So there are a number of people who are scared. There are people who don't believe that they have what it takes to fight in this particular moment. And anytime I think about that, I think about there's this great scene in the movie Selma. And it was this great scene between Carmen Ejogo, who played Coretta Scott King, and Loretta Toussaint, and in this, who played Amelia Boynton. And so the Ejogo character has to go meet with Malcolm X, who comes to Birmingham. And so she was nervous. And Toussaint, playing Boynton, this is what she said to her. And I think it's important of every person who's still watching to listen to these words.
I'll tell you what I know to be true. It helps me in times when I'm feeling unsure, if you'd like.
Please do, Ms. Boynton.
I know that we are descendants of a mighty people who gave civilization to the world. People who survived the hulls of slave ships across vast oceans. People who innovate and create and love, just despite pressures and tortures unimaginable, they are in our bloodstream, pumping our hearts every second. They've prepared you. You are already prepared.
Important for every person because a lot of us have self-doubt. There are people who say, well, where do I start? Where do I call? Who do I call? Is somebody going to allow me to do it? And the reality is, you don't have to ask anybody's permission. You don't. Stokely Carmichael once said that you cannot find an African American who has made a difference for black people who did not do so by being part of an organization, a point that Greg made earlier. Right. So there are organizations who are waiting for you. They've been waiting for you to call, waiting for you to email, waiting for you to join. And so we don't have to actually create anything new. But what has to happen is that we have to accept that when we begin to be on this path of truly, as Dr. King wrote, committing ourselves to the liberation of black people, we must understand it is not going to move with microwave speed. We have to understand that it's going to be starts and stops and fits, and it's going to be things not happening, not moving fast enough. But the only way things actually change is when you're in the continuum of just keep doing it. People literally said that this show was not going to work. People said that there's no way you can actually get it done. And I know, again, somebody's watching and you're sitting here and you're looking at all the things that we have right here, but y'all got to understand, our previous studio was across the street.
Right.
And it was just one room, 3 offices. And it was 5 monitors behind us, glass tabletop. We had chairs, didn't have a set. But we didn't concern ourselves about what we did not have. What we focused on was how could we take the small resources that we did have to turn out a quality product every single day and actually build to what it is that we wanted to get to. And that's how that thing began to happen. So a lot of folk want to start at 30 million views a month, but see, I remember when it was only 2,000 views. So again, you can't get to 30 million unless you start with 2. And so you need to understand that if we're going to be fighting this battle, it actually begins with you starting exactly where you are. Y'all keep asking, why do I keep referencing Nehemiah? Because again, if you read Nehemiah chapter 3, he details, and I said before, the names of the people who built this portion of the gate, which means you have to start exactly where you are. So if you're sitting here watching, and I see it's still some 61,000 of you, if you're in Charlotte, I need you to focus on Charlotte, but not just in Charlotte, focus on your particular neighborhood and then your block, your street, and your house. You can't be concerned about what's happening on the other side of Charlotte if you're ignoring what's literally happening right in front of you. You can't be sitting here at your university wondering what's happened by the university across the country if you literally are ignoring the town that you are in. You must start exactly where you are. And also, you must stop waiting for other people to show up. I love it when people say to me, I was at a church speaking, and they said, man, this place should have been packed. I said, I spoke to the 500 in the room, not the empty 2,000 chairs. Because if the 500 who I spoke to brought one brother next month, it would be 1,000 in the room. And then if 1,000 the next month brought one person, it will be 2,000 in the room. And then by the 3rd month, if the 2,000 brought one, there will be no available seats for the 4,000. See, we spend so much time and energy focusing on who didn't show up, who didn't answer our email, who didn't return our call, who didn't respond to our text, that we overlooked the folk who actually did.
Right.
Come on. So when Tiffany says we're trying to raise this money, I immediately start thinking, who are all the folks I knew who are Florida A&M graduates? And if I'm sitting there saying, fine, how do you raise $40,000? I can sit here and say, fine, hit 10 people. Can you do 4,000 each? Or can you do 10 people at 2,000 each? That's $20,000. It's understanding how do you do that. See, so some of y'all were thinking, well, man, I don't know how we going to do the 40, but I'm sitting there going 40 people, 1,000 each, that's 40. Or then 40 people, 20 people, 2,000 each. Who do you know? How do you utilize your circles? How do you utilize the areas of influence. This ain't about you as an individual. Can you fund the whole 40? But do you know 20 other people who care enough about the issue to say, fine, I'll throw in 2 or I'll throw in 500. Too many of us are so fixated on, can we have the big general meeting? Can we get everybody together? Can we bring them all in the room and come to consensus and actually start? Well, guess what? You can't show me a movement in the history of the world that started with consensus.
Right.
You can't show me a church that started with 1,000 people. Every church started with one person saying, hey, let's get together. Actually, most churches came out of Bible studies.
Yeah.
So too many of us are so fixated on the problem and the issues and what can't be done as opposed to what actually can be done.
The Serenity Prayer.
Tomorrow is an opportunity for you to decide what are you going to do and what are you prepared to do to be a change agent for our community. You can only decide that. I can't decide it. Pastor Lamar, Greg, Tiffany, Judith, that we all cannot decide. You have to actually make that decision. Your grandmama who made you watch can't decide that. Your daddy, your mother cannot make you decide that. Only you can decide whether it is you are willing and able and ready to lead. But understand this, everybody is not meant to lead. Leading doesn't mean you're the CEO. Leading doesn't mean you're the senior pastor.
Right.
Leading doesn't mean you're the convener. Leader doesn't mean you're the director of the department. Leader doesn't mean that you're over the organization. Leaders also are followers.
Yep.
Leaders can lead without titles. And so what we need to understand, that in this moment, what is required is for regular and ordinary people, not folk with big names and big titles, not folks with big salaries, but regular, ordinary people making a simple decision. Are you willing to actually be a participant in your own freedom?
That's right.
My cousin Sharonda sent me a text this week because she made her a $50 contribution to the Bring the Funk fan club. But it wasn't her $50 contribution. It was actually her mother's $50 contribution, my Aunt Betty. My Aunt Betty has been an ancestor for the last 5 years.
Wow.
My Aunt Betty on her deathbed told Sharonda, you must give every year when I'm gone.
Wow.
You who are watching are here because somebody who is gone prayed for you, stood up for you, and they wanted you to continue the work when they were gone. So if you are choosing not to get engaged in action, what you're actually doing is you're spitting in the face of some folk who said prayers for you when you weren't even aware, and they are waiting for you to step up to get engaged because they know that you were supposed to step up. This moment is for us to stop complaining and whining and crying and to recognize that this is a moment for a new generation of freedom fighters. And if 50 years from now, we're talking about Fannie Lou Hamer in the present, then those of us today fail to do our job. We should not be evoking the names of those folks 50 years from now. There should be a whole new list of names that have been added to the rolls of the folk who were a part of rebuilding the walls around Black America. So when you sign off, get some sleep, take your rest, get a drink of water, do whatever you need to do. But when tomorrow comes, I need you to show up prepared to do battle. And as Nehemiah said, he said, build with one hand, but keep your other hand on your weapon. We are facing people who want to take us out.
No question.
And we must understand that in this kind of fight, you better keep one hand building and the other hand on your weapon. And faith has always sustained us. And in this moment, if they have not seen this generation, move like previous generations and they thought they killed Black Lives Matter, they thought they killed that moment, and they are exulting right now thinking that, oh, that all the things in the aftermath of the death of George Floyd have now dissipated. No, send them a different signal and let them know, no, you didn't kill us. You did not destroy us. What you've done is you've awakening a spirit that the ancestors put in us. And if you want to say you move in the spirit of Harriet, and you move in the spirit of Martin Delany, and you move in the spirit of Frederick Douglass, and you move in the spirit of Robert Abbott, and you move in the spirit of Ida B. Wells Barnett, and you move in the spirit of William Monroe Trotter, and you move in the spirit of Mary McLeod Bethune and Septima Clark, and if you move in the spirit of those folks, then they have no idea the hell that they are about to face, because we ain't backing down. The question is, what are you prepared to do? Let me thank everybody who's participated in our show, all of you who have watched, the panelists, the folks who've been virtual, to our crew, everybody involved in making this possible. We thank all the hard work. And again, we'll see you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, right here on the Black Star Network. Don't forget, Tiffany, what's the website again?
USStudentassociation.org.
Again, the contributions up to $20,000 that we raise in the next 24 hours that we will match. And so I've already seen a bunch of y'all. Y'all have been commenting in the chat that y'all have been donating, and we appreciate that. If you, again, want to join our Bring the Funk fan club, like I told y'all, we don't have millionaires and billionaires cutting checks. We don't have these folks who are doing it. This show has been funded by 35,000 donors, folks who have been sending us checks and money orders and who give to us on platforms ranging from $1 up to $10,000. One sister sent us $1,000 cashier's check last month, and we appreciate that. And so your donations are critically important. We plan to take this show on the road, broadcast it from around the country to hear from you. And I keep telling y'all this here, there's nobody else in Black-owned media doing what we're doing. Okay? Ebony ain't doing it, Essence not doing it, Urban One not doing it, BET not doing it, Black Enterprise not doing it, none of these Fablavities not doing it, none of these people are doing it, Byron Allen not doing it. It doesn't matter. And so we are doing this because unlike some folk, we actually love Black people. And this is about us reaching and teaching and educating. And so you can contribute via Cash App. This is the Stripe QR code. I told y'all Cash App closed down all of our accounts because they changed their rules on companies that can have accounts. And so if you want to contribute via Cash App, this is the Stripe QR code. To access that, go to blackstarnetwork.com if you're listening. Also, see and check our money order, P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C., 20037-0196. PayPal, R. Martin Unfiltered, Venmo, RM Unfiltered, Zelle. Roland at RolandSMartin.com, Roland at RolandMartinUnfiltered.com. Be sure to download the Black Star Network app. Apple phone, Android phone, Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Xbox One, Samsung Smart TV. Be sure to get a copy of my book, White Fear, How the Browning of America is Making White Folks Lose Their Minds, available in bookstores nationwide. Get the audio version I read on Audible. All proceeds of that book go right back into our show. Y'all have been commenting on the shirt I'm wearing. If y'all want to get this shirt or our other shirt, hashtag we tried to tell you, FAFO 2025, or our other gear, go to RolandMartin.creator-spring.com. RolandMartin.creator-spring.com, or go to BlackStarNetwork.com. Melanie mentioned Fanbase. Be sure to download the app Fanbase, of course. And if you want to also invest, they've, I think Isaac said the last point, they've raised $10.1 million of the $17 million Series A raise. And so go to StarkEngine.com/Fanbase. And so we're going to be back this tomorrow. We all going to get some sleep. Let me thank all of you. When we started, again, we hit 250,000, and here we are closing out at 1:23 a.m. and 55,000 of y'all are still with us. And so we certainly appreciate it. And so y'all know how I always close the show out. I'll see y'all tomorrow.